Ja, heel even uit. Controle.
Interconnection Forum. I hope you all enjoy our first day of the conference and you had restful night. Just like yesterday, just let me share a few organization marks for you. Coffee breaks will be held in 3 rooms with the sponsors and with the lobby. Lunch will be served at the same location as yesterday, upstairs. Restrooms are located down the hall outside of the lobby. And in case of emergency, please follow our green exit signs. I would like to remind you to fill the evaluation forms and hand them to you, to my colleagues or me at the registration desk, because your feedback is very important to us. If you have anything I would like to discuss with us, feel free to speak me or our hostesses. We will help you. That's all from me. Enjoy your conference, and Jakub, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Okay. I see most of you survived the evening. It's a little bit thinned out, but I hope that they still make it. So I don't have anything major to the opening to say. I hope you enjoyed the first day. We have another one ahead of us. It's going to be equally packed. So I would just maybe say I have made one improvement to my candy distribution system. The ladies will be handing them out with the microphones, so nobody gets hurt. Boo? Okay, good. But then let's move straight ahead with our first presenter. That's Arnaud Grevaux from Neukonnect. Arnaud?
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I will introduce myself in a minute, but I wanted to start by saying it's really a pleasure to be speaking in front of such an important amount of technical and project management expertise. That's really great for Neukonnect and for myself. I also wanted to say this is a bit of a first for me, because for no obvious reason, whenever I'm asked to speak in public, it's generally at the end of the day or just before lunch. So this is my first early speech. So that's great to be talking to people who are actually awake, and possibly some of them even paying attention. So this is really a first for me, so that I'll try to make the most of it. Sorry. So briefly introducing myself, my name is Arnaud Grevaux. I already spoke yesterday, CEO of Neukonnect for 3 years now. And previously, having spent my career in the infrastructure market, not necessarily just energy, but mainly focusing on project finance. I'm going to talk a little bit today about delivering Neukonnect, which is my day-to-day business, the project of first. I hope I'll meet this very ambitious title. We'll see why Neukonnect and Greenlink are in many ways a first, and why this is important to achieve net zero and to improve the grids. I could also have called it a dream come true. We've talked a lot yesterday about dreams, big plans for the future, new concepts, very challenging things, very interesting and stimulated concepts. I think it's also important for our industry to realize that our dreams one day come true and do become realities. And it will be my pleasure also to explain you where we are in the construction and show you just a couple of photographs of the building site. So, I'm aware Neukonnect was already presented last year by Julia Prescott, so I won't dwell too long on the technical aspects. Just reminding you, we are the first interconnector between the UK and Germany. When National Grid is not in the room, we boast that we are the longest interconnector in the world, but actually that's not exactly true. Viking Link beat us on the finishing line, but still we are this very impressive 725-kilometer long interconnector, mostly offshore, almost uniquely offshore, only 15 kilometers onshore. 1.4 gigawatts, that's where I will stop with the technical specifications, but I have some colleagues in the room who will be happy to answer questions about that. One thing which is important is an interconnector is a technical object. It's also a very symbolic object. It's never neutral to connect two countries. We are also the most important investment led by the UK and Germany together. And also one of the few such projects which was launched and started post-Brexit. So obviously we also have that very symbolic signification, and I will revert to that later on in the presentation. Sorry. Who are we? Who are our shareholders? So won't spend too much time. This was already presented last year. Meridiam, Allianz, Kansai, and TEPCO. So an interesting blend of investors who are both experts in the financing sector and also on the technical sector, which brings all the competencies we need, which is not necessarily always the case in such schemes, but it brings us a lot of value in terms of having a potential for quick decisions and agility. I should also say that these are investors who are used to not only developing and building projects, but also operating them. So the intention is that the same consortium will be operating NeuConnect, not just building it. We had 2.4 billion pounds of investment to make, so that requires obviously a lot of lenders, depending on how you count, a little bit more than 20, including some very prestigious institutions, such as the UK Investment Bank, the European Investment Bank, and the Japanese Bank for International Cooperation. Lenders of all sorts and lenders from all over the world, that is very important. The world is watching us, and the success of project finance interconnectors such as Greenlink and such as NeuConnect is essential so that those lenders keep investing in the grid and keep thinking that the grid is the right place to invest. Okay, so why do I insist on a project of first, and why did we decide to make that the topic of the presentation? As I said, project finance is a new way of investing in the grid and in interconnectors, Greenlink and us. We are a bit different from the way things were done in the past, and we believe this is important because if you want to achieve net zero, we will need all the investment we can get. And this way of delivering projects sorry, my intention is to show you that this is really something that is new in many ways. Okay, so I'll just move on because I'm running out of time already. Speaking of what is new, first of all, regulation. We already spoke about that yesterday. I won't spend too much time. We already spoke about the need to adapt regulation to project finance. We spoke yesterday about Ofgem and the adaptations to the cap and flow regime that were necessary. In Germany, it was a whole different challenge because there was absolutely no regulation for standalone interconnectors before we decided to launch NeuConnect. So the Bundestag had to go through the process of building from scratch a new regulation for us and for our successors. So in that sense, we opened the way for other interconnectors. And I was happy yesterday to see, Jonathan, that some people are going through the same door that we went through a couple of years ago. Why I'm talking about regulation, we should not think this is work done and achieved. Regulation is always a work in progress. We know that Ofgem keeps consulting on changes and tweaks to the regulation for the future windows coming. And in Germany, this whole new process of a standalone interconnectors is still a work in progress. I was no longer than last week in Bonn with Bundesnetzagentur discussing how we make those abstract concepts into reality, what it means for NeuConnect to submit a grid card application. So it goes to that very, very detailed level of what is the spreadsheet we should be using, what does it look like. So it's always a work in progress. So Jonathan, last week I worked for you. I'll send you the bill. The next thing is working with TSO. That's really essential. I may seem to be stating a little bit the obvious by saying that NISO and TENET are essential partners for us. The bilateral relationship with them is extremely important for us. The trilateral relationship also is extremely important. It may seem that obvious that two AC systems separated by one HVDC systems are interdependent. So we have to have a lot of trilateral discussions. Why am I insisting on this? I already mentioned that yesterday. Project finance imposes on us a very strict frameworks in terms of cost and time. Obviously, no projects likes overcost or likes delays, obviously, but we are kind of a special beast because for us, overcost and delays can be very quickly lethal, so we cannot afford them. So we impose on ourselves very strict constraints. That's the essence of project finance, and obviously we expect our contractors and our partners to follow the same path. And I have to say that NISO and TENET have been playing the game, and we thank them for that. I mentioned yesterday that we would never have achieved financial close without the full support of the two TSOs. But it's still a work in progress. We have to anticipate issues. We have to change some ways of working on anticipation, not pushing topics and technical problems to commissioning, but trying to solve them as early as possible because our lenders expect certainty on cost and on delay. So this is still a work in progress. Another important point which I wanted to make is at the end of this slide is Interconnection is a TSO. That's extremely important. If there's an expression I don't like is that we are a privately financed interconnector. You may have noted I always take great care to say project finance interconnector. Why is that? Because of two things. First of all, there's no such thing as a publicly financed interconnector. All the ones we saw yesterday were financed by private entities. That's the first thing. And the second thing is that it does not convey the right message. It conveys that image that there are those two grids who are managed in the best interest of the consumer, obviously. And in the middle, this piece of infrastructure that is led by private investors, obviously only interested in the return to their shareholders. We actually do care about the return to our shareholders, that's for sure. But we are also, just like the historic TSOs, we are a regulated asset. Our costs are also underwritten by both consumers, the GB consumers and the German consumers. And once this idea sunk in and once this idea is really understood by everybody, it makes technical discussions of a complete different nature, because that's when you start to try to optimize the whole system, the two grids and the interconnectors in the best interest of consumers, and not each entity trying, obviously, to get the most out of each discussion. So we've reached that point with NISO and TENET. Now, our role is fully understood. I still mention this thing whenever I can, because some reflexes from the past may come back from time to time, and it's important to always remind everybody that we are a regulated asset with not just a private endeavor. One thing, delivering a complex project at speed. I'm also trying to deliver my own presentation at speed. Obviously, what I said about this very strict framework of project finance also matters for our contractors. I haven't mentioned them yet. Siemens Energy for the two converter stations, and Prysmians for the manufacturing and the installation of the cable. We are difficult partners also for them, because this very strict framework of project finance gets them to take possibly more risk than they would usually do. But once again, we are setting the path for a new way, a new approach of managing those projects. And ultimately, it is for the common good. It is for the benefit of everybody, and in particular, the consumers. So this is proving to be challenging, but I'm certain it will be a success. And the constraints of project finance will not be so much constraints at the end. So just moving on maybe to the next topic. Yeah. Political support, wanted to say a word about that, not to boast that we know important people, but there's one thing that changes even faster than a project finance interconnector is governments. So we've already been through some. You may note some pictures here on the slides of people who are no longer on top of the news, or maybe not for political reasons, but still, I have to say we had constant support from all governments on both sides, whatever the political color, throughout the year. And that has proven essential for NeuConnect. As I was saying, we needed adaptations to the regulation, and you can't do that without the full support of government. Sorry. I believe such big projects also have a more significant importance than just regarding the energy market and the objective of achieving net zero. The UK government recently hosted the International Investment Summit here in London, and NeuConnect was mentioned several times as one of the flagship projects for attracting foreign investment in the UK, which is obviously one of the goals of the government. So that's one more reason to make sure that NeuConnect is a success. And I can also confirm what Rebecca was saying yesterday, that the new UK government is also pushing very hard for net zero and very supportive of NeuConnect, just like the previous government also was. And it's the same of the German government, which is going through some turbulence these days, but we're quite certain that the political support will remain. I had promised I would talk about the dream come true. So a little bit about the progress of NeuConnect. I have to say we're very well underway and on schedule. First of all, on land, you have here a picture of one of the sites. So we are literally laying the foundations for the 2 converter stations. Just to give you an idea, 1,400 piles to be put in place in the UK, 1,800, in Germany. So we are almost done with the piling in the UK. In Germany, it is starting. So Siemens is on time. Also, as we speak, I believe the first transformers are about to leave the factories to be temporarily stored. So that's also good progress on the equipment. So NeuConnect is really, really becoming a reality. And that's the message today. I have also to mention National Grid, who's working indirectly for us because they are building the Valence substation on the Isle of Grain for us to connect and for other projects, obviously, to connect in the future. I believe that's also where Nautilus, which was mentioned yesterday, will be connecting. I have to say, National Grid did all the preparatory works on the Isle of Grain this year, perfectly on time. Thank you for that, in particular, because it was very important, because there was an outage that had to be met, and so works were done perfectly on time. On cabling, we've been manufacturing the cable now for more than 2 years, so it's almost routine, never is completely, but we are building the cable in the 2 factories, in Arco Felice in Italy and in Osaka in Japan. And we are making there again good progress. And the cable was recently shipped to the Isle of Grain. We are laying the cable, roughly speaking, from the UK to Germany. And installation of the cable has actually started. As of Monday, we were at 25 kilometers of cable laid on the UK shore. Obviously, that's just the beginning. The real first big campaign, the one with those big ships you see on Discovery Channel, that will be for next year. It's a more modest campaign, but a very symbolic and important one that has started today. Prysmian has until the 20th of November to keep laying the cable, so we may go a little bit further than 26 kilometers before Anna Farley tells them to stop. I believe that's... And there are some... environmental constraints is another word I hate. There's no such thing as an environmental constraint. There are environmental objectives for the project, and one of them obviously is to respect the fauna in the estuary of the Thames. So we will be stopping the works by the 20th of November also. So making good progress, and obviously still on time. I haven't mentioned it, I should have, for start of operation in 2028. Quick conclusion, and I may even have some time for some questions. That's a surprise to me. Project finance is disruptive. It imposes different ways of working, different ways of anticipating problems. It is a constraint for everybody, for ourselves, obviously, first, for the TSO, for the regulators, also for the contractors. But it is a force for good, and we believe it can really be a game changer in this industry. Obviously, working in partnership is vital. Partnership with the TSOs, partnership with our contractors, partnership with the regulators. You cannot insist enough on the need for this approach. And stating the obvious, but that will be the final word. This is all done for the benefit of consumers. And this is very much needed if we want to achieve the very ambitious goals of our governments in terms of net zero. So I was actually a bit faster than I had expected. So I think I'm ready for some questions if you have.
So, do we have questions? There is one in front. I'll come with the microphone. James.
Thank you for the presentation, Arno. Good to see your project actually coming to fruition. I was just wondering about the two cable suppliers that you've put up, Prysmian and Sumitomo. How is it split? Is one doing land cable, one doing submarine, or how are you splitting those two?
I'll speak under the control of Pedro, who's in the room and who knows those things better than I do. The contract itself is placed, first of all, maybe from the contractual point of view, the contract is placed with Prysmian as a whole. So Sumitomo is acting as a subcontractor and Prysmian is using Sumitomo's factory. I believe, but Pedro might be able to confirm that what is being built in Osaka is a specific bit of cable for the German part, where the diameter of the cable is slightly thicker because of thermal constraints. Did I get it more or less right, Pedro? Yeah.
Thanks. Yeah. So they basically significant one of the basic the two cables they are all multi-braid indicators. It's a different technology. It's a different technology. Or people in the room probably are more familiar with XLP, and this is mass impregnated, old school, well-proven technology. And to do the joints between these two cables, we need to do a very perfect interfacing of the paper lapping process, and this has been done very well. So looking forward to have that section of cable in the offshore.
That's another good aspect of partnership, is always come to conferences with your friends. So you
Excellent. Do we have more questions? We have one right here. Bill.
Hi, good morning. Martin Rum from National Grid. I thought I'd ask a question because I heard that James was getting all the sweets yesterday, so I don't want him to be the only person. Your project, I know, really interesting, is obviously regulated under a cap and floor in the UK. What is the regulatory arrangement in Germany?
In Germany, it's an asset-based regulation. So basically, first of all, just as Rob, I believe, was explaining yesterday, cost and revenues are split 50-50 between the two regimes. What happens in Germany is we don't actually keep the revenues. We hand them over to the consumer via the historic TSO, and we get refunded for our cost, obviously the efficient cost. So that's where all the discussion comes into play, and we get a regulated return on equity on top of that. So that's it's a system of 4-year regulatory periods where the regulator redefines the return on equity and the conditions. As we said yesterday, there are pros and cons. I mean, we could spend hours comparing the two systems. Obviously, the cap and force regime is more attractive to investors because it provides a better return. But the German regime has the advantage of providing cash from the start of construction. We do get refunded for part of our OPEX right now. So obviously, that makes financing more efficient. So there's pros and cons to every system, obviously.
Do we have any more questions?
One more question from myself. Thank you for the presentation. Can I ask, I understand that for the state-owned TSOs, in terms of supply chain, they possibly have some restriction due to a geopolitical reason. You can't use, for instance, the cables from China. As a private finance the project, do you have a similar kind of restriction in terms of supply chain, which transformer you're going to use, the cables you come from?
As far as I know, I would have to check, but as far as I know, we don't have any regulatory restriction of any kind. We are not subject to the public procurement rules, for example. So the tender for both the cable and the converter station was an open tender, or open to everybody, basically. What happened is that there were only, I was not there at the time, but what I know is there were only European suppliers who did reply to the tenders, possibly for just logistical reasons, but there would be nothing against suppliers coming from somewhere else. It's just obviously that we would have to go through this very specific, sorry, losing my English here. A very specific process of due diligence with the lenders in particular. We insist on having, first of all, suppliers who meet all the rules in terms of internal management, ESG, the United Nations goals, obviously, and also who have a proven track record, because that's very important. That's one of the reasons why we use mass impregnated cable. That one term I know, Pedro, is because it had a better track record than the other one, and lenders were more reassured by that. So, but in principle, there's no objection to any form of supplier.
Thank you.
Any more questions? We'll take one more. Okay. Then maybe I'll ask one of mine that came up during the panel yesterday. But you mentioned also during your presentation the importance of cost predictability and a short time to bring the asset into operation. Now you started in a time where the market was still relatively easy, I would say, and on supply chain side. Do you see this becoming a challenge going forward, where you either have very long lead times, or we discussed yesterday you'd have to pay for a frame agreement in advance in order to block production slots?
Okay, I see you want to keep the sweets for yourself.
All that.
I'm a bit embarrassed by this question, because obviously I can't just put myself in a situation where we would be doing financial close now. It's a bit of an abstract exercise. Things were already challenging 4 years ago. I have to say that for the benefit of my colleagues who were negotiating at the time. We are already talking about difficulties of capacity, in particular on the cable, maybe less on the transformers at the time. There had already been COVID, inflation was already there. So some of these constraints already existed. We were able to lock fixed price, fixed delay contracts, that's for sure. Would we be able to do that again? Honestly, I think so, possibly with some tweaks and changes. There do exist under project finance ways, for example, of sharing inflation risks. Would we be able to pay the price of locking capacity in advance in a cable factory? I think Simon yesterday alluded to some ways of doing that. We didn't have to go through that particular process. I still believe it's feasible. It's probably more complex today, yeah. But honestly, we would have to do it to know.
Okay, perfect. But then, if there is no other questions, I'd like to thank you for your presentation.
Very much.
Okay, then we move on to our next presenter. That's Willem van Zyl from Gardner and Thielbelt. Forward by forward, and the good one is pointer. And take your time. We're a couple minutes ahead. Full.
More time. Great. Thank you very much, Arno, for the presentation, and everyone for the opportunity to speak to you here today. I'm going to go a little bit more theoretical to start with, and then hopefully grounded in some actual case studies and project stuff that we've done. But I'll start by saying, in an era marked by unprecedented change, traditional static risk management approaches are falling short. We must evolve our approach to risk, foster a culture of collaborative risk management, and enhance our ability to navigate today's volatile, uncertain, complex, ambiguous environment with confidence. I'll start by giving you a quote, one from Charles Darwin. "It is not the strongest of species that survives, nor the most intelligent, It's the one most adaptable to change. Today, I'm going to talk to you about some of the challenges I've seen encountered by clients or projects, the way in which we can approach risk differently, and how leaders can navigate these complex environments with programs with confidence. My name is Willem van Sale. I'm a partner with Gardner & Theobald. I'm a QS by background, but please don't let it put you off. For the last decade and a half, I've been focusing on energy projects, and I've been lucky enough to be involved with some of the relevant ones like Interconnection, IFA2, and the Eastern Green Link projects, and some of the traditional transmission schemes with National Grid, SSE, and Scottish Power. I see this as a very exciting and evolving sector, which is ultimately ensuring a resilient and more sustainable energy system for our future and those of our children. Gardner & Theobald is an independent consultancy that specializes in project leadership, commercial success, construction excellence, and specialist consulting. We're selectively international in the UK and US and have over 1,400 talented staff. To set the scene, I'd first like to talk to you about what a successful project looks like. It is generally accepted that the simple metrics of time, cost, and quality are the fundamentals by which we measure a project's success. In complex major projects, there are competing demands and importance placed on these by different stakeholders, which is a balancing act. Arno touched on it briefly just before. For example, in the energy sector, the consumer and regulator wants value for money or low energy bills, where the TSO and developer want to deliver on time and make a return, and the supply chain want to make a sustainable profit. Let's look at two well-known examples and compare the initial estimate and the actual outcome of both time and cost. The London Olympics and Sydney Opera House, two very famous projects. Here are the results of the actual outcome versus those initially promised. Whilst the Olympics achieved 2 out of the 3, it did so at a huge cost overrun to meet the start date. In the case of the Sydney Opera House, the quality, functionality, architectural design is world-renowned, but came at a significant expense of both time and cost. Arguably, not every stakeholder's demand was met. In the long history of major projects, they are frequently plagued by funding constraints, cost overruns, and long delays. It is often observed, with the benefit of hindsight, that they occur in part due to the lack of planning and poor management of risk. I accept they are only 2 of the reasons, but I would challenge that they are probably the important ones. So for our sector, what are the challenges we're facing? In the UK and EU, the new targets has pushed this sector into places not been before. It's well documented and commented by industry leaders. The UK government alone is aiming to double onshore wind, triple solar generation, and quadruple offshore wind, all by 2030. And that's to get us to clean power. While I agree there are a lot of issues with these targets, and not to debate the individual merits here, we collectively need to respond, as they all need cables. Complexity. We've heard a lot during this conference about how complex the sector is. We've got offshore surveys, UXOs, geotechnical complexities, and stakeholders such as fisheries, ports, wildlife, the Crown Estate, the list goes on. Projects also have multiple jurisdictions involved. It crosses terrestrial and offshore environments, and the schemes are getting bigger and bigger and pushing for technological advances. Then the race to net zero, it is not just the UK and the EU, it's a global race. And so the targets across the world are taking up capacity and resource. Scale. This is a thing. You might say, well, HVDC link is not the Olympics. However, if you look at recent values of frameworks and projects, They go into the billions. To illustrate how the numbers scale, consider 1 million seconds ago to the present. That's 12 days in the past. 1 billion seconds is 32 years in the past. So the point is, projects span long periods and a lot can change. The numbers involved are getting bigger and bigger. Politics and geopolitical issues. Our projects have international nature now more than ever and are susceptible to issues that may have been able to avoid in the past. And conflicts are more regular and increasingly affecting our daily lives. Time. Arne touched on it again. It's common for a HVDC project to spend circa 5 years in development. That's about 6 prime ministers for the UK. And then it's another 4 or 5 years to deliver, with a growing demand for planning and consent orders, which require government body involvement. That's a decade in total. Resources, as with everything, there are only so many people with the requisite skills and experience to deliver these projects. And then the number of infrastructure investment to get us to the additional capacity in the country, this country's scale up is massive. National Grid CEO John Pettigrew recently shared one of his company statistics. To deliver their targets by 2030, they will need to install enough overhead line to circumnavigate the globe with 10,000 kilometers spare. So what does this mean for our project leaders? Progressive risk management is more crucial than ever to foster a proactive and informed approach to challenge and support decision-making. So what do we mean by a progressive risk management approach? Taking the fundamentals of traditional risk management that we know, we apply emphasis on the following 6 points and combine them to give a more robust output. From the outset, make risk management an inherent part of the project planning and development. Ensure that the value chain has a fair allocation of risk. Developers need to get comfortable with the new world. Foster a culture across the project ecosystem which endures the whole project lifecycle. Embrace the lessons from major projects across the globe end to end, and use different tools and techniques to combine their results. And then finally, stress test your inputs and assumptions, not just once, but continually. By anticipating challenges, mitigating risks, and remaining agile, leaders can ensure that they not only meet their targets, but safeguard against delays and cost overruns. To emphasize some of the points just mentioned, let's look at this diagram. It shows the phases that most projects go through. Overlaid by the red line is an indicative risk profile. It is not linear. Risks rarely remain constant. They rarely reduce at a set rate. And inevitably, some are completely unpredictable and affected by external factors. The reality is that risk profiles ebb and flows as the project reaches key milestones. The darker line shows how certainty increases as the project matures. For example, you get your land agreements, your regulatory frameworks in place, the planning process is mature, and you have an agreed risk profile with your supply chain that is well understood, and so on. Aligning your risk management approach and the assessment process to your profile will maximize your chances of success, i.e. updating it as and when you reach key milestones in development or delivery. To demonstrate our approach, I'm going to talk to you through 3 case studies. We have a natural tendency towards optimism bias, which can lead to overpromising and underdelivering, despite our best intentions. In this example, we look to challenge the traditional approach and ensure that at the earliest stage of development, projects have a risk-adjusted schedule. We set about establishing an integrated model to compare results of multiple methods. This included creating a baseline, properly benchmarked and grounded in the project specifics. A bottom-up estimate of your time-related risk, also known as a QSRA, a top-down estimate, also known as an outside view or a reference class forecast. And then finally, testing the results against a business's risk appetite, normally expressed as a percentage and usually informed by the company's culture and appetite to risk. As demonstrated here, when plotting the results on the same timeline, it provides a better context of the challenges and helps to understand the project's key schedule drivers, supports with sensitivity analysis, and by no means least, it gets the project to focus on what it could do to reduce its risk profile. As a result of this analysis, the project was provided with a more robust risk-adjusted view of project schedule, which supported the overall business case required for funding, regulatory approval, and supplier negotiations. So what are the key takeaways? Start early, combine methods, and don't just think about construction. For the second case study, we look at price uncertainty. Given the recent volatility in commodities, energy prices, scarcity of resources, we all know that a simple CPI index isn't going to reflect our basket of goods. It is understandable also that the supply chain might struggle to manage the risk of price uncertainty with long projects. In this example, G&T developed a model to help visualize the potential impact of price uncertainty, something that is common in other sectors, but maybe not as mature here. The red line is the percentage change of CPI over the last 5 years, the actual changes, and then forecast over the next 5 years using a linear regression. Next, we did the same with our basket of goods. These are indices that represent an actual supplier's transformer buildup using indices such as mild steel, copper, labor, etc. And then finally overlaid the blue line, which is a weighted average of the specific basket of goods. Using our modeling, we could compare traditional regulatory indexes and actual indices of high-value equipment and materials. Additionally, we were able to compare competing bids, normalize offers, and ensure we have a like-for-like comparison. So what are the key takeaways? There's a growing requirement to substantiate and track the potential future cost for regulatory submissions. There's a need to support tender evaluation with more analysis. And we want to stress test project business cases with whole life cost inputs. And finally, to allocate the risk appropriately and not attract unnecessary risk premiums for pricing uncertainty. The third case study then, a project that begins with a strong foundation, securing a robust risk funding, nurture a culture deeply rooted in risk awareness and proactive mitigation, positions itself to weather even most unpredictable challenges. Such preparation then, when faced with unforeseen disruptions or unknown unknowns, the project will remain resilient and adaptive. Here's a project that we supported on and helped to deliver. There it is. It started in 2018 with groundbreaking later that year. In early 2020, sites were fully mobilized with circa 250 people on site. It was commissioned in January 2021 and handed over to operations in early 2022. However, as we all know, in March 2020, we went into a full lockdown with the associated restrictions and associated impacts, and then the second and third lockdown. In today's complex projects, events rarely just impact a single site, supplier or location. Instead, they trigger a myriad of interrelated effects, resulting in a web of complexities that make predicting the actual outcome complex and extremely challenging. For example, we had no idea that we had to issue letters, to get people on airplanes and boats to get to the work site. Provide accommodation on site as hotels and restaurants were closed. And for construction works, suppliers had to reschedule the work phases within buildings to ensure social distancing, and many, many more. This event could have easily resulted in a major delay with significant cost overrun. However, due to the strong risk management culture, they were prepared to handle the unexpected and pivot operations. The team did a rapid assessment of committed spend, forecast completion dates, the remaining risks that also need to be reevaluated, giving the project leadership team the ability to quickly go through governance and put in place mitigation plans, saving valuable time. So what did we learn from this one? Evaluate and reevaluate. Keep back checking. Don't just stop at project initiation or financial close, as it is just important in delivery to deal with big events. And stakeholders and clients, investors and the suppliers, they are more likely to trust and support programs that demonstrate readiness for the unexpected challenges and can provide a calm, considered response for unforeseen changes. To conclude, I'd like to leave you with a quote and a couple of key takeaways. The art of project management is the art of navigating ambiguity with confidence. To do this, we must integrate risk management early and continuously. Risk management should be embedded within project planning from the start and maintained throughout the life cycle, including continuous stress testing of inputs and assumptions. Combine tools and techniques. By combining them, you can A, better contextualize the results and challenge our inherent optimism bias, and then B, build some confidence in the project. And finally, foster a proactive and adaptive culture. This is a risk management culture that embraces global lessons learned and encourages viewing challenges from multiple perspectives. Thank you very much. I'll be happy to take any questions.
Perfect. Do we have questions from the audience? There is one. Yes.
Hi, William. Thanks very much. Colin Hegarty from McDonald. I know you mentioned don't just think about construction risk, but I'm going to ask you a question about construction risk. Just wondering what are the key risks that you see during construction that developers should look to protect themselves against, you know, from lessons across the industry, whether it be through contracts or construction supervision, interface management between major EPC contracts or whatever?
Yeah, look, for specifically in the sector, I'm not going to pretend that there is a perfect answer to that question. As I said, it is all about making sure that you do have that fostered approach that is embedded and continual learning. You know, there's a lot of people in the room who've got plenty of experience in delivering these projects, and you know, there's a common saying that the risks that actually trips you up, the case study 3, is the one that's not even on your risk register. So it is about making sure you are always up to date with understanding what your profile and exposure is in the delivery phase, so that if you need to, you can pivot and tackle the challenge. So, you know, in the conference, as I said, a lot of people talk about all the complexities when it comes to burial, technological issues, technological advances. So there's plenty already that's well understood by the engineers and technical people. It's all about how you project manage those risks and get the risk profile as low as possible.
Thank you.
Do we have more questions in the room? Okay, then I'll ask one of my own as well. So you spoke a lot about identifying risks and you know, quantifying it and having a good view of what it is. But then the next step would be, and you touched on this, allocating the risks. And do you believe we are currently in a position where the risk is appropriately allocated to the different stakeholders, or are there disproportions? We heard yesterday that contractors feel that they have to carry risks for things they cannot influence.
Yeah, it's a really tricky one. Again, a lot of people touched on it over the last couple of days. The risk profile that you were able to secure in the market 4 years ago, you cannot secure today. And I know there are still some areas where suppliers feel that they're taking a disproportionate risk. I firmly believe it should be really sweated in detail, where suppliers, developers sit down and focus on who is best placed to manage that risk. If it should sit with the developer, then that's where it should be. If the supply chain is the expert in the field and has done the job before, then they should manage that risk. So it is case by case basis and project by project. But going out to the market and saying, you know, specifically with project finance type project, it's difficult to secure a fully turnkey lump sum risk profile these days.
Okay. And another question, because of course, I mean, maybe you have a slightly biased opinion, but at what point have we reached enough looking at the risks? Like, are we very far away from the sweet spot, or are we already over the threshold? The reason I'm asking is because, like you showed in case study 3, you could have kept looking at that project for 1,000,000 years and you wouldn't come up with a pandemic risk.
Absolutely. The point I was trying to make is, yes, sweat the detail up front and make sure you have a robust time and cost allowance to deliver it. Once you've got that secured, you at least have something then to manage with for when it changes in delivery, because it will. You can spend all your time trying to analyze the risk that's coming. Point being, if you combine multiple methods, you should have a more holistic view. You should have the appropriate amount allocated for time and cost, and then you can pivot in delivery.
Good. Any other questions from the room? Last chance? No? Okay. But then, thank you very much for your presentation. All right. We're slightly ahead of time, but that's okay. Then we'll have more time during the break. But our next speaker is Lars André Tobaben from Sea Impact. Lars.
Hello, thank you, Jakob. And hello, everyone. Yes, here to speak a bit about our investigation of offshore wind cable installation by analyzing vessel position data. So maybe a very brief introduction. As mentioned, my name is Lars André, project manager at Sea Impact, based in Copenhagen, daughter company of 2 Danish offshore wind consultancies, Peak Wind and Alautech, and focused on market intelligence for offshore wind. Yes. On the agenda today, a brief introduction to Sea Impact, looking at the key questions of the session, taking a quick look of the existing cable lay vessels in the market, looking at some trends in inter-array cable installation, looking at durations of cable lay, pull-in, and cable burial, and taking a bit of a closer look at a specific inter-array cable campaign at Moray East in the UK from a few years ago. Yes, very briefly, Sea Impact, who are we and what do we do? So Sea Impact is a market intelligence tool that provides key benchmark on installation and maintenance of offshore wind farms. We've taken a innovative methodology of analyzing vessel position data for market intelligence. I'll go a bit more into the methodology in a second, but basically all vessels above a relatively small size need to emit a signal called an AIS signal for navigational safety reasons, with the location, timestamp, and a bit more information on where the vessel is. And analyzing this, you can get a lot of insight on what the vessel has been doing, for instance, cable installation. Yes, but basically what we can deliver is access to installation durations for any project package for increased transparency of the offshore wind industry. Would also be applicable for interconnectors. We haven't done this yet, but that could also be an area of investigation. We can deliver performance metrics covering all offshore scopes, from installation of foundations, turbines, cables, of course, the focus today, operational phase. We looked a lot into major component replacements for turbines, not so much into cables yet, but that is also on our interest list. But yes. With this, you can, of course, do benchmarking of different cable vessels, developers, projects by both installation and O&M performance. Many different use cases can enable you to do optimization of project schedules and budgets, choosing the right contractors, or understanding your competitors. Yes, we deliver it in a number of different ways. For instance, our market intelligence platform, which is a Power BI-based platform where you can access all the different analysis we've done, but also reports and consulting services. Yes, a bit more on the methodology. So basically, there is first a data collection step. So here we build a number of databases, vessel database with basic information of the individual vessels, AIS database, so the vessel position database, which we acquire from a third party with all the vessel locations, wind farm database with the high-level information of the wind farm, who's the owner, when was it commissioned, etc. Wind turbine database with the exact location of all global offshore wind turbines, excluding China. We are looking a bit into China, but that's a more complex topic. Port database for identification of time spent in port, but also potentially estimates of cable loading times in port, because we can also see if they are at a cable facility, of course. Yes, subsea cable database with the location of each interarray and export cable, as well as a little bit of information on the cable. Yes, weather database. So this is the ERA5 database from the European Center for Medium Range Weather Forecast. Here we can get significant wave height, peak wave period, wind speeds to get an idea of if a specific campaign has been affected by weather downtime. Yes, and finally, the vessel project activity database. Here we indicate a specific vessel on a specific project. What activity has it been doing? For foundation and turbine installation, that is relatively simple. For cable, it can be a bit more complex. So for one, sometimes they might use one vessel for more tasks, then it gets more complicated. But in the baseline, we see, okay, it's been announced this vessel was doing cable lay, this vessel was doing cable burial, then it's relatively simple. This is what you to some degree see here on the image. So white dot is turbine location. You almost don't see it, but here you have a small black dotted line. That's the cable location. And then you have the yellow lines connected by a line. This represents each individual vessel position. And here you can see it's a laying activity where you can also identify the green dots here, which have been identified as pull-in activity. So on this turbine, you can see first here the second end pull-in of this section, and then the first end pull-in of the new section here. Yes, we do also consider the speeds of the vessel. So, of course, if you're doing burial, you're typically a lot slower, and combine that with the knowledge of the announced task of the vessel, can also filter out if there's a survey pre-run or something like that, which is also typically a bit faster than the other activities. And also, of course, also the sequence of activities is considered. Yes, enough on the methodology, or almost. Swinging here to the scope of study. So today bringing 41 wind farms that we've done analysis on, project commissioned after 2017 with a minimum of 20 turbines. A few were excluded, as you can see in red here. And here for 2024, not all the commissioned wind farms are included yet. We're still in the process of doing analysis on a few. Yes. Yes, session questions, or topics at least. Want to showcase the depth of analysis possible with public and semi-public data. Want to look into the supply of cable vessels today. Want to identify if we can see trends in the interarray cable scope over the last years, and take a look at how long it typically takes to lay and bury a kilometer of cable and do pull-ins, and take a close look at Moray East, as mentioned earlier. Yes. First look here is a bit on the cable installation vessels that we see in the market. It's the different vessel companies, then the the turntable capacity of these vessels or these companies' vessels, and whether they are already operational or if it's new build vessels coming into the market from next year and onwards. And over there, you see the number of vessels. So, of course, a lot of familiar names here, both on the T&I focus companies. Jan de Nul already today operating 3 vessels, quite ambitious, with 2 very large vessels coming into the market. I think it's 2026 or 2027. You have, okay, of course, a combined cable manufacturers and T&I focus companies, Submarine, NKT, Nexans, etc. Also with some quite large new builds coming into the market. Also have new players coming in. XLCC amounts with a very big cable lay vessel coming into the market. Some international players, Japanese players, for instance, also have players in new markets, such as Taihan, that bought a European vessel for the Korean market now. It's an Old Spirit vessel that's now operating in Korea instead. So kind of a wide range of different companies, and you see there is quite a few large vessels coming into the market in the next few years. Not diving too much into it today, but it is a very interesting topic. Of course, is there enough cable lay vessels to kind of meet the demand for them in the next years? A very complex question, of course. You can also question here if all these vessels are still relevant. The 2009 prior vessels, some of them might not be relevant, at least for some of the tasks that you use cable lay vessels for. So that's, of course, also a big topic. But I'm seeing, so here we're basically looking at the color is the year of, or the category year of construction, so before 2009 and before, between 2010 and 2019, and 2020 and onwards. But at least quite a few vessels coming into the market, especially in 2026, we see a bit of a jump. And if we look at it instead on the turntable capacity, of course, it's even more massive in terms of the new builds coming into the market, because they have a very big capacity in terms of metric tons of turntable capacity. Yes. And switching the focus a bit here to inter-array cables, here actually exceed the scope that I announced a bit in the beginning, because this is just based on the cable data, not the cable laying data. And what we can see here is average meters of inter-array cable per number of, or per turbine, basically. So quite an increase, a yearly average increase of 5% from 2002 to 2023, with last year's number of 1,800 meters per turbine, of so 1,800 meters of inter-array cable. Of course, driven by the larger turbines needing a bigger distance between each other due to wake effects. But yes, also one note here would be that in the early years, sample sizes are not that big because there were not that many wind farms being commissioned each year. Yes, on the lower graph, of course, we see then here the trend is not the same. This is average meters of inter-array cable per megawatt. So as the turbines have been growing, we can see that on this scale, actually, the number is now lower, the numbers of inter-array cable per megawatt. So that's, I guess, a good trend. But in the end, we can still see that, of course, there's a increasing demand for cable manufacturing and laying, because it's not like the number of turbines is declining. It's rather also increasing in the end. Yes. All right. Now focusing over on the more installation-focused data. Here, we're looking at industry splits for main tasks. So this is the on position duration, so on cable or on turbine, depending on the activity here. So excluding the transiting and idling and port durations. Yes, we see for this study here with the 41 projects that 58% of time has been spent doing burial. with 13% of time spent doing inter-array cable lay and 29% doing pull-ins. Yes. If we look at the temporal aspect here, so it's by year of commissioning of the wind farm, we see some differences, with 2020 being a bit of an outlier with a higher share of time spent for the project's commissioning 2020 for the burial scope here. So burial will probably have happened prior to this because this is a year of commissioning again, right? So it's likely not like a COVID effect here, if that would be a potential assumption. But some changes here in, but nothing super significant. Overall trend quite similar over the different years. Yes. Changing here, look at now per project. So here it's again the total days by project and scope. We see majority of projects having just the three main scopes, burial, lay, and pull-in, with some projects typically in challenging soil conditions. We see a number of projects in the Baltic Sea and a few French projects where seabed conditions are challenging. Then we see other activities than just lay, burial, and pull-in. The numbers here are, of course, a bit tricky to analyze because it's very dependent on the size of the wind farm. So you can see here the fastest projects have also been projects with a low number of turbines, with the slower projects typically also having a high number of turbines. So instead, maybe we just divide the number by number of turbines at the wind farm. So here we can see average duration across the wind farm studied here is 1.9 days per turbine to do all the main activities, again on position. Yes, we can see quite a few projects have been able to do it in 1 day, less than 1 day per turbine, with 56% of projects being able to do it in less than 1.6 days, and almost all, 90% of projects doing it in less than 2.6 days. Yes, maybe just a final note here is that some of the slowest projects per position are projects that have needed other core activities, such as pre-lay trenching, post-lay backfill. For instance, project in the Baltic Sea and one in France as well. Yes, going even more into the specifics here, looking at trends in duration of cable lay. So what the graph is showing is the average hours per kilometer of inter-array cable lay, and this is by installation year. So we can see across the industry, the average has been 3.5 hours on average per kilometer. No super clear trend, as you can see. Some relatively significant differences, with last year being the fastest we've seen, on average 2.9 hours per kilometer of cable lay, with the slowest being year before, 2022, 4.5 hours. Looking a bit deeper into the data, it is typically also dependent on specific projects. For instance, 2022 saw Saint-Nazaire in France, where they had a specific method because they didn't bury the cable, so the cable was instead put in kind of a iron cast. So the installation took a lot longer because that was being done. So this was one of the projects driving up the average duration in 2022. And because offshore wind is still relatively moderate in size, you can see it's just 8 projects, for instance, in 2022, and 6 projects last year. Yes. Looking at cable pull-in, also no clear trends. We can see the average duration has been 6.1 hours across the study here, with highest year 2022 again, 8.5 hours, and with the fastest years 2015 and 2018 with 4.6 hours and 4.8 hours. Yes. Running a bit out of time. and again, here I would just emphasize, now we have some names on the board, right? Of course, it's very project specific, might be many different conditions affecting who's been fast and who's been slower. The Olympic subsea, for instance, is the example mentioned before at Saint-Nazaire with a complex installation method of iron casting or casing around the cables taking a lot longer. Yeah, that being said, we can see for this study, Seaway 7 has been the fastest with an average of 3.0 hours per kilometer of cable lay. And Olympic subsea, as mentioned, been the slowest. And this was the point I just made. Yes, Global Marine, also some of the older projects that they have done with a slightly older fleet. Can see here 77% slower compared to Subsea 7 for this case. Yeah, somewhat similar trends in the cable pull-in duration, with Subsea or Seaway 7 again being fastest. Here you saw Yandinul on the slower side of 10.6 days. Yes, burial even more potentially site specific. So also see some quite big variations across the study. We can see 14.1 hours on average, and quite a big variation from project to project. But I'm running a bit out of time and do want to do a quick look at the Moray East study here.
Don't worry about the time. We're ahead of schedule.
Okay. Yes, so Moray East project in the UK installed between 2019 and 2021 with cable scope in fall of 2020 and spring of 2021. Yes, so we have 102 inter-array cable sections. Demas Livingstone was in charge of the project, doing it over 2 campaigns. As you can see here, first campaign from September to early November, second campaign February to March. Don't know the exact details. I know Livingstone was doing a repair job at Hornsea 1, I believe, in between, and was also not able to hold the full weight of the inter-array cables in one go anyway, so would always have to be at least 2 visits to the cable factory. We'll go a bit more into that in a second. But yeah, we could see that the cable loading took 12 days for both campaigns, with installation taking 39 days for the first campaign and 38 for the second. And yeah, for the burial scope, they were using Endeavour and Grand Canyon 3, also both in 2 separate campaigns. Yes, one final note would be here, of course, something that can also often affect the cable scope, maybe especially the inter-array, but also export, is the interfaces with the remaining wind farm. So here we can see the jacket scope. I know specifically that this jacket scope was delayed a bit because the installation vessel initially planned to be used had a crane incident, so they had to charter in a different vessel. So I don't know the exact details of the dates, but could have pushed back the start of the cable campaign. No, that's also been the case at some other projects in the industry. So of course, putting an extra strain also on the vessel availability and timing of that. Yes, just closing off here, Moray East. So here it's looking at Livingstone, the first campaign. First campaign saw 76 kilometer of cable laid, with the second taking or laying 100 kilometer of cable. So better performance, you could say, on the second campaign, as it took 1 day less and they laid more cable. But here you have a split of activities. So cable loadout, as mentioned, took 12 days. Second or first end pull-ins, 6 days for the first campaign, 9 for the second. Second pull-ins, 12 days for both campaigns. Laying, 6 and 7 days. Transiting, 5 and 4 days. And some idling on or off site, also taking some time, 8 and 5 days. And also looking even more into the detail here, hours per kilometer of loaded cable. You can see first campaign estimated to be 3.8 hours per kilometer, and second campaign 3 hours per kilometer, so faster in the second campaign. And also a comparison of the hours per pull-in. First and pull-in taking 3.5 hours, with the second end pull-ins taking on average 5.7. Yes. And just very final note, here we look a little bit on potential weather downtime estimation. What you look at here is the timeline with the different activities. Hartlepool, the cable facility, idling is the yellow, and the ongoing laying activity is Moray East here in the dark blue. And the red line represents the significant wave height, with the horizontal, looking for horizontal line here representing 2 meters of significant wave height. So you can see some periods with very high significant wave height where the vessel was idling, and estimated here for this campaign to be around 6 days. Yes. So that was it. Closing comments here. No super clear trends over time. Highlighting, I want to again that data can be quite valuable, but you always need to consider the specific case. So don't take everything just at the numbers, but look a bit more into if there might be a story behind the specific ones. We of course want to go deep dive into the details, adding more scopes, more information. So it's still work in progress. And also want to investigate more on cable failures and repairs, which has also been a quite covered topic here. So data would be interesting on that. Yes.
Thank you. So we have a couple questions. Is it Renee? Yes, it's Renee that wants one. Okay.
So
Let's start with the lady. Yeah, please.
thank you. Gem Trainer from Ensure. Mine's more of a comment. The P&O vessel that you had listed on the cable laying vessel page, we purchased that one in February this year in joint venture. So that's not
Good
the
to know.
Topaz installer now, that's the CMOS installer. But that was my only comment.
Thank you. Yeah, it's a volatile market. So if you have other insights, I'm happy to update the database with that.
Thanks for your presentation. I've seen it before and it's very much interesting. I'm René van Kessel, Capability, formerly Van Oort. How do you account for weather downtime? And you say it already, it's estimated, because I see a lot of numbers. I'm a little bit familiar with the numbers from the contracting side, of course, because we did the analysis internally and we came up with some staggering results that you can install 3 cables a day, which means that you can finish off it very quickly. But if you look at some days, it's only 2 cables a day, and you calculate with 1 cable a day, and in the end, you end up with half a cable a day. Overall, the projects, you have quite some number of delays. I remember once from one of our competitors who told everyone in an audience like this, no, we can install 5 cables a day. And I just put my finger up and I said, please tell me, if you have 5 cables a day, it's only 40 cables. So you are finished in 8 days or say 2 weeks. I said, why are you on AAS? Because I followed the vessel at that time. Why were you on the project for 5 months? How do you take that into account?
Yeah, I think that's a really good question. And we do we take it into account? Of course, the numbers I was just showing before with the different companies, it doesn't, it's included in that basically, unless it's not done on position. In that case, then you would need to consider the full project scope, which we can also bring. I didn't bring that graph today, but where you instead look at the start of the campaign to completion of campaign, and then divide by number of positions. I think that can be very interesting comparison as well. It's something we've done for the turbine installation scope, but didn't bring it today. And there you might find, of course, significantly longer durations if they're idling not on the cable position as you would expect. So I think it's a good point to next time I'll maybe bring a graph which takes a better inclusion of the weather downtime, as what I was showing on this graph here, the timeline instead of just the actual installation on position, basically.
I've got one remark on that one. Maybe you should analyze as well when in the year the vessels are operating.
Yeah.
Because as you showed already on the Moray, there is quite enough significant delays. If there is a delay in the installation of the foundations, means a lot of time that the vessels who are doing the cable installation are pushed into the unfavorable weather conditions which are in during the winter, and it might have a huge effect on the workability of the vessels.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. And a graph such as these ones, we could also bring and take a look at by month instead to see some interesting insights into the seasonality. And yeah, I think it's just a good point that here to gather some input also for more analysis and other topics that we haven't covered yet.
Good. Do we have other? There is a couple more. Yes, let's start here and then the lady.
Thank you for the presentation. This might be a simple question with a straight no as the answer, but have you done any analysis on dynamic cable installation events?
Yeah, so we have tracked installation at Kincardine, I believe. So some of the floating projects, we have tracked the cable installation there.
Okay, lady in front.
Hi, Miriam from Rumble. I have a question. We can see in our daily work a lot of focus on CBRA, cable burial risk assessment. So we focus quite a lot in burial. Sorry, the accent, really Italian. Burial assessment. And I was wondering if it would be possible to do an outcome of your tools showing the duration of a burial activity, focusing on the variation of geotechnical, for instance, lay variation. So how the burial activity can be delayed due to the difficulty on the soil.
Yeah, also good question. So for now, we don't have detailed project details on the soil, right? So we rather have a bit of high level data on what the overall soil conditions might be on site. And that could also be an interesting comparison. But I think cable burial is a complex topic, so it's maybe hard to grasp every aspect of it. But we try, of course, to add as much as we can.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So then, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
And we will move on to the next presenter. Yeah, thank you. Good. Then our next presenters, plural, will be John Davies and Kim Godfrey from Helix Robotic Solutions. Good morning.
Good morning, everybody. I would just like to come back on your question about, we're a trenching contractor. Unfortunately, Lars, that, as Reddy was getting very animated in the background about laying cable, times, etc. For the burial of cable, unfortunately, that information, if I can use my own words, not the company's, is a load of rubbish. I'm sorry. When you lay, I know, but that's me as not the company, sorry. But when you have an average of 14 hours per kilometre of burial, and when we're doing cutting, Moray East was a cutting and jetting project. So unless you've got the burial assessment, unless you've got the daily project reports, unless you've got the foreseen, and of course, when we're talking about lawyers in survey and everything else, the unforeseen conditions that were actually seen on site, you can't do that retrospective review. So that data is great from an AIS perspective to tell you where that vessel was, what it was doing in time. But from a trenching perspective, no. 100 meters an hour for cutting, 300 meters an hour for jetting, 14.1 hours average, 2 cables of 2 different soil types pulls that average right down. Amplify that over the 41 projects. Unfortunately, the data, unless, Lars, you did admit, you have to get into the detail. And that absolute detail, you won't be available. People won't share it. So yes, it's a great AIS tool. Yes, it's probably good for where you were sat doing a first end pulling, but were you waiting on weather? Were you waiting on TNT? Were you waiting on CTV? I mean, I imagine, Wouter looked at his Yandenol statistics, but look at those statistics versus his projects, where their location were. Similar then for Seaway 7. A lot of their early projects, German Bight, lovely. Meerwind, all those sort of German Bight projects, excellent for burial, easily burial, good for installation of cables. So, statistics are great, but it's all about the data, and we've always talked about the data. Sorry, that's my soapbox bit, Jakob. So back to today's presentation. So just to introduce myself, I'm John Davies from Helix Robotic Solution. I'm the director. William talked earlier. I'm the director of the promising department. So director of retention and business development for Helix. I've been at Helix for over 13 years now, which I sort of mentioned yesterday. But today's focus is going to be more on our new service line. We've introduced a UXO EOD division led by Andy Wolverine, who's in the room today and available, and our colleague Kim Godfrey. So today I'll just give a quick introduction of Helix, who we are, before we move on to our EOD capability. So Helix was acquired by Canyon back in 2002, and we're part of Helix Energy Solutions. Of all the presentations we've seen today, we're the first contractor to come up and present. Everybody else is worked in the insurance, the project side of things. We're the first contractor, but we're not a tier 1 contractor. We're a tier 2 contractor. We service the likes of Seaway 7, Demi, Yandenals, Prysmian, NKT. We're the contractor's contractor. We focus on burial. Burial has been our main focus for 20 plus years, but more recently we've moved into the UXO, the site preparation, boulder clearance, etc. To complete these services, we operate a number of vessels in Europe, as Lars showed in his last ones. We've got the Grand Canyon 3. That's our primary trenching vessel, mobilized with 2 trenchers, a cutter and a jetter. The Grand Canyon 2 is out in the Far East. It's been working for Yandenol. It's been working for Seaway 7, doing work on the Taiwan projects. And North Sea Enabler is another UK or European-based jet trenching vessel. We've also branched out into the US. Being a global company, we're headquartered in the US, and we've taken that knowledge and experience that we've built up in Europe and APAC, and we've taken that and moved it into the US. And we operate a Jones Act compliant Shelley, a Bordelon, and we've worked again for Demi out there doing pre-construction works on South Fork, as well as Revolution for Nexans and Revolution for Seaway 7 as well. And more we'll talk about later is the Glomar Wave. This is one of our smaller vessels, mobilized with ROV and our IROV system, and it's then able to do our seabed preparation works. This is our newest vessel, which is coming online in 2025, which is the Trim. And again, she'll be mobilized with a work-class ROV and an IROV system to carry out seabed prep. So I'd just like to hand over Kim. One of the slides that wasn't on there is, people talk about depth of knowledge, experience, and competence. We've operated in over 40 wind farms globally now. We've done 3 wind farms in the US, and we've worked on the Yunlin project for the last 2 years for Seaway 7. So as a contractor, we're a competent contractor, and actually we would like to share that knowledge and experience with the guys from the head of Interconnection all the way through to DARS, supplying that information to backfill, because it's the guys that's working out there that's offshore that feeds back in to make your project successful. Tim.
How do we use that? Okay, thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be back in Heathrow. First time I've been back in Heathrow for quite a while without having to, with a slightly elderly gentleman with a couple of new spare parts, body parts, actually walking through a door without it beeping at me, and a gentleman in uniform with gloves approaching. So that's a pleasure for me to come back to Heathrow. I'm going to talk to you about UXO risk mitigation. Get this right. Oh, wrong way. How we can help you in the life cycle of your cables projects. We can do everything in the UXO mitigation process, from the desktop studies, that's the hazard risk assessments, UXO risk management strategies. We can help once you've done your UXO survey. You can help with the anomaly discrimination. We've got experts there who can back check to make sure that those anomaly discriminations are correct, and you've got your master target list, or MTL, is effective. The whole idea is you want to lead up to the LARP certification so that you can lay your cables in the right place without any or limited threat from the LARP or the threat for UXO is at the lowest reasonably practicable. Our main wish that we want to do as a contractor is the UXO identification disposal using our vessels, our ships, our expertise. And that's where we can come in at the pre-construction stage with our integrated systems with the vessels, the ROVs, the personnel. And as John was saying, we've recently brought on the last year our EOD team for personnel. We're based down in Chichester, although our headquarters for robotic solutions is up in Aberdeen. So we like to go out to sea. We like to find the UXOs, get rid of them for you safely, and then bring in our boulder clearance team afterwards, so that you've got a whole integrated site clearance solution. The type of things that we can provide on the UXO side of things, EOD. The UXO is obviously unexploded ordnance. If you're in America, is MEC, munitions of explosives concern. EOD is explosive ordnance disposal. That's the action of getting rid of something that may go bang. So as I mentioned before, we can do the desktop work, everything from the initial hazard assessments all the way through to the LARP certification. Excuse me. We have the working class ROVs and divers, if it's for the nearshore work, anything less than 10 meters, for the location, dredging of UXOs, doing the UXO identification. If you do find a UXO, becomes a confirmed UXO, CUXO, we can then do disposal, and I'll explain how we do the disposal in an environmentally friendly way in a minute. And if you need it, if it's in a awkward place, next to a cable, next to a pipeline, something environmentally sensitive, we can move that UXO for you safely as well, using our remote lifting system. Nobody in the water, no ROVs in the water, apart from setting it all up, all retires, then we can move and lift and shift using a remote lifting system. And then I'll go on to the low order defragration in a minute, which is an environmentally friendly and proven way of disposing of UXOs on site. And I'll go on to that in a minute. If you do find something in your O&M phases, we've got a reactive task, a proven reactive system. So it encompasses all those three things above, but we've got a containerized system. We come in a lorry, load on board one of your vessels, go out to sea, and then we can help you remove that UXO threat from wherever it's been found. A quick view on how a simplified version of our disposal system. On the top first picture there, you've got your anomalies showing on your magnetometer survey. There's some items that need to be investigated. Our vessel goes out with the ROV. We send the ROV is deployed. Obviously, the DP vessels it goes into DP. The ROV vessel ROV is then deployed, goes down to the target, finds the target. If it can't find it on the surface, it'll find the target through TSS system, magnetic pipe search. Pinpoints the area. It will then, if it's not on the surface, it will then dredge to uncover the target, and then the UXO specialist on board will then confirm whether it's a UXO or not. And you see the top right hand there is one example from the Moray West. If it is a confirmed UXO, the ROV comes back to the vessel, re-rolls for disposal, and you see our disposal tool on the left-hand side of that picture on number 5. Gets deployed again down to the UXO. The system is placed in a specific place of that UXO. It's not a general put it down and run away. It's specifically placed in the place ready on the UXO for that specific target. We use a low order defragration system there, and we've got some examples in the room around the corner there. And it can be used for diagnostics or clearance. So if you're unsure of what the UXO is, and sometimes they're horribly encrusted, covered in seaweed, covered in all sorts of things, you can't always tell where they are. You can use our tools as diagnostic tools. It could be a drill weapon. So if we can punch it with our tool, we can then go back with the ROV. If it's defragated, fine. If it's not defragated, it's got a small hole in it, we can then test to see if that's a drill in there as well. Other systems can't do that. That's the only system that can. And you see on the right-hand side there, the results from diagnostic tool, 15-inch shells, they stand about that high. They're fired from shore into the Moray West. And we could tell, just by putting a small hole inside them, we can tell they were drilled and we could recover them The only other way of doing that with the high order system is to bang them around the ocean, several explosive charges until you decided they are drill. But we can do it in one small bit of explosive. That's not what we want on the bottom left-hand side, and that's not what we get. Sorry, that's not what we want on the left-hand side, and that's not what we get. High order. That's the old method of doing UXO disposal. It's out the window. That's old thinking. That's gone. We've got the new system, and it works really well. And you can see in the middle there's a resulting debris of one of the largest UXOs you'll probably find in the seabed, a German LMB mine. I've got an example of that later on. That's one of those recovered when it's been deflagrated. Right-hand side there, so everything's been deflagrated, all the bits and pieces are recovered, got no explosives left in them, get put in a skip, take it back to shore and disposed of as scrap. So difference between high and low order, sexy, eh? Big bangs, lots of dead fish, seals swimming away from you, whales are deaf for 24 kilometers away. Not very sexy, really, is it? But that's the way we used to do it. And it was designed. Oh, does this work? Right, that was in a quarry, 5 kilogram mid-water test using a high order disposal system. That's just to show you what happens. That's only 5 kilograms of explosives. That is the traditional way of getting rid of UXOs. Put a donor charge on it, explode it, make sure the UXO functions as it's designed to do. Big plume, as you saw at the beginning there, massive great plume, it's a big mine, lots of dead things around. And there's people with little rubber boats going and collecting the dead fish for their supper. That's been used since World War I, World War II. The reason is it was designed by the navies for the navies to get access to sea lanes. So go in quickly, put a bomb on it, put a donor charge on it, get rid of the UXO so the ships can pass through quickly. Very quick, very efficient. Don't need to do that anymore. The donor charge, sorry. And as I said, the UXO functions as designed to do. Instantly obliterates the UXO, causes widespread fragmentation and explosive contamination. Bits of explosives spread all over the place. Damage to the seabed. There's a huge crater, and the seabed itself is liquefied, so you probably can't build on it or trench it afterwards anyway. And I think my the next speaker will talk about may be able to talk about that better than I will. A noise pulse from something like that is damaging to mammals to quite a considerable range, and the National Physics Laboratory have done some testing on it. It goes out to about 24 kilometers. That can damage their audio systems. It isn't a capable diagnostic system either. Now, this is low order deflagration. Low order deflagration is the burning out of the explosive fill. It uses a very small charge. It's grams of explosives instead of kilograms, and it introduces a low density incendiary projectile that goes through the target casing. As that incendiary projectile passes into the casing, it starts the burning of the explosives inside the casing. The explosive starts burning very rapidly. It causes pressure inside the casing, and the pressure of the casing inside just literally peels open the ordnance. Obviously, it gets quenched by the sea, but by that time, what happens so fast, by that time, all the explosives is burnt out. So you've got a casing, basically a piece of scrap on the seabed, opened up, all the explosives is burnt out, and the whole thing hasn't damaged the environment. How do we know this? Because we've done it hundreds of times. The low order system we use is from Alford's Technologies down in Somerset. It was originally used for the military. Andy and I have used it in our past histories in the Royal Navy many years ago. Over 17 Royal Navies or 17 navies in the world use it, and they've reported no failures. There's a high degree of reliability provided by the low density incendiary material. Our success rate for UXOs is very high per shot. So just one shot, we can get rid of a UXO. Sometimes we have to use two, and some of the bigger items, and I'll show you one of those later on, we've had to use a couple of shots because of anti-handy devices in the UXO and explosive pockets and things like that. Can be used as a diagnostic tool. As I said earlier, you can punch a hole into a thing, an item you think may be a drill system, a UXO, and it assumes sound EOD principles. This is intelligent EOD. Anybody can put a pack on something, run away, and explode both things together. This is intelligent. You need to know what that UXO is. You need to know where to hit it with our device. We have a huge database of historical information of almost every type of UXO that has been around, and we can use that to give you the response you required for the UXO disposal. It's a modular concept, so we've got small, medium, large sizes effectively, and we've got standoff formulas, etc. that we know and we've trained and we've worked with. It uses a shape charge, and shape charges have been used since the Second World War for anti-tank systems, punching holes through things and destroying things. But we can use the same technology, but with a different cone or a different shape charge, and using magnesium instead of copper, which is much less aggressive. That was low order defragration in exactly the same quarry, same target weight. The only reason that frame was in there was to capture bits and pieces so they could analyze what was there. So the total difference is you saw there's two videos, the high order with a 5 kilogram explosive charge and a 5 kilogram using low order. So that's the difference that'll happen. Right, a recent campaign we've just finished, East Anglia Hub 3, offshore site, about 305 square kilometres with an export cables of 4 export cables of about just under 70 kilometres. Excuse me, there was 520 targets we had to investigate. 100 of those, nothing was found, which is normal. Archaeological, there's about 23 archaeological items there. Lots of bits of debris, about 360 bits of debris, and 37 confirmed UXOs. All those UXOs were successfully dealt with in accordance with the licensing requirements, and we always follow the licensing requirements, obviously in the UK. And for the first 10, the noise was monitored independently as well, and it became the noise monitoring was below the threshold required. So very successful, and that's our second successful UXO disposal campaign. We did the Moray West as well last year. So, as I said, 37 UXOs was disposed of using low order defragration. Types of things we found there is the various airdrop weapons. You can see the pictures there of those underwater with the bottom there with the low order defragration system being placed, and the articles afterwards. While I'm here, ask you a question. We're in Heathrow. Everybody says one of the questions you always ask as an EOD expert is, are there still a lot of bombs and stuff out there? So I'll ask you a question. Where do you think your nearest 500-pound bomb tube is at the moment? So it's in that room just there. Just in that room just there. We've got one for you to look at afterwards. Anyway, so that's some of the airdrop weapons we found, all disposed of successfully, and the two guys on the right there are EOD technicians. The classic buoyant mine everybody knows about, seen in all the films. We found various ones of those, the buoyant mines, disposed of nice and carefully. Oh, sorry. Anti-submarine weapons, these are either fired from ships or dropped from aircraft. And probably the most dangerous one we found, not dangerous, most difficult one to deal with. Picture there on the top left is just to give you an idea of its size from the Second World War. That's how big they are. The bottom picture there is the underwater picture as it was found. Obviously, first one is the picture of it, what it's found first, and then after it's been defragrated, you can see how it's split. The seams are split open with the low water defragration. But take a note of the destruction or non-destruction of the environment. That is 700 kilograms of explosives. It's just been burnt out. Very little, very little destruction on the seabed there. And the bottom two pictures is it recovered to the deck. And what the bottom right-hand picture is obviously back in our workshop down in Chichester. It's going to make a very big ashtray. Environmental low order environmental impact, as you can see from this low order defragration. Sorry, I'm running over time. It's his fault. He had his soapbox. Low order defragration. You've reduced the permanent threshold shift on various animals from on the right hand side. The high order is from kilometers, I'll say 14, 15 kilometers away for cetaceans, right down to less than less than a kilometer. But it is much less than that as well. That's just what was calculated from the National Physics Lab. Our environmental impact distance is reduced by 94%, over 94%. We don't need a bubble curtain, so you've got cost savings there. And we can do 2 or 3 shots a day instead of 1 shot for the high order. So more cost reductions. So 50 decibel reduction in measured noise level. This is an independent measurement. And the sound energy is reduced by over 3/4. So you don't get massive acoustic pulse going across the ocean, killing off or making all the whales deaf. All our UXOs are successfully utilised. 75% of them using a single shot. I said a couple of times we had to use double shots, for instance, on the LMB mine because of the anti-handling devices. Explosive quantities we probably used for the whole project is 6.5 kilograms of explosives, which is a very small amount. And that the second part, the 100 to 185 kilograms of high order, is predicted what we might have used. That's only our donor charges we would have had to use. It doesn't include the effect of the UXO and the amount of explosives in that would have exploded at the same time. As I mentioned, noise monitoring was virtually zero, and all our scrap metals was recovered from the seabed and gone for debris. All the clients were obviously very pleased with us because we were really good boys at that sort of stuff. And there's very little evidence of explosive energy. I'll just leave you one more thing. This is the LMB, the German mine. Just after it, we've deflagrated it, set the ROV down to have a look at it. 5 minutes after.
He's eating something down there. It's that lobster.
Now, he wouldn't be there normally, but with our low order defragration system, 5 minutes, 10 minutes after our low order defragration, Simon the seal turned up. Anyway, we've run out of time. Apologise for that. We're in that little room around the corner there. If you want to come and speak to us, come and kick our bomb if you like into tactile type things. It won't go off because Andy says it won't, and blame him if it does. So thanks very much for your time. A bit of a rush through there, but we're here all day. So if you want to come and talk to us, please come do.
Thank you. So you might think that John is going to get away with it, tearing into a previous presentation and stealing candy, but I've already notified the authorities that there is a guy saying something about submarines at Heathrow brought a bomb or something. None of you are getting home today. Okay, but are there questions from the audience? I have time for a quick one, maybe from here. Yeah. Oops.
Hi, Daniel from Ramble. I have a quick question about the buried UXO.
Yeah.
Do you ever encounter unexploded ordnance buried within boulder fields?
Yeah, all the time.
And how do you?
Well, we use on the ROV we use a TSS system to find it, TS440 to find it, and then we excavate it using a dredging system on the ROV.
Also, that LMB mine, which was pretty big, pretty sizable target, it wasn't on the master target list.
Because there's non-magnetic, there's aluminium.
It was actually found by it wasn't us doing the boulder picking and clearance. The boulder picking company came across this and said, that's not a boulder. And then we got called in to deal with it.
Okay, thanks.
Good. We have one question in the back. I think I'm lucky. Otherwise, I would ask the question he's going to ask, I think.
Do I get speak? So I ask my own question.
Frank de Vries, Tenet. I don't really have a feeling about the amount of, the effect of a certain charge. So did you do some tests only using the charge, the movie that you showed, the high, the Big Bang, but basically, did you also do that without the mine, so only the explosive itself, to see a little bit the comparison between what the charges, the effect of the charges and the.
Our low order deflagration system has been tested by the British government through National Physics Laboratory. They tested in that quarry you saw. That was the results of the pitch of their testing system in the quarry. Then they tested it in Norway against live mines in the Norwegian Sea. And that was their test, their whole process, which they monitored for environmental aspects and noise as well, for both high order and low order. And that's where they got the comparisons from. So through the National Physics Laboratory, government organisation, and those results are on the internet. You can look them up.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Good. Thank you both for the presentation. Okay, then we move on to the next presenter. That's Chris Williams from Kraken Robotics. Chris, you're somewhere in the back. Okay, but then by the time you get here, I have some debts. What's my card? And you're well. So what happens? You can trade it.
Hello everyone, I'm Chris Williams from Kraken Robotics. So I'm business development lead with a background in geoscience. And today I'll be discussing the effects of soil conditions on cable depth of burial using the acoustic profiler. Okay, so I'll start by introducing Kraken Robotics, introducing the Viking Link interconnector cable, which will be based on the acquisition overview of our sub-bottom imager, comparing the as-built to the as-found cable, and then looking at the data comparisons between the TSS 350 and our sub-bottom imager. And then finally ending with what information can be obtained from the 3D acoustic cable data compared to the magnetic system, which will be the TSS 350. Okay, so at Kraken Robotics, on all of our projects, we aim to de-risk, whether that's de-risking failure of operations on a cable survey or de-risking the UXO risk during those projects. And then we also aim, reducing carbon footprint and accelerating the schedule. They kind of work hand in hand. Essentially, we aim to be most efficient, decreasing the time of a project, and therefore reducing the carbon footprint and also cost to our clients. We focus on 4 main services: de-risking foundation installations, providing confidence to the client and enabling accurate foundation design for engineering. We also provide clarity for UXO risk mitigation, which was touched on in the previous discussion. And then we aim to reduce the master target listings, which we've done many a times using, so initially there might be a magnetic survey, and then we come in with our sub-bottom imager and realise that a lot of those magnetic anomalies might be background magnetism or an anomaly which doesn't fit the parameters of the UXO within the field using our acoustic data. And then the most relevant one for this conference is supporting the safe cable installation and reducing failures and enhancing protection for subsea cables during installation. And then the general site survey, buried boulders on the seabed, supporting construction engineering for those projects. We work all over the world. All the countries highlighted in red we've done projects in, and we also have agents located globally as well. So we do a lot of work in Taiwan. We thought it'd be a good idea to kind of have agents out there, and it's proved beneficial for kind of the efficiency of kind of mobilization, demobilization, and completing the projects on time. We have four main pieces of equipment. The acoustic corer and the sub-bottom imager are our sub-seabed images, essentially looking beneath the seabed. I'll be focusing on the ROV-mounted SBI, which is the picture one in from the right during this discussion. The Sea Kite is our towed system, exactly the same data output, exactly the same deliverables. The main difference being that as it's a towed system, acquisition rates are slightly faster. And then finally, our Catfish synthetic aperture sonar system, very similar to side scan data, but with a greater swath and greater resolution, higher resolution. Okay, so on to the kind of the case study. So it's based on the Viking Link interconnector, which crosses the southern North Sea from UK to Denmark. It was completed in 2023. It's the longest HVDC interconnector cable in the world, and we're focusing on kind of the shallow soils in this presentation, mainly composed of sand, and then coarser sediments along the UK and the Danish coastline, so predominantly gravels. Various bed forms we encountered along the way: sand waves, sand ridges, sandbanks. Usually in kind of the deeper waters in the centre of the cable. Okay, so initially the TSS 350 was used on the first phase of this project. I'll come on to why we were asked to also join for phase 2 using the sub-bottom imager. But a bit of background: TSS 350 is a magnetic-based system. It detects a tone carrying cable, and from there they can work out the depth of the cable beneath the seabed. Ours is slightly different. Ours uses acoustics. Essentially, we emit a sound. We receive that sound through diffraction and reflection, and we can work out the depth of that buried cable. We also capture the surrounding geology, whether that's geohazards, boulders, changes in stratigraphy. But both the TSS 350 and our SBI was used on an ROV system throughout the project. Hopefully this video plays. Yeah, okay, so some background kind of parameters for our data. It's a 6 meter wide swath at the seabed, and we expect penetration to be between 5 and 8 meters, depending on geology. No tone is required to be sent down the cable, unlike the TSS 350, so the cable can remain fully operational. As I say, it images the exterior of the cable, so if the cable has split bundles, if there's coiling of the cable, if there's free span of the cable, then we will be able to see it in our data. Essentially, that video there is the green line is the cable that we've picked at 1 meter intervals. That's a plan view. So the data itself, that red line, is the cable beneath the seabed. We can view it in complete 3D, a long track, a cross track, and from plan view. How does it work? So the SBI emits a chirp. This comes into contact with the cable, diffracts, reflects off the cable, and is received from our 5 hydrophones, making up a 40-channel receiver array. We use beamforming to apply a time delay to this. This amplifies the signal-to-noise ratio, used commonly in kind of all seismic activity. And we also take advantage of our SAS data, the synthetic aperture sonar. This essentially increases the footprint and therefore the accuracy of our kind of measurements and positioning. So onto the kind of the data side of things. The cable as built data was from the TSS 350. That was from that was during the laying of the cable itself. And then in 2000, earlier this year, the client went back to survey the cable again, and as you can see on the graph, the as found data is in fact 70 to 80 centimeters roughly deeper than the as built data was found. So these two sections of data here, where the data oscillates, was a concern to the end client. These oscillations would be assumed to be kind of artifacts or anomalies, but given that the TSS 350 only provides a signal and not a great deal of context to the surrounding geology, this was of a slight concern. So the client decided to essentially ask Quantum Robotics to survey areas of the cable with our sub-bottom imager. So we went out into the field and surveyed a 10-kilometer section of cable that the TSS 350 had already carried out in an area where you could see those oscillations. And the results we came up with were actually very similar to the TSS 350. This allowed the client to kind of gain confidence that actually the data was true. You've got two separate pieces of equipment surveying the same area, and they're coming up with the very similar results. What the SBI could also provide is some context to why. So I'll just highlight. So the blue line on the graph is the SBI data, and then the green line being the results of the TSS 350. So, as I said earlier, yeah, unlike the magnetic system, the acoustic core, the SBI can provide some context to the shallow soils, the surrounding geology, any geohazards that might be present. As you can see in the top image, so the homogeneous sediments, essentially the sediments being all the same, so all sand, all clay. When in this case it's sand, and when it's like this, the cable you can see is stable. It's at the same depth of burial throughout the data example. Unlike when the acoustic impedance has greater contrasts, so there is different sediments within the subsoil. In this case, will have been gravel. These are kind of the areas of the darker areas within the data, and these seem to be affecting the depth of the buried cable. Poor sediments tend to do this. Obviously, it's more difficult to trench coarser sediments than it is to trench kind of finer sediments, and the cable would prefer to lie in a homogeneous sediment. Another example, not from this project, but from a project we did last year. The areas of the dashed red lines are areas of coarser sediment, again, likely to be gravel. The trencher, for whatever reason, failed to trench the coarser sediments, and that meant that the cable was actually left in free span, which obviously isn't ideal if you're the manufacturer of the cable. So you've got that in profile view and plan view. And then finally, just to kind of highlight how our data varies within different kind of sediment types. So on the left, coarser sediments, I think it's sandy gravel, highlighted on the map with the X on the left. As you can see, there's a slightly weaker response from the cable. That's because essentially the coarse sediments, more energy is being reflected and refracted back from the sediment above the cable rather than the cable itself. The data examples on the right finer sediments, homogeneous sands. The cable appears to be much clearer, more defined in both the plan view and the profile view, which obviously makes the geos offshore their life a lot easier to pick. And then to conclude, so yes, the TSS 350 carried out the job it was supposed to. The results were accurate, but what it didn't provide was confidence to the end client. It provided no context to the surrounding geology, and that's why essentially our Quacker Robotics carried out a phase 2 of the survey using the sub-bottom imager. There's an argument that you go straight for the SBI to kind of cut out the costs of the TSS 350 in the initial phase, because we can provide the answers that the TSS 350 can't. Whether the cables fluctuate in depth of burial due to, again, buried boulders, stratigraphy, our SBI would be able to tell you that. Okay, that's me. Thank you.
Thank you. So, do we have some questions from the audience? There is one right in front. You have to keep your hand up so they can find you.
Hi. My question is about the limitation of these SBI imaging tools in terms of elevation below the seabed. How accurate can we capture something below the seabed? Is it 5 meters, for what I can see from your?
Okay, so depth of penetration, yeah. So that depends on the geology. We say to clients that we can achieve 5 meters of penetration beneath the seabed. All of our resolution within the data is 10 centimeters.
Yes.
In X, Y, and Z. In softer sediments, we achieve deeper than that. We've seen kind of 6-7 meters depth of penetration. But for cable depth of burial, most of the time you're looking at between 2 and 3 meters. So
yes, I'm wondering, when we do landfall, we go something sometimes around -10, -12 meter, and we are like 1 kilometer away from the coast approximately. Now I'm just making number.
Yeah.
If this would be probably
10 to 12 meters, yeah, it would be too deep. We wouldn't be able to detect the cable at that depth of beneath the seabed.
Thank you.
Okay. Do we have more questions? Oh, then I have one. You mentioned that there is an argument to be made to do the SBI instead of the TSS from the get-go. What's the extra that we would have to account for in order to do it? What more do you need besides the equipment? Is there more staff? Is it a separate vessel?
So both are mobilized on an ROV. The additions would be kind of I suppose we provide our personnel. Also, I would say that's probably your additional cost. But it's certainly cheaper than carrying out an entire TSS survey and then having to go back with our equipment for a second phase. Maybe it's it would be beneficial to kind of to the clients to think, okay, the SBI initially, and then they wouldn't have to use the TSS.
Yeah. Okay. Are there any limitations in terms of speed of survey that are being introduced, or?
So clients tend to go for the sea kite, which is our towed system. That can be towed at 4 knots, so quicker than a TSS. The limitations to the SBI on an ROV is the speed of the ROV, not the SBI itself.
Okay. Good. Any final questions from the audience? No? Then, thank you very much. Now, we have a minor change in the agenda. Actually, the next speaker and the speaker afterwards will be switched. So just reversed, which means that now before the break, we will have Chas Bradbury from Peritus International. Chas, please.
Thank you very much. Now, I know you're all desperate to get to your coffee, but I will implore you instead of that caffeine high to have the natural high you will get from learning about cable stability. Yeah. I mean, I may be overselling it, but we'll see how we go. Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to talk about what is it? Why am I actually standing up here? Why does anyone actually care about it? What we're all doing wrong, and then why, and the kind of JIPs and other things that are going on at the moment to try and fix it and help us to get it right. And this is especially important if you've got a cable maybe on a rocky seabed, or so for instance, if you're coming into Jersey or Guernsey, or if you're going across the Irish Sea, or if you're in the Scottish Islands, or if you've got cable in shallow water or with some big waves, that kind of thing. So just a quick slide about Peritus, because we are rubbish at business development and nobody's ever heard of us, but we have been in business for about 14 years now. Done a load of projects, both in oil and gas and in offshore wind and subsea cables. We're currently working on, I think, 5 different wind farms at present, doing loads of stuff, not just stability, also looking at free spans and CPS systems and other bits and pieces as well. Okay, cable stability, what is it? Like, it should be so simple. It should be so simple. We have our cable. Our cable is heavy. It has some weight. It sits on the seabed. But the sea moves, you know, there's waves and there's currents and other bits and pieces. So those movement of the water around the cable impart forces onto the cable, either to lift it up or to try and move it sideways. And those forces are restrained by the soil. That is the only thing that stops the cable from moving. Simple. You would think. That is Avril Lavigne. Why do you have to go and make it so complicated? Well, I mean, partially because I have to pay my mortgage, but partially as well, it is actually much more complex than you might imagine. The wave and current, do we actually know what is happening on the seabed, especially with a cable that is only, you know, let's say a foot above the seabed, what the boundary layer is like, what's happening with turbulence, how does the seabed actually affect what is going on in terms of the wave and the current velocities that are hitting it? What wave theory should we be using? How big are the waves compared to the water depth? There's some uncertainty there. The soil resistance, and this is the one that I'm going to talk about quite a lot later on. Actually, what is happening here? How much resistance are we getting from the soil? Is the cable embedding? How deeply is it embedding? How are we going to calculate that? What is actually happening? Are there rocks? Are the rocks going to stop the cable from moving? Are there holes? Are there slopes? What is happening with the seabed? But there's a lot of uncertainty around that too. And then the forces on the cable as well. If the cable is in a free span, then you get fluid flow not just over the top of the cable, but underneath of the cable. And that negates the lift force. So actually, you don't really know what the forces are on the cable unless you properly analyze it. So the only thing we know with any real certainty is what the submerged weight of the cable is. And everything else, not only is there uncertainty surrounding it, there's uncertainty surrounding it at every single meter of the cable, because it is not the same, it is not uniform. We've just seen you have different soil conditions, you have different water depths. So everywhere along your cable, there will be uncertainties. And even if you manage to kind of get a good handle on one, it will be different 5 meters down the road. The cable will be doing something differently. So in terms of stability, it is massively much more complex than it might seem at the beginning. And it's okay, who cares? Well, it makes a big difference in terms of the cost of your project. We're working on a project at the moment, and the cable stability costs may actually kill it. But it's not just the cost in terms of the amount of protection you need, the type of protection, what is the right type of protection to keep your cable from moving? And a big cost factor, and this is actually some of the work we do on quite a regular basis now, is looking at how long we can leave a cable before it needs to be buried. Because if you can extend the duration that a cable can be left unprotected on the seabed, gives you much more flexibility with your trenching contractor of when they come along and where they need to start. It may be the cables down the south of the wind farm, they're okay for 3 or 4 months, but the cables in the north, they may need to be trenched within 2 or 3 weeks. So it helps with your scheduling and your prioritization of working out where you need to lay your cables first, where you need to protect them first. So the cable stability has a direct effect on the cost of putting in your wind farm. And whilst we're talking about cost, let's just have a look at engineering. I'm an engineer. Engineering is dirt cheap. I can spend 6 months sitting in my office working on a problem, which is probably equivalent to about 2 kilometers of cable trenching time. So if we do some engineering, we can reduce your project costs, we can reduce the project risk overall. Also, it matters hugely for the environment. That UXO thing was brilliant, wasn't it? Loved that how much better that is for the environment. But again, if we have to put down literally hundreds of thousands of tons of rock to protect a cable, it is not great for the environment, and Natural England are all over this at the moment. Or even if we use, the very brilliant rock bags, that's a £5 I've just got. Then it also does have an effect on the environment, and of course, actually installing these things and installing any type of protection or trenching has an effect. So we want to reduce those, and we can reduce those. Also, other marine users, obviously, if we put in a huge, great rock berm, it's not ideal, although the lobster fishermen like it. And the type of protection used actually, again, is important to have a look at. And I know this is interconnectors and everything else, but we should also mention CPS systems, because stability of the CPS and that particular part where the cable leaves the monopile and lands on the rock, again, needs to be analyzed properly. Otherwise, you may have problems. Okay. So what is currently happening? What do people currently do? What do they use? Typically, D&V code, F109. And there's a couple of bits of software you can use for that. There's stable lines, and there's pills, which is the result of a JIP, which Peritos were part of the steering committee for and did a lot of the work on the pipe soil interaction. Now, the problem with that, as you can see from that graph, or maybe you can see from the graph, is that for higher diameters, larger diameters, over 0.2, 0.3 of a meter, it's all looking quite good. But as you get smaller and smaller and smaller, actually the specific gravity you need tends towards infinity. Like this, so it's not, it breaks down at small diameters. It's not great for that because it was based on pipelines. It is a pipeline design code. Pipelines are massive. You'll be looking at something potentially a meter in diameter, which is hugely stiff. And obviously that has a very different effect on the seabed, and it sits differently on the seabed to a cable. It is a pipeline design code. It is not particularly suitable for cables. Other bits of software, there's the AGA software that models penetration depth and storms very, very nicely. There's a similar software as well, which is again subject of another JIP. And there's also the finite element stuff that you can use, Abacus, ANSYS, or Orcaflex, and they all have. I've got a slide in a sec which just compares them. They all have different benefits and different drawbacks. So this is what I'm saying. This code is good for pipelines. F109 is good for pipelines. There's been a lot of work on pipelines. There's been a lot of industry projects on pipelines. There has not been much on cables. But there is now. There's 3 JIPs that I currently know of. There's the British Standard 10,009, which should have been released already, but will be released very soon, which is specifically targeting cables on rocky seabeds. Imperators were involved in creation of that standard, along with a number of other companies. There's the PILS JRP. This is phase 2 of that. I think that's currently stalled at the moment, but it is kind of in the wings. It is coming. And there's the DROPS JRP, phase 3, I think, which again we're involved with, which I think I got the signed contract through earlier this week. So that is about to kick off the 3rd phase of that. So it's a recognized problem that using a pipeline design code is not the best thing for your cables. And there are a number of research projects currently looking into making it better. And here's just a very quick thing. If I haven't emphasized it enough, if we look at these graphs, they just show the difference in stiffness between a huge great trunk line, 32-inch. I mean, bear in mind, you could get a 42-inch trunk line offshore, but this thing nearly weighs 1,000 kilos a meter compared to a fiber optic cable that weighs a couple of kilos a meter. And the pipelines which are on the right, you probably can't see, but they deflect over 10 meters by 5 to 10 centimeters. This is under their self-weight. So they basically do not move. They are stiff, solid, straight lines. You have a cable, it will deflect 10 meters over 10 meters under its self-weight. It is a completely different beast, and it behaves differently subsea. The only similarity is it is a cylinder. And just another quick comparison of those methods that I went through. The other thing to look at is with those different bits of software is the wave theories that you can apply. As waves get bigger and water depths get smaller, or vice versa, different wave theories become applicable. Linear wave theory, which is commonly used, isn't always applicable. Some of the software packages can take that into account. Orcaflex is particularly good with different types of wave theories. Others can't. The other thing is the way that the packages deal with soils. In terms of the soil models they have, are they just a straight flat Coulomb friction? Does it allow some kind of penetration in there? Does it take into account of breakout of soils or not? So choosing the right bit of software and the right package makes a difference. Yes, it does. Right, so this is just a little example of just looking at the soils differently and doing something different with the soils. So stable lines doesn't include this. PILS includes another pipeline design code, RPF 114, and it includes the effect of pipe lay being this great big stiff pipe coming over a stinger and going down onto the seabed. Now, because the pipe is so big, you don't have a massive amount of penetration from it into the seabed. This is not so with cables. So effectively, because if you imagine this cable or this pipeline coming over the back of the boat, as the boat moves around, it bounces and it bounces around at the bottom and digs itself more deeply into the seabed than it would if it wasn't moving. If there was no motion there, it would not dig as much into the seabed. And that's typically, you have a dynamic lay factor estimated 1.5. So we did a little bit of work on this. We did a little bit of work on this, and we looked at 2 cables, a smaller one and a larger one. And we calculated the depth of penetration into the soils from those different types, different ways of looking at the analysis. And then we looked at, okay, with that amount of penetration, how stable is that cable? So there's a middle step here that I haven't shown, which is the calculation of depth of penetration. So if we do a static analysis with a smaller cable, you get a couple of meters, 2.2 meters. If we use the pipeline lay factors, you can say, well, okay, it allows a little bit of movement on our cable. So actually, it will take a 2.5 meter wave without moving. If we use Orcaflex, and by Casey static, what I mean there is we have modeled the cable going into the seabed, but there's no motion of the vessel. So we've modeled the catenary, but there's no vessel motion. We get nearly another meter. If we then add in the vessel motion on Orcaflex and model it, that cable has gone from being unstable at 2.3 meters to being stable at 5.1 meters of wave height. So by modeling explicitly how that cable is going to the seabed, we have doubled the wave height of which that cable is going to be stable under. So it makes a massive difference to move away from the pipeline codes and model things explicitly. And the difference was even bigger with the larger cable as well. Okay, so here's another example. That was on a softer seabed, softer soils. This is Saint-Nazaire wind farm in France. Very shallow water, lots of rocky seabed. We modeled this seabed, so that's a full 3D seabed profile, and the red line on it is the cable route that we modeled in Abacus. And what we did was we modeled different storms going through on this seabed and modeled how the cable would move. And basically, the cable moves from the yellow one, blue, red, and to white is its final location. And the pictures are shown one from each direction. And what you can see is that over time, as the storm comes through, the cable wanders around a little bit, and then it gets caught. It stops. Either in the first case, it falls down a hole, and then subsequent storms did not move it. Or in the other case, it gets butted up against a rock. And again, subsequent storms didn't move it. Now, the pipeline design code allows you a maximum movement of, depending on which one you use, either 0.5D or 10D, which if you've got a massive pipeline, which as we said is really, really stiff, and maybe it's a meter in diameter, if it moves 10 meters, actually that's a lot of force that's gone in to move that pipeline. If you've got a cable that's like this big, if it moves 10 diameters, it's moved a meter. And, you know, that's perfectly okay for that cable. So we can go outside of those limits and we can allow some movement of the cable. And by doing that, by allowing that movement of the cable, we can demonstrate that the cable becomes much, much more stable. And that's for two reasons. One, if you have Coulomb friction, if you just slide your hand across the table or something else, it's just nice and it will just slide nice and smoothly. If you glued some bits of gravel to that table, like rocks on the seabed, and you tried to move your hand across the table, it would get stuck. It would have to lift up over those bits of gravel to carry on. So by modeling the shape of the seabed, explicitly modeling the shape of the seabed, and using those features to enhance stability, we get much, much higher frictions than you might expect. And that's not, so that's on like the macro level with the large features with the hole and the rock and stuff. But it's also the same for the much smaller features. So if you have a cable coming out and going onto your rock berm from your CPS, where you have a load of smaller rocks, you don't have any huge great features, but you have a load of smaller rocks, it's still the same thing. The Coulomb friction of 0.8 or whatever people usually use for rock, which is just the HDPE sliding over the rock, is not really representative because you have all these rocks and the cable has to move up and down, up and down, up and down. It's not a big amount, but the University of Western Australia have done some work on this when they basically dragged cables across rocks. And I've got videos of it and you can see the pole they're dragging is moving around. And the friction factors they are getting from that work, and this is part of the BS 10009, which is coming out. The friction factors they were getting as part of that work were 10 times higher. So they're getting friction factors of nearly 8 from 0.8. So again, because the rocks are effectively the same size, maybe half the size of the cable. Like they're, you know, 100th of the size of the pipeline, but they are much more akin to the size of the cable. So it takes much more energy to move the cable over them. So there's a massive amount of benefit to be had in explicitly modeling the seabed and modeling both the macro features of the seabed and using the correct frictions for the micro, if it's on rock especially. There's a massive amount of benefit to be had. And doing this on the Saint-Nazaire wind farm, They initially went to put in 6,000 rock bags was their allotted amount. It reduced to something like 300 by using these techniques of modeling the seabed and allowing for the greater friction. And to prove it was correct, before they put it in, they put a couple of test cables out there. And they left the test cables out there, and each of these spikes is a big storm. And after every storm, they went and had a look. And this is what they got. Exactly as predicted, the cable moved about 3.5 meters, the eastern cable and the west cable about 1 meter in the storm, and then it stopped. Next storm came through, didn't move. It found its equilibrium position. Next storm came through, didn't move. So the client was happy that this method of analyzing the seabed actually worked in the real world. Just got to mention the CPS really, just to say, as already mentioned, modeling it, I should get this thing to waggle around. Yeah. So modeling the CPS again, and modeling the cable and how it moves on the rock and the cable protection system and how that moves and the interfaces and the stiffness of it and everything else can give you much more information and a much, much better understanding of what is actually happening, because it's not sometimes just the horizontal movement. There's a kind of vertical whipping movement as well. As I was nearly breakdancing then, which is which means it's definitely time up because nobody wants to see that. So basically, in conclusion, just to say, the existing codes, they are all pipeline based. They are generally overly conservative and potentially, depending on the situation, misleading. If we do things properly, if we do things cable specifically, if we accurately model the seabed, we can almost certainly lower the intervention requirements, which has benefits on your cost, benefits on your risk, benefits environmentally as well. And as I said, I'm going to say again, engineering's cheap. Get your engineering done early, get it done well, and your overall project outcomes will be better. Thank you.
Do we have questions, Lenny?
No, not Rene.
I'm not having to introduce myself again, I think. Chaz, thanks for the presentation. A question regarding the CPSs and the movement of the cables and the coming out of the CPS, etc. At a certain moment, we all stopped using post-installation scour protection on top of those CPSs because everybody told us it's not necessary because the friction is enough and it doesn't move that much. But in the end, there were a lot of problems, of course, with the CPSs. And as far as I've always understood, it's not the horizontal movement. It doesn't help because it's shaving over the rocks, and rocks are not smooth. But it's mainly being the slamming, picking up by the waves due to the limited water depth.
Yeah.
So what are we going to do about that?
Well, we're going to model it properly for a start.
That's what they said at that time as well, eh?
Yeah, but I think maybe there wasn't as much knowledge as there is now. And I don't think people spent enough on engineering as they maybe should have done to look at these things. But so we model it properly and we protect it properly. And there's a number of different ways of doing that. But I gave a presentation at another conference where we did a CPS retrofit, and we looked at a number of different things like, should we put a frame in? Should we use sandbags, rock bags, rock? There are a whole rake of things that we looked at. And in the end, the solution that the client went for was not probably the most elegant solution or anything else, but it was the fastest solution to protect it. But yeah, it's an issue which should be looked at in more detail.
Thanks.
Good. We have a question in the very back of the room. There you go.
Hi, Chess. This is Chad Egar from Voss Product. Yeah, you have demonstrated some models about the CPS, the behavior of the CPS, but yesterday, actually, we also have seen a presentation that the industry is looking at testing cables, but without the involvement of the cable manufacturers. My question is, when you're looking at the behavior of the CPS, how much reliable input are you getting from the CPS manufacturers?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I mean, we rely entirely on the data we are given by our clients, who are not the CPS manufacturers. So it's whatever they can glean. And in terms of bending moments and stiffness and those kind of things, including the cables actually, to get accurate information is difficult. So yeah, if anyone's got more information or would like to share more information, I'd be very pleased to get it.
Yep. Question from James. There you go.
Thank you, Jakob. I would have got the high if you break danced.
Excellent.
I have a couple of questions, and I ask from a novice point of view on this stuff. So, one, given how dynamic the seabed is, the soil models you showed, how much do they take account of possible changes in soil composition over time? That's the first question. And the second one, perhaps a bit more obvious, is with the displacement example that you showed, is the answer there, your recommendation, to simply lay the cable along the white line and not go for what was a red route as intended?
Yeah, so two very good questions, actually. I'm just going to answer the second one first. In terms of cable laying and laying it along the white line, there is only obviously a certain, like the cable lay vessel will have a lay tolerance. And some of those features will be quite small. So I would say, yes, you could potentially try and guide your cable lay towards the areas you think will give you the most stable route afterwards, but it's not going to be something that will work perfectly for sure. And I think I just don't think it's possible within the realms of accuracy. And also, it will cost you more if you're going more slowly to try and sneak it through. So there's always going to be a cost trade-off. Now, soil modelling over time, the soil composition is unlikely to change, but obviously the seabed does change, especially if you're in an area of mobile sediments, of sand waves, for instance, or other areas. So we can absolutely model that, but you'd model that within a series of different models. You wouldn't do it in one. You do, okay, the seabed's doing this. Okay, now the seabed's doing that. And you would kind of redo the modeling depending on what you think the seabed was doing to give you a picture over time, and then revisit it after you've done your surveys and everything else. You've installed it. Let's revisit it again, which is what we do a lot on the oil and gas sector. You always do a bottom roughness analysis after you have installed your pipeline to have a look at it and see where the free spans were and are and how they match with your predictions. Then after a storm, you're going to have another look again and just make sure so you're not over egging the pudding in terms of putting too much protection down that you don't actually need. So you kind of take a wait and see approach and just put down the protection that you need when you need it, I would say.
Okay, do we have any? Oh, we have a lot.
You can always catch me after coffee.
Let's take one more. Yeah, let's take one more and then coffee break. Please go ahead.
Yes, Van de Wild, DMV. I'm actually a bit puzzled because you talk about cables that are moving. Let's say from my background, I believe that most of the cables can actually not move. They are not tested for moving. They have hardly any allowance for moving. The only exception is our dynamic cables, which are under development, but that is still a very niche, let's say, area. So could you comment on that? What kind of movement do you allow on power cables, and what is the background of allowing that?
Yeah, so these aren't we're not talking about dynamic cables. We are not talking about cables that are meant for thousands of cycles and a cycle every second as a wave comes through. We are talking about a cable that might move 2 or 3 meters in a storm that occurs once and then it stays put. So it's not a dynamic moving cable. It's a static cable that moves. I mean, it's no different to saying the cable moves during installation. It will do. It will be bent and unbent and everything else. So again, it will move on the seabed, but it's not a fatigue issue because it's just a single, or maybe a couple of small movements. It's not a continuous vibration or continuous movement at all.
Good. But then I would say I saw a couple more hands up, but let's take those during the break and we can reconvene at 11:40 and we'll have a virtual presentation done. Yep. Thank you.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Ja, want in wat ben ik in Pernis. En daar hebben we daarvoor een Wordy voor hebben we Wordy opgezet. En nu tegen de staat. Ja, en nou ga ik naar Pernis. Ja.
Can you hear me, Charles?
Yes, Colin, yeah.
Do you want to share your screen?
I think we've just got to leave our mics off until we start, which is in about 7 or 8 minutes.
Yeah, but will you share your screen?
Yes, I will. Yep.
Okay. Yeah. I couldn't see that link. There was no link on the page she sent us. It was only when she sent the Zoom link that we were able to get into this. Anyway.
Yep. Understood. Yep.
Okay. Are you still there, Charles?
Yes. Yep. Just
Do you want to
waiting.
share your screen?
Oh, yes, I am sharing it already, actually.
Okay, I can't see it.
Ah. I'll send Mila a note.
Mm. See the screen. Let's go back in the program. Maybe they
They can see it.
They can see it, can they? Okay. Maybe
Yeah.
it's when they broadcast it, then we can see it.
Yep.
Seems a bit
I think that's
chaotic.
right.
Can you see a video of us? But I can't see whether we're able to see our face or not either. Can you see anything?
I'm not sharing just yet, but as soon as they introduce us, I'll start sharing. Yep.
Okay.
Fine. This is a hybrid event. Oh, I can see myself. Oh, it's not good. Yeah. So the next presentation will be from Charles Gross from Wood. I hope that we have him online.
Yes. Good morning.
Good morning. Okay, you made it. Perfect. You can see us, right? Or at least
I
me,
can see
and we can
you.
see. Yeah, perfect. We can see you as well. We can hear you. So
Right.
the floor is yours. Yeah.
Great. Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. My name is Charles Groves. I'm a survey
Sorry, I
consultant.
can't see the screen. I can't see anything.
Oh, apologies. I think, can everybody else see my screen there?
Yeah, here in the conference room, we can see it. Yes.
Oh, right. Colin, I'll just have to give you a shout when we get to your
Okay. All
your
right.
bit.
No worries.
And I'm here with my colleague Colin, as you heard. Colin, do you want to introduce yourself?
Yes. Hello, Colin McKinnon. I'm technical director at Wood.
Thank you. So today we're going to talk to you about lessons from recent offshore wind cable surveys, how to get maximum value out of your survey budget. So let's dive straight in. Okay. Okay, so on the agenda, we'll start with a little introduction to who we are, what we do, our experience, walk you through typical phases of survey for interconnectors, and then wind farms also, and then provide you with some broad survey costings. That's vessel day rates for different survey activities. And then Colin will talk to you a little bit about the engineering data that's required for wind farm layouts, foundations, moorings, and power cables. I'll then run through a few of the risks and opportunities when you do your survey work. And then hopefully there's a little time for a Q&A at the end. Okay, so yes, who are we? Well, I'm sure that many of you will know us at Wood. We are a consulting and engineering company with a 160-year history, operating in over 60 countries with 35,000 people, with a revenue last year of $5.5 billion, 22% of which was from sustainable solutions. The markets we cover are energy security and transition, metals and minerals, life sciences and chemicals. And there's a real focus on growth drivers of digitalization and decarbonization. So that's something we're very interested in. Okay, so in the context of power cable systems, what sort of survey and engineering support do we provide? Our Galway office provides a broad array of engineering studies that cover the full life cycle of power cable systems, from cost estimates and layouts through cable burial risk assessments and fabrication and maintenance. Our Glasgow office provides procurement and operation of met-ocean systems, electrical systems design, power performance, energy yield, and wind resource assessments. And then the Staines office, where Colin and I work, we provide survey management. So I'll just dive a little more deeply into what we mean by that. So again, this is broadly what we do. Obviously, every project differs, but we tend to develop strategies for survey for our clients, depending on what their objectives are. Provide them with the planning and procurement phase. So we would draft the technical documentation, issue the ITTs on their behalf, do the technical and commercial tender evaluations, and then support them through the contract negotiation phase. And then once the contract is awarded, we do the survey readiness audits, provide them with vessel assurance, oversee the work offshore, and then QC the reports after the work's completed. And then obviously we hand over that data to the engineering team. That might be us, or it might be a third party. A little of our experience. We worked on the East-West Interconnector for Air Grid, the FabLink project, France, Alderney, Britain, Celtic Interconnector, again for Air Grid, AO3 in Dunkirk for RTE, Hydro-Quebec, Canada, the IDLM interconnector, power cable depth of burial detection trials for RTE and National Grid in the Dover Strait. And then all three phases of geophysical and geotechnical work for Offshore Wind Limited, Morecambe Wind Farm. And then also for Offshore Wind Limited, the White Cross project in the Bristol Approaches, geophysical survey phase 1. And then finally, the Salamander project just off Peterhead for Simply Blue. So I won't read through all of those, but again, that's a sort of summary of the engineering studies and the survey management that we provided for variously for these projects. Okay, so what sort of phases of survey are involved for interconnectors? I've split this up into 3 phases, which I hope is logical, but you would start out typically with a reconnaissance bathymetric and geophysical survey, route survey. or use publicly available data if that's available in sufficient resolution. That allows you to refine your routing, and you might also commission a UXO desk study at this point as well. Phase 2 really is where you narrow that corridor. You're now looking at a narrow corridor with higher resolution, more information. And if your confidence in that route is sufficient, you might then carry out a UXO survey as well, if that data remains valid for the geotechnical phase. UXO survey data is valid only for a period. And then, of course, the Benthic survey would be done around this time as well. A few examples of the data that we would acquire. That's a side scan sonar top left. Top right is multi-beam echo sounder, or how that works. Throwing out a swathe of sound either side of the center line of the vessel. And then an example of side scan and multi-beam together. You can just about see a cable crossing that route left to right. Gradiometer or magnetometer. Gradiometer is just 2 magnetometers in a fixed frame. With an example below that, difficult to see, I appreciate, but that's an export cable route corridor from a wind farm running east-west. And within that, we've detected the transatlantic telecoms cable, TAT11, running northeast-southwest. And then sub-bottom data. So with an interconnector, you're probably only interested in around 10 meters of penetration. So a simple hull-mounted system would work for that. And then we move on to phase 3, which is a shallow penetration geotechnical investigation. So usually that would take the form of CPTs, cone penetrometers, and vibracores, with intervals varying depending on whether you're trenching that product or whether you're surface laying it and what your knowledge of those subground conditions are. So anywhere between 300-meter intervals and 5-kilometer intervals. And then just a few examples. A vibracore there on the left with the motor at the top and the sampling tube below it. And a CPT being deployed through the A-frame of a vessel. That's a coiled rod system, which is often used for cable route surveys. So for wind farms, only slightly different. We generally follow the OSIG guidance provided in 2014 for renewable energy developments. Phase 1, again, you would typically commission a UXO desk study. That's a threat and risk assessment, followed by a risk mitigation strategy that feeds into your survey specifications. And then the bathymetric and geophysical survey. So same instrument, same sensors as with the interconnectors, but you might have a sparker as well, which is a deeper penetration sub-bottom profiler. And then, of course, Benthic survey as well. I'll come on to that in a little more detail in a minute, covering the offshore wind farm and the export cable route corridor. All of this data will be fed into a ground model usually that you also add to when it comes to the geotechnical phases. So here's just an example of some deeper sparker data in a wind farm where the geophysical contractor has also interpreted those soil units. So that sparker, in this case, was penetrating between 60 and 100 meters below seabed. So much more significant than your hull-mounted sub-bottom profiler. So a little note at the bottom, as I mentioned, you should also take account of national regulatory requirements. So in the UK, the MMO is the governing body for this. You will either have to apply for a marine license or an exemption to operate offshore. So it's best to seek guidance on how to approach this and for liaison with the MMO. Okay, and then finally, sorry, not finally, the second phase is where we start the reconnaissance geotechnical investigation, and that is preceded by a UXO survey. The reconnaissance geotech survey is a mix of deep CPTs and boreholes to support the foundations design. And then you would also likely at this stage carry out a shallow investigation, geotechnical investigation along the export cable route corridor, which would then feed into the cable burial risk assessment work. And then finally, phase 3 is the detailed geotechnical survey, which is now done at the turbine or foundation locations themselves. It's really a confirmatory step because you should know the site-wide conditions following the reconnaissance investigation. And then a shallow geotechnical investigation now along the inter-array cable routes between those turbine locations. Similar to the interconnector surveys, that's only 3 to 6 meter vibrocore and CPTs. A few examples here of a drilling campaign we were involved in this summer. This is the deep drilling and CPT scope. A seabed frame there you'll see being deployed through the moon pool, and with the drill pipe running through the drill floor now down to the seabed frame on the seabed. And then finally a nice core there recovered from the seabed with a little bit of orange halite, quite rare, I understand. Okay, so probably these are going to be very broad day rates for vessels for typical survey work that we would expect to see. I've excluded some freak values because there's always going to be a different way to skin a cat, but ordinarily your phase 1 bathymetric and geophysical surveys might be somewhere between 35 and 50,000 a day for the vessel, using multi-beam side scan, sub-bottom profiler, and magnetometer or gradiometer. UXO survey work is similar, but without the sub-bottom work, so we're probably between 25 and 40,000 a day. And then shallow geotechnical work with the CPT and vibrocore, between 35 and 45,000 a day for a typical vessel running this equipment. And then deeper penetration geotechnical drilling and CPT work, much more expensive, 75 to 100 perhaps. I should say that these are quoted in the context of UK continental shelf water depths, 10 to 150 meters approximately, and that the prices will vary depending on circumstances. So I do intend that just to be a broad guide. I'll hand over to Colin now just to talk about the engineering data required for wind farm layouts. Colin.
Yes, thank you, Charles. Yeah, just really to emphasise the importance of the link between the survey team and the engineering team. The engineering team is obviously going to use the data that is gathered during the different phases. Phase 1, it's more of a concept stage. You're doing some layout, cable routing, landfall constraint, seabed roughness data. And then the geophysical, you can start to, again, use it during the concept stage, solve variability, maybe identifying rock types. And you can use that to start doing sort of identify what type of foundation design, what type of mooring design, what level of protection. So again, at a very early stage when you're trying to build up a project, get a feel for costs, that data can be useful. And then the geotechnical survey, the phase 2 and 3, that's really feeding the detailed design, the feed, and a lot more technical information flowing in. What you've also got your environmental data starting to flow into feeding your any constraints that might be along the route or feeding your environmental impact statements. But what's important is that all this data flows into the relevant GIS databases and the 3D ground modeling, so the engineers can have ready access to it. And I think if you click one more slide, there might be another. I'm sure there's another. Yeah, I think it's very important to have that collaboration between the engineering and the survey team. So you leverage the amount of data coming out. Survey is expensive data, and you want to make sure that everybody's clear about why you're gathering it and what they're using it for. So good communication, understanding where the risks are early on in the engineering, and then focusing your survey work on those risk areas. I think that's critical. So
great, thanks, Colin. Thank you for that. I'll just move on to risks and opportunities. I'll run through this quickly. I'm aware we don't have much time, but some of the risks involved with offshore survey work, we've seen in recent times a real uptick in survey demand. So it's important to plan at least a year ahead, sometimes 2 years ahead, depending on the survey work. Nowadays, often we won't be receiving lump sum offers. It'll often be on rates. And so how do we deal with a rates offer? I think it's important to normalize and scrutinize rates-based schedules between tenderers to make sure that you're evaluating them on a level playing field. Importantly, they will always be optimistic about weather downtime when they're offering a job on rates. So we like to insist on P90 probabilities for weather downtime estimates, so that we're not caught short and end up overrunning on costs. You might consider strategies for sharing weather downtime between the client and the contractor, but also it's important to think about the currents. On the UK continental shelf, we've got quite a wide range between high and low waters, and that means a lot of horizontally moving water, which is running quite fast, and that does affect operations. Single versus multiple contractors. I think if you're going to hive off separate lots of survey to different contractors, you may start to lose some of the control on the schedule, and you risk ending up with an expensive drilling vessel in the field with no ALARP certification from the UXO. That'll be a very costly mistake. So we often favor a single contractor that subcontracts as necessary. Effective offshore QC, again, important to have experienced offshore client reps who are well briefed regarding the client's objectives and the ITT technical documentation. If there's any remote processing being done, plan ahead for this, because it's difficult to QC that data offshore when there's a very wide loop physically in the processing of that information. Communications, important to ensure adequate internet bandwidth to communicate with the OCRs and ensure that data can be sent back to shore and out to the vessel as necessary. And then site-specific weather forecasting, that should be that will be very useful for operational management and looking ahead, planning ahead for the operation. If you're working on the UK continental shelf, you're bound to come into contact with the fishing communities. So seek assistance from a fisheries liaison company. That's invaluable. An environmental impact. Again, an environmental consultant is very useful here to walk you through the process of either applying for a license or operating under an exemption from a license. So what opportunities are there? Well, many ways to skin a cat, as mentioned previously. You might end up working in winter, and if you do, the vulnerability of that vessel to weather is obviously crucial. You may find it more cost effective to spend a little bit more on a larger vessel with a greater resistance to environmental conditions, and that will be more cost effective in the long term, but seek guidance. Really, this is in the context of wind farm surveys, but a phased approach will certainly reduce risk, allow you greater flexibility to freeze your design layouts at a later point, because you have a site-wide characterization of the site. And then I'd just talk a little bit about bankability versus the cost of the survey. You can do survey work more cheaply, but if you have investors, you might want to make sure that the project has some independent certification. The DNV does provide this. They would look at things such as metocean conditions on site, the quality of the geotechnical and geophysical data, the resolution, line spacing, penetration, quality, the density of your geotechnical campaign that fed into the ground model. So what confidence have you got in that ground model? And what is the split between the boreholes and the CPTs that you do for both of the phase 2 and phase 3 geotechnical campaigns? It's more costly to do boreholes, but they do give you arguably better data than the CPT does. And then opportunities for combining the work scope and reducing the number of vessel mobilizations. You could, for instance, do your UXO survey from the shallow geotechnical vessel, or the Bentic survey combined with the geophysical survey, or make more use of shared or public domain data that is often used in the initial phases. So I think that comes to the end of that. So I have now come to the any questions. So if I can throw it open to the floor, if there are any queries.
Thank you for your presentation. So do we have questions in the room? Any? No? Then I'll ask one of my own. You showed a couple day rates that I know that they're indicative, but still, given the prices, I was wondering, it's probably a major cost driver to take the vessel, or more so than the survey equipment and the survey personnel. Do you feel like those vessels are right-sized, or are their requirements higher than they need to be, and maybe we're all spending a little bit too much on that?
Well, what I've certainly seen is tenders we've received often range very widely in terms of the execution of the work. So often there's a nearshore element, for instance, and that nearshore survey may actually extend quite far out along the export cable route corridor. So there you're going to be using a smaller vessel at a much lower day rate, and it could be more cost effective. Typically, though, also you might have the deep drilling vessel that may offer to do the shallow geotechnical work, but you might be able to negotiate the rate down for that deep geotechnical vessel just to carry out that shallow geotechnical work. So there are lots of different ways of doing it, and I think the important thing is to seek some guidance from industry professionals and have a good relationship with the survey contractor who can help you through that work.
Okay, but do you have a feeling? Do we too often ask for a DP2 with the crane and everything if we could get away with a multicat? Or
yes, I mean you certainly wouldn't need DP3 anyway, but I think there's a larger difference probably in the age of the vessel and how well specified that vessel is. I think for geotechnical work, we usually ask for DP2 because there is some redundancy there, and for HSE, it gives our client greater satisfaction that they are running the operation safely. So yes, there are ways of economizing, and I think on a recent project we had an offer where the contractor was tendering a jack-up instead of the deep drilling vessel. But for us, when you think about that, the time it takes to jack up and jack down and then tow that jack up onto new location means that the schedule would have been far extended, so not very effective.
okay, so it's a matter of understanding a little bit better what you really need as well, and not
yes, absolutely,
copy pasting requirements from the last time we did it. It's good.
That's exactly right. Yeah.
Perfect. But then thank you very much for joining us, albeit virtually. We hope to see you in person next time. And in the meantime, we'll move on to the next presentation. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thank you. Sorry we couldn't be there in person.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you.
Enjoy the day.
Perfect.
Brilliant.
So we're switching gears a little bit, and we're going to cable monitoring. And we will have Etienne Rochat from Omnisense doing the first presentation.
Thank you, Jakob. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not sure you have noticed yet, but we are at the climax of the conference. That's not because I'm speaking, obviously. That would be just too much. It's because of the topic. I pretend that if we use fiber sensing correctly, some of the things that we discussed yesterday, we don't need. And some of the things that we will discuss later today, we may not have to do. I'm fully biased. Welcome to the world of fiber sensing. And I'll try to show you how we can efficiently protect submarine power cable using a bit of fiber, a bit of glass, and a bit of light. So some of you may wonder why I changed my gray color by a kind of a dark violet purple one, and I'm going to explain this. Then I will introduce you to how we do fiber sensing and how we instrument some of those big assets that are export cable, interarray, or interconnector. I will discuss a little bit fault finding as well and bring some conclusion. Yes. So I was introduced as Omnisense, and I'm saying EOS, and EOS stands for Electronic and Optical Sensing Solution. Why a new branding? Why a new name? 3 years ago, Omnisense was taken over by Prysmian, and we have been merged with Prysmian Electronics, that is known under the Precam brand, that is providing partial discharge to the field. Prysmian Electronics was founded back in 2008 in Palermo, in Sicily. And then Omnisense was founded as a startup of the Swiss Federal Institute of Technology in Lausanne, in Switzerland, back in 1999. So been in the field for 25 years and was acquired in 21 by Prysmian. And now we made a big box around that. We call it Electronic and Optical Sensing Solution, EOS, with a new purple color. And that's me. So same people, same product, a new brand. Good. We have integrated monitoring solution, a portfolio of proprietary solution for DXS, where the X could be temperature, DTS, strain, DSS, or acoustic, DAS, which we master in the background. We can deploy this over short, a few meters, in the case of strain or temperature, to very long distance. We have also measurement of partial discharge and sheath current monitoring, and that we can deploy for 24/7 or for spot measurement. You have a look at the type of instrument around there. So the optical family on the top and the electrical family on the bottom. It's not sufficient to have the interrogator. You need to do something with this and to integrate into a full asset monitoring solution. To do this, you need to make sure that you design your monitoring correctly, that you have a good project management so that the interrogator and everything is in the right location at the right time and configured correctly. You need to have an understanding of the fiber and qualify this. And you need to have something that looks after the data 24/7 without needing some engineers to do the job for you. And then you need some technical support, some maintenance plan over longer time. You need field service team that are qualified to go offshore. You need service level agreement, and you need an all sort of ISO certification. Some are missing there. And somewhere, and this is in Palermo, we have a control room where we can have access to the data, to customer data when we provide assistance. And in the bottom there, it's an example of what a monitoring solution could be, often with a geographic information system with a map where you show the event, the alarms, and what you are looking for. That's the bit I like most. That's the physics one. How does it work, that sensing? Basically, we send a pulse of light down the fiber, and the fiber will send back a little bit of backscattering, a tiny amount of light that we are going to analyze over the distance. So the first thing we need, it's a time domain measurement. And knowing the time and being Swiss, knowing a little bit on watches and time measurement, we can convert the time to distance. That's the localization of the event. And then on top of that, we are going to look at the backscattering. I struggle with the stuff. No. So in the backscattering, we have three phenomena. The first one, known as Rayleigh, is exactly the same light that is coming back to the system. And then there are another two, one named after Mr. Brillouin and one after Mr. Raman, where we see that the light which is sent back by the fiber is slightly different. We are changing the color of the light doing this. And with Brillouin, we are actually looking at variation of the returning wavelength to extract temperature strain. And with Raman, we are looking at the intensity to look for temperature information. And then you just play with one of these and look for what you want. With Brillouin Raman, if you use a calibration process, then you have the temperature along your fiber, therefore along your cable from which you can extract meaningful information. If you use Brillouin with a tight buffer fiber, so if you couple the strain to the fiber, you get access to the deformation of the cable. That opens the way to bending radius, for instance, or lateral drag or things like this. And if you look at Rayleigh over time, so you compare a measurement with the previous one, and you keep going like this and then integrate what you do, you get access to strain variation or temperature variation that allows you to detect strong event or perturbation along the cable. The Raman and Brillouin effects can be calibrated. They are absolute measurement. The Rayleigh effect, in some cases, can be calibrated too, but the way we deploy it in the power cable industry usually is just a comparison purposes. There are now in the industry a number of standards. So we heard about the standard to design the cable and to extrapolate on the movement of the cable and things like this. And we have our own standard for DTS, DAS, and DSS that were published over the last year. They basically define a common language within the community so that when you are coming to us and asking for temperature measurement, we understand each other, we speak the same language, and also that when we claim something between competitors, we also hopefully speak the same language and say the same things. And that's not always work like this, but in principle, that's the point of the standard. The standard defines the how far. Are you measuring 1 kilometer, 50 kilometer, 100 kilometer, or whatever? How detailed? Are you looking at a millimeter or are you looking at 100 meter? I mean, both could be interesting depending on the application. How fast? Does it take a millisecond to get a measurement or 5 hours? And how well? Well, that's probably the most critical one. And the how well usually is if I measure once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, and nothing is changing, do I get the same measurement? And it's a Gaussian distribution. That's called the repeatability. That's the case for temperature and strain. And for acoustic, the how well is more the dynamic range, the noise floor, the frequency response, and things like this. What is important in there? Those standards are at the interrogator level only. So it doesn't speak about the cable, doesn't speak about the application, nothing. It doesn't speak about the software either. It's purely the physics of the interrogator. What it says also, yeah. The good news is that we are working within CGRE on a technical brochure on site acceptance test. And in there will be guidelines on how to test those interrogator, mainly DTS and DAS, in the field to make sure that they are producing or delivering you the result that you are expecting. So how do we get there? We have our asset. There is the fiber. We send the line, we measure, that's the sensor part. And then we have the interrogator, which is in a rack somewhere on the offshore platform on the onshore substation, from which we extract the data. That's the monitoring part. There's not much information yet. You need to process the raw data to bring something meaningful, at least to convert the measurement into temperature to begin with. And then from this, someone will be able to manage the information and to take an action. And usually, for us sensing company, the job stops more or less there. I'm not the guy who is going to curtail the wind farm, for sure not. But on our data, someone may say, well, actually, I can produce a bit more because the cable is cold, or the other way around. So eventually, this information is sent to the end user that will deal with it. Let's try to move a little bit to what we can do with it. So if we look at the power cable, for instance, a hotspot is probably a problem. Cable is buried too deep, or there has been damage somewhere, the joint is failing. But if you are on a pipeline and you have a hot fluid, then the hotspot is probably a leak. And if you are on a subsea flow line, which is heated electrically, then the hotspot is likely also a leak. And you can see from that table that using the same technology in different fields, you get access to different information and different things that you can do. And by learning in one field and transferring the know-how to another field, you improve also what you can do in there. Of course, if you have a DAS, in a power cable, a massive release of energy could well be short circuit. But if you have a pipeline, a gas pipeline, and you have a massive amount of energy, it's probably a leak. So same signals, same type of signals, but different interpretation in the background. And today I'll concentrate on DTS and DAS for power cable. That's the topic. So how can we instrument complex export cable routes? Some example that I can share. I was allowed to, that's public material. The first one is from the Hornsea 1 wind farm, which I think is still the largest one in operation, or was at the time. It's a beast, 1.2 gigawatt installed capacity. It has a 3 export cable going to the sea. Then there is a reactive compensating station, and then it goes further to 3 offshore substations divided in there. 438 kilometers of offshore cable, about 120 kilometers of land cable, and then interconnectors between these 2 stations. Every single meter of the cable are measured for temperature. It looks like this. So 1 interrogator onshore going to the transition joint bay, 2 interrogator on the middle station working in both directions, and then 1 in the central substation. And for this particular case, on the longest link, we use our Brillouin-based technology with loop and amplification. That's the one that allows us to go to the longest distance right now. Interestingly, when you look at the data, one of the things that we do is to measure the how well and check that the repeatability that we gave at the origin of the project is the one that we find in the field. That's an example of the repeatability. I'm not going too much into the details which are around there, but the blue curve was our expectation based on the fiber loss for the particular project. And the result at the end of the day is much better, meaning that the original assumption on the fiber build was pessimistic, and the reality is much better than what the expectation was. And this is a key message. When a fiber sensing guy is telling you the fiber loss is important, that is really important. It makes the big difference between those kind of things. And if you look then at the temperature profile, well, you may say it's noise. No, it's not. Every fine structure in there has an explanation in the S-build, in the size of the cable, in the load, in the depth of burial, depth of cover, and whatever you can imagine around the route. And if you actually spend the time to analyze this, there is a lot that you can learn on your cable. And if you look at some interesting spot, which is the J-tube, looking here at the middle station, where the cable goes into the J-tube and then into the sea, the first part of the cable is exposed to air. So it's not very well cooled down. That's a hot spot. And actually on those 440 kilometer export cable, you do look at a few meters there, which is in the air, going into the water, and then back into seabed, and you see the variation of the loss. That's the type of things that you can get and how you can drive your farm with those signals. Moving to another wind farm, which is in the Baltic, the Cluster Westlich Aldegrund, CWA1, made of 2 wind farms. So we are in the 700 megawatt or so. 3 export cable, 2 going to 1 platform, another one going to the second platform, little interconnector, instrumented with a Brillouin DTS. Land section has multi-mode fibers into our jargon. That's instrumented with Raman DTS. And then there were also some PT100 as temperature gauges for references with fiber loop, just in case you want to make some comparison. Again, on the calibration process, I'm not sure where I have to point this, that it works. No, wrong direction. The fibers were tested in the lab to get the calibration coefficient. And then we have here a few examples of the raw data. Here you see peaks. The fiber is actually going into a manhole, and you start seeing the day-night temperature fluctuation unrelated to the load. You see the HDD, you see some junction box. This position there is the crossing on the Nord Stream pipeline. So apparently it's provided a little hotspot on the fiber, and you can go on like this, and all this makes sense. Other things which are interesting is to compare DTS measurement with metocean data. This exact curve is not coming from CWA1, but we found there basically the same things. There are some positions where the cable is exposed to the water. And if the cable is not loaded, what you are measuring is actually the water temperature. And so by using external database for DTS, you can work out what the temperature of the water is and compare to the DTS that you measure. It works well. That's good news. And then if you look over long time series, and in particular, you compute the conductor temperature with respect to the temperature and the load, you see things like big waves. And this is actually the influence of the water temperature on the cable. And it's not always well understood. At the design, you just say, well, temperature of the water is whatever constant over the year. In reality, it's not. And it means that if your cable was designed in there, when the cable is colder, you can actually overrate it and produce more. And some people are using this eventually to make some money. Looking to an interconnector, Nemo link, about 140 kilometers between Belgium and UK. There is a lot of fiber because there is a big helix factor in the design, and in there we've instrumented with DAS and DTS for the sake of demonstration purposes, showing that we can cover the full distance at the time that was really long. Now I'm just showing some event with the acoustic. Well, either you see things live and you tap on the cable and that's okay, or you just share some pictures like this. We see the vessel, we see rock placement, so working on the cable, some unplanned civil work. Basically, someone is doing something which is not necessarily dangerous for the cable, but is not supposed to be there. It's unknown. You can raise an alarm and check that they are not doing things they are not supposed to. Now, in the direction of using DAS for interconnector or a power cable, what is interesting is to localize fault. I mean, it's difficult to prevent a short circuit by using an acoustic system, but at least you can say very quickly where the short circuit was and shorten the time to repair and get back much faster into operation. There are now a number of evidence that you can shorten this. Not much data I can share, but I have a few data there. The first interesting case, it's a combination of DTS and DAS. There was a hotspot that was measured by the DTS without any reason. Found out later on that it was a defect or default or whatever. I'm not a legal guy. I'm not sure what the right term is. But anyway, something was wrong with the cable. There was a repair campaign which was organized, and actually the vessel that came and followed the cable to go to the repair position was guided by the DAS. So you imagine someone looking at the screen and saying, move a little bit more, stop. And then you just a deep dive, so to speak, and sure enough, that was where the position was. So it does work in the combination. Some high energy fault release also, where we've shown that from the DAS data, we were capable of finding the fault within 10-15 meters, was later confirmed by postmortem analysis that the position was right. And also some pinpointing service. So basically you go with some power sources and something like a portable DAS. If you thumb the cable, off it goes, and then you can localize there and you can send the crew quickly to do the work. It's about time to conclude. Yes. So it's a mature technology. It has virtually no impact on the power cable manufacturing because there is a fiber there for telecommunication anyway. It covers long distance now. It's field proven. I mean, we've been in the field and we are not the only one for quite some time. It allows you to look at complex export cable route, at interconnector, at fault finding. That's just a subset of the things that we can do. What is important is that you have to match the distributed fiber optic sensing to the application. Don't think that DTS or DAS or DSS on its own is the solution. Often the solution is a combination of. So when suitable, combine. If not, just use a single one. full coverage as much as you can. Always look everywhere, because the unexpected happens where you are not looking. And make sure that you have an accurate distance calibration, so your fiber distance is matching your asset distance. And then if you have good data, then you can do nice application software. We say that normally in a much worse way, but I will refrain myself. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Etienne. We do have time for a question from the room. So are there any? Yes. Okay. Maybe if we go with the gentleman in the back first.
Thank you. Ander Madriaga, Aon Risk Engineering. Thank you very much. Very interesting presentation. Two questions, if I may. Do you have plans of offering the services to non-premium cables? That's one question. And the other one, for longer interconnectors, we've seen recently that some of them have decided perhaps not to take as comprehensive packages as the one you have described there for NEMO. So could you please share your thoughts on that one?
So on the first question, the answer is, of course, we spend our life delivering our solution to all the cable suppliers, and we still deliver our solution to all the cable suppliers, regardless of who that is. Now, I obviously have a love for my mother company. That's okay, but it's the end of the story. So yes, if you want a monitoring solution from us, it's not a problem. And one of the reasons of EOS is to make sure that everybody understands there is a cut between the sensing and the cable, so that it allows us to continue delivering our solution to whoever needs the solution. On the long interconnector, well, I understand that some people don't want to get the full package. I think we should at least put the fibers all the way through as much as we can, because it's difficult to say where we will be next year and the year after, but for sure we are making progresses. I mean, we'll hear that with the next talk as well. So if you think that today the upper limit is 50 kilometers, well, you are wrong. And if you think that it's 100, you're still wrong. Where the limit's going to be, not clear, but much longer. So as much as possible, at least bring the fibers. On much longer routes, it's challenging because you will need something that more complex than this. I mean, if you want to do 1,000 kilometers, that's not going to work for sure. Then we need other solution. It's much more complex. But thinking, monitoring over the full distance as much as we can, I think it's worth doing. Yeah. Good.
James, do you still have a question or?
Sweet.
It was the same. Okay, you wanted so go ahead. Then we'll take one from here.
Okay, thank you very much.
I do the delivery.
No, thank you for the presentation. It's really interesting. One question: if you want to make use of the transport capacity maximum in a safe way, you have to, of course, avoid getting over the maximum temperature of the conductor. What can you say about accuracy of the system? We have, of course, the fiber temperature itself, but also the conductor temperature, which is calculated.
You want the commercial answer or the real one?
The real one.
In the field, if you do a good job on the fiber calibration, you are within 2 degrees. So on the 100 kilometer cable, if your crew obtain 2 degrees over the full distance, they've done a good job. In the lab, you can do better, but in real field condition, that's about that. And then the people who have investigated real-time thermal rating driven by DTS, so not as per the IEC standard, because that's exceeding the temperature, but really looking at, okay, if I use the physics with the DTS and the load, where do I get? Then you are within 4 or 5 degrees, meaning that altogether, what we pretend is probably around 5, 6 from the reality. So if you want to go to 90, set it to 85. Yeah. Having said this, you still have margin to improve the load. And there are a few examples. One of them is BritNet, but they don't have a fiber all the way. And the other one is the Slide and Coxsacre from Ilia. I'm not sure I pronounced that correctly, where they do regularly overrating. So they transport more than they are supposed to because they have an understanding and a good model of the thermal properties of the cable. So at least those two examples are known, have been published, and show that it's possible. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
To add to this, Dennis Stufkens from BritNet had a presentation a couple years back where he said they're hitting the limits on the converters, not the cable anymore, when they overrate it. Yeah. Good. But thank you very much, Etienne. Then we will move on to the... Oh. We'll move on to another sensing presentation with Roger Quickmore from Luna Innovation. And Frank, if you want. Then Chaz wants, and I can see it in his eyes. Chaz gets... Speak. Sorry? You don't need to push anything. I'm sure that is do as well.
Right. Hello, my name's Roger Quickmore. I'm a optical systems specialist with Luna Innovations Europe, which is a specialist distributed fiber optic sensing company. Now, as I'm sure all of you are aware, submarine cables are sort of multi-million or these days even multi-billion pound investment. So you want to look after them and optimize their performance and provide yourself with a warning of any threats that are facing the cable. Now, these threats, they may be external things such as people dragging anchors or trawling nearby, or there may be sort of internal faults in the cable or just sort of overheating through pumping too much power into them. Now, fiber optic sensing is sort of very well suited to cable monitoring. There's a number of reasons for this. Firstly, that we can operate on just a standard fiber optic cable. You don't have to do anything special to the cable. You don't have to write anything into it. It's just a bog standard cable. There's no subsea power required. So all the nastiest electronics you can keep safely on dry land, so you have access to it if you do have a problem with it. You can get a range of measurement along the cable of now so in excess of 100 kilometers. So just from one end, keeping everything on land, you can get out to a, well, I'll show sort of 160 kilometers in these measurements. And over that length, you're making measurements roughly every sort of a few tens of meters or so. The other advantage of fiber is, of course, there's no electromagnetic pickup, which is very important if you've got a power cable with sort of a few gigawatts of power going through it. There's a lot of EM fields about. So just skip one. Okay. Well, there's a number of different, as the last speaker was saying, there's a number of different distributed fiber optic systems. They generally have a number of things in common. You transmit light, which is normally at the telecom wavelength of 1550 nanometers into the fiber. And some of that light gets backscattered from the fiber by a variety of different mechanisms. Then some property of the backscattered light is analysed to give the required information. There's various techniques involved, all of which Luna are involved with. There's a distributed acoustic sensing, which sort of measures, if like, vibrations in the fiber, which got a frequency range from sort of sub-hertz up to sort of a kilohertz, depending on the range you're looking over. It's typically used to detect things, well, physical threats, such as anchor drag or trawling nearby, or there may be some sound which is produced internally, which can happen if you've got faults in the fiber, or if you've actually got a free span bit of the fiber sort of flaps up and down slowly, and you can pick that up. There's distributed temperature sensing, which, as the name suggests, measures the temperature. And here, well, you're just measuring the general temperature of the fiber, but also you can pick up hot spots if there's faults in the fibre, or you can find out, get some information of the depth of burial of it. And lastly, there's distributed strain and temperature, which is similar to distributed temperature sensing, but you also get strain. So if you get sort of a bit of sag in the cable, you can see that as well. So I've got here a sort of illustration of a DTSS system. So the interrogator bit sits here in land. You send a pulse of light out along the fibre, which is, well, in the case of the system we're working on, 500 nanoseconds long. Then some of the light gets backscattered, which you sort of analyse back here. Now, the backscattered light is shifted in frequency by about 11 gigahertz from the transmitted light, and but the exact frequency of this peak moves up and down. It actually moves up and down with both temperature and strain, but we think in the case we're interested in, it's mainly just a temperature change. So we can measure the length of the pulse determines the spatial resolution we've got, and in this case it's about 50 meters, and it's quite a slow measurement. We only actually get one measurement every 50 minutes or so, but it's a big cable and its temperature doesn't really vary that quickly, so that's okay. If you go to sort of the shorter lengths of cable, you can get much better spatial resolution and much quicker sampling, but for long cables everything sort of slows down somewhat. One of the issues is that obviously on the very long interconnects, you want to measure as far along the fibre as possible. The problem is obviously the light just attenuates as it goes down the fibre, and typically you'd be running out of light around about sort of 100 kilometres. Even in the best fibre, over 100 kilometres, because the light's got to go there and back, you've got an attenuation of about 32 dBs, or for those of you who don't like thinking in 32 dBs, you've only got about one part in 1600 coming back compared to what you have at the start of the fibre. So there's not much light coming back. Well, so you might think, well, we haven't got much light coming back. Can we just send more light into the fibre? Unfortunately, you can't. The reason for this is if you pump too much light in, you start introducing nonlinear effects. And the way I like to explain this simply is rather like waves on top of the water, light is a wave. And in order to do these measurements, we like nice smooth waves. But if you start sort of blowing too hard, so it'd be the wind or the optical power, your wave starts breaking, and that really messes up your noise. So rather than pumping more light into the fibre, to get the extra range, we use some remote amplification. Now, there's a program set up to look at this, which is called the GoSense program, which has a number of participants with a wide range of interests, ranging from, at one end, wrong button, the Danish Technical University, who were just sort of doing some basic university research, up to EnergyNet, who are a cable operator, with Luna sort of sat here in the middle, actually talking to both ends of the spectrum. For those not familiar with Luna, it actually consists of 3 different fibre optic sensing companies. OptSense and Selixa are based here in the UK, and Lars in Germany, but they've all sort of now at various stages come under the Luna brand, Luna being an American fibre optic sensing company. Okay, so the technique, no, this thing keeps skipping slides. It's annoying. Okay, optical amplification methods. A lot of optical amplification methods use something called a erbium doped fibre amplifier. which I've got a diagram of here. To do the application, you send the light through a coil of erbium doped fiber, which is sort of pumped by light here from a laser at a shorter wavelength than the light you're transmitting. Now, obviously, this pump here needs power to operate. Now, there's a number of ways of doing this. In the very long telecoms interconnection cables, the pump is actually powered electrically. There's an electrical supply going all the way across the ocean. Now, you could get a very long way with a sensing system based on this technique, but then it's quite a complicated thing. You've got to sort of put in these amplifiers every sort of 100, 150 meters or so. You've got to get electrical power to the amplifiers. It's all got to be planned into the cable from the sort of very earliest stages. And as yet, I don't think there is a sort of interconnect with a sensing system like that in operation. It's possible to simply transmit the pump light from land, which gets you some distance away from the shore. The problem is then, of course, the pump light itself gets attenuated. So you may be able to get up to, sort of, 200, 250 kilometers using that method. But again, you've got to have still got to have the erbium doped fiber and some extra components in the cable. The technique we've been looking at is something called Raman amplification, which works on just the normal fiber. So
you have to point it at the back.
At the back?
Yes.
Okay, there. Raman amplification, it's quite simple in principle. You have the interrogation system. You put in pump light here at a slightly shorter wavelength, mix them together and send them out into the subsea cable. The pump light is sort of quite a powerful source. But what happens is you actually amplify both the transmitted and the return light. So if the red line which shows you the amount of sort of backscatter signal you're getting without amplification, the blue line is with amplification. And so you can see roughly that you're getting the same amount light back at 150 kilometers with the amplification as you were without the amplification. So you've gained yourself an extra sort of 50 kilometers. Turns out actually to get the best overall amplification, this isn't the best technique. You don't actually want to mix them at the very beginning. I could actually go into this, but it's actually a whole talk on itself. So the optimum arrangement would actually be to start off and send the pump and the signal light through a 20-kilometer delay leads before they get mixed. Unfortunately, in the system that we're testing it on, the subsea cable doesn't have these sort of convenient 20 kilometers delay leads. So we just put them in at the shore end. But that would be the sort of optimal arrangement. So the link we're putting it on is what's known as, it's the Viking link. Various people have talked about it. So I'm getting a bit short of time. I don't think I'll mention it much about it, except it's operated jointly by the National Grid in the UK and EnergyNet in Denmark. And our interrogation system is housed in a EnergyNet building up here on the Danish coast. Quick picture of the system. Somewhat a sort of not a lab demonstration, but sort of prototype system. The interrogator system sits here. Pump lasers sit down there. Fiber spools, the 20-kilometer spools sit down there. And the rest is just sort of power supplies and fans. So this has been in operation now since early April. As I said, we get one measurement out every 50 minutes. We didn't actually have an initial temperature calibration on this system. So or we can measure the change in temperature since the start, but rather than the absolute temperature. But that's really enough for the demonstration. So I've got a plot here showing the data over a 6-month period. You can see, well, for a start, you can see different ranges on the data. The first one here is the first 20 kilometers, which is just inside the EnergyNet building. Obviously, nice and temperature stable in there. Air conditioning work and heating works very well, so stable, nice in temperature. This section here is a bit complicated. It's running on land at various differences and various barrel depths. It's all a bit of a mess. This bit here is the bit we're sort of interested in, which is the subsea cable. You see, as you start out from April to October, there's generally a sort of warming trend in the data, as you'd expect, simply because the sea temperature is getting warmer. But there's also a lot of sort of horizontal striping, which is related to the changes in the current flowing through the cable. There's sort of some periods here where I'm not quite sure why, but there seems to be no current sort of flowing for quite a few weeks. I don't know if they're running some tests on it or something else. You see, we're measuring over now. Well, hundreds. I say we can get up to about 160 kilometers. After that, the noise just sort of starts going through the roof. But without the application, we'd still be down at sort of 100 kilometers or so. If you look at the temperature, on this plot, the blue line is the mean temperature we've measured in the subsea cable. No, so the red line is the temperature. The blue line is the current which is going through it, and you can see that the current is still quite spiky, as you'd expect on these sort of interconnect cables. Generally, of course, the temperature is increasing as the sea temperature increases, but there are these periods where the current sort of gets turned off and it all settles down to a nice steady temperature. If I go on to a shorter time scale, you can see in more detail where the current goes up, the temperature goes up. As you sort of inherently expect, there's always a lag between the current going up and the temperature going up. In order to sort of investigate this sort of relationship a bit more closely, EnergyNet developed this finite element model of the fibre. So we have the two conductor cores here, and the fibre cable sort of, I'll say, wedged in there. So we didn't actually know, I couldn't actually find what the sea bottom temperature profile was, but the sea here is relatively shallow. So I just assumed that it was the same as the surface temperature variation, but 3 degrees lower, because that sort of, basically more or less fitted the data. Okay, so when you sort of run the model with the known current, the blue line here, the blue line is from the finite element model, and the red line is from what we can measure. And you can see there's a sort of very good, well, generally sort of very good correlation between the measurement and the data. Some of the precise features aren't quite right, but it's quite a good fit. Now, most of the data cable seems to show a similar sort of variation, but there are some regions of the cable which seem to show some rather strange effects. Notably, you notice there's one region here and another region here about sort of 10 kilometers away where it seems to get hotter than the rest of the cable. And there's one region here and another region here where it seems to be cooler than the rest of the cable. Rather strangely, we observed that these two sort of differences aren't actually constant. There's the blue is the mean temperature, but the two cooler regions suddenly seem to get cooler at this point here in mid-June, and then sort of while the two hotter regions suddenly get hotter in mid-July. Then back in October, everything seems to come back together. So there's something strange happening with the cable in these points, but at the moment we're not entirely sure what's going on. It may, of course, as I said earlier, this technique is sensitive to both strain and temperature. So it may be that we're actually picking up some strain effect rather than a temperature effect. There's no. Yeah, there's another region of a cable we found where, although the mean temperature seems to be about right, the temperature changes more than you'd expect with the current changes. So in this case, the most likely thing is that there's some feature in the cable, whether it's a fault or some feature in its manufacture, which causes extra resistance at this point, which causes this greater change with temperature, greater change of temperature with flow. Might know that. So in summary, we've sort of applied this Raman amplification system to enable us DTS to measure out to a temperature range of over 160 kilometers. And we made 6 months of measurements on the Viking interconnect link. We've done it on just a standard cable, although, as I said earlier, it would benefit if we could have had 20 meters of separate cables at the beginning, but we didn't, so we just had to use standard cable. The cable temperature, it shows sort of the expected variations given the sea temperature and the current changes. Most channels in the cables do seem to show what we expect, but there are a few that we've noticed where something strange is going on. And interestingly, none of these atypical channels we could have been seen without the amplification. Finally, although we've been running this on a DTSS system, the same amplification could actually be used on a DAS system. So, any questions?
Yeah, thank you. Do we have questions from the audience? Sorry, it's one there. Yeah. It's coming, don't worry. Yeah.
Thanks very much. Great presentation. Do you have any kind of shutdown in the event of cable damage or cable break with class 4 lasers and everything else?
No. It's, we did have discussions about this with EnergyNet, because you're right, there's a few watts of power going into this system. They didn't seem that concerned about it. It's in the, well, from a access point of view, it's in a building lock which only the EnergyNet can get into. It's sort of, the whole thing's sort of plastered with warning signs, but there's no sort of automatic shutdown if something were to happen with the cable.
Thank you.
Good. Any further questions? There is one here.
Hi, have you seen projects with fiber optic repeaters?
Yeah.
And is that, how does that work? Is it?
Well, repeaters are what I was referring to as the urban duct fiber amplifiers.
So they would be onshore only?
No, they would have to be subsea. So I say that there would be two ways of powering them. You've got to get the energy from this the pump laser to the urban duct. The urban duct fiber's got to be subsea. The pump laser could be onshore, but that sort of limits the range you can send the light down the fiber to get to the pump fiber. The other way is obviously to power the pump electrically, but then you've got to get electrical power down to it. I mean, it can be done because that's how they do all the transoceanic telecoms link, because they have these repeaters every sort of 100, 150 kilometers or so. But obviously it makes the whole cable design a lot more complicated.
And installation-wise?
Pardon?
Installation-wise?
Probably somewhat more complicated as well, because you're going to have these sort of bumps in the cable to get the amplifiers in as well, which will make life a bit more tricky, so installing it. But if it's only one every 150 kilometers, it's not too bad, I suppose. But
thank you.
Maybe from a cable manufacturer's perspective, let's keep in mind the telecom amplifiers don't have 2 kiloamp currents flowing right next to them.
This is true.
So that
you have to worry about their
doesn't help.
shielding. You have to worry about a bit more shielding than they have to worry about.
Yes. So we've seen instances where taking fiber optic technology, putting it into power cables doesn't always work perfectly well. Yeah. But maybe one question from my side. The approach you showed with the pump laser being onshore and then having the 20-kilometer loop and just having multiplexer subsea, would that be an option to retrofit this through a joint? Because in an HVDC cable, like you showed it, it's bundled, the fiber is on top. You could imagine an instance of going in there, taking only the fiber up, splicing in your WDM, and then putting it back.
Well, I'm not an expert on how the cables are constructed. I think in this case, it's all in sort of one big bundle, so you have to bring the whole thing up.
Yeah, they have separate armoring.
Okay.
So there are 3 separate cables that are sort of taped together. You could try to undo that on the seabed and then cut only the fiber.
Well, then you've got to splice the new bit in on the seabed, which
if it's worth it, it's
well, it's I think it'd be easy in these sort of shallow water just to bring the whole thing up. Yeah,
but then you have to turn it off. That's
yeah. Well, yeah. Okay. I think if you want to do something like this, you do it before you put it down.
Yes,
to be honest.
yeah, of course. But I'm thinking about retrofit. Yeah. Okay, but then thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you. And with that, we are arriving at the lunch break. So we will have an hour off and we will get back at 5 minutes after 2. So around 2, please start finding your way to your seats. Thank you. Okay. Good. So, welcome back, everybody. I hope you enjoyed the lunch. We're off to the second half of the day. Final stretch, almost. So we will have the next presenter, Anil Kumar from VAS Product.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to my presentation, where today I'll be talking about subsea cable accessories for emergency and repair cable campaigns. My name's Anil Kumar, and I'm the Sales and Project Manager for VOS Product. And the agenda today will be, initially, we'll just give you a brief overview of VOS Product, talk about the market, the challenges, and our solutions. So, VOS Product is based in the Netherlands. It is a family-owned company, and we also have a UK sales office. At the moment, the UK sales office is a extension of the sales office in the Netherlands, but we've got it positioned in the UK for sort of the offshore UK projects and local content requirements. In my opinion, sort of the local content requirements for UK offshore wind farm projects is still very ambiguous and vague. But for example, if we needed to facilitate sort of production or assembly operations in the UK, we have a base and we're primed to facilitate that. About the company itself, so we've been in the market for 20 years. We work in the wind, oil, and gas and interconnections markets, and yeah, we work predominantly with the global cable manufacturers and installation companies, where we supply our cable hangoff systems and also our cable protection systems. It was touched upon yesterday, sort of about CPS systems and the race to the bottom. At that point there, we kind of stepped out of the market and we focused purely on cast iron solutions as opposed to polyurethane. And we sort of foresaw the issues with polyurethane, and kind of now is coming into fruition as to why, our sort of venture into cast iron was probably a bit more suitable. To date, we have over 12,000 cable hangoff systems installed across the globe and around 50,000 kilometers of cast iron protection systems installed too. So discussing the market. So over the last decade, we witnessed a surge in cable laying and installation activities, which has been driven by the rapid expansion of offshore wind farms and interconnections between the power grids. The global submarine power cable market has grown significantly, and in the offshore industry alone, we're expected to install over 42,000 kilometers of cables by 2030. 10 years ago in 2013, there was approximately 7,000 kilometers of offshore wind power cables installed globally. So the market is projected to grow sixfold by 2030, which is reflecting the expansion and the increased demand for renewable energy infrastructure. And also increasing international cooperation on energy in parallel rises the demand for interconnectors as well too. So with the sort of increase in activity, there's also it brings challenges too. So cables that were once safely buried beneath the sea are sort of now exposed more than ever to various hazards. One of the big ticket items is fishing activities, posing one of the largest threats with bottom trawling techniques, easily dragging nets over cable routes. And in fact, it's reported nearly 40% of subsea cable damage is caused by human activities such as fishing and anchor drags from vessels unaware of the cable routes below. And also two failing polyurethane CPS systems as well. Yeah, it's keeping us busy, let's put it that way, with providing solutions into the market. And also natural threats as well, such as seabed shifting, marine life, can all contribute to cable wear and tear. Increasing frequency of severe weather events with stronger storms, more turbulent waters are also adding further stress to these vital cable lines. And with repair costs easily reaching millions per incident, there's a growing need for fast, efficient solutions to minimize downtime and ensure continuity of power transmission. So the first product that I'd like to speak to you about is our cable crossing system. This was developed in conjunction with a German developer, and the situation was that they was finding with the traditional method of concrete mattresses, once they were deployed in the sea, over a period of time, it shifted away, leaving the buried asset and the new asset exposed. So they come on to us and said, look, we want you to come up with a solution. We don't want you to use polyurethane. What can you guys do? So we lended upon our experience and come up with the solution in the top there, which is a cast iron, using our cast iron shells with steel spacers. The benefit of the system is that cast iron is a lot less thermally isolating than polyurethane. And also too, traditionally, when along with the cable laying vessel, you would have to have another vessel which coordinates and also positions the concrete mattress. So this solution here would be all in one, along with the cable laying vessel and deployed over the chute. So there isn't a need for additional vessels. So you're saving operational and increasing the speed of the installation as well. And as you can see from both the images, whether it's a fiber optic cable or a large power cable, we're able to lend upon our experience and produce a bespoke solution. So this one is quite a phenomenon that I've experienced in the past few years, is that for sort of repair campaigns, we get a phone call saying, oh, we need a cable. Yeah, we're going to install a cable. It's a very quick turnaround and we need a cable hanger system. When do you need it? Yeah, I needed it yesterday. We're going on Friday to go and install it. And it's kind of like, we're a small part of the operation, but a crucial part, because we're actually securing the cable to the platform or the turbine itself. So what we done was we spoke commercially about it, and usually our cable hangers are bespoke 8 to 10 weeks from order. But now we're having a sort of lending upon our 20 years experience and 12,000 cable hang-off systems installed in the market. We've created a multi-flange hang-off system which can be adapted to all the ANSI and DIN flanges that are out there in the market. It'd sit on the shelf, so as soon as a repair or maintenance is required, you guys can call us and this would be delivered to you guys within a week. And also too, we have, whether you need resin filled, or we also have resin-free hang-offs as well too, which conform to the IP44 standard. We're always sort of proactive and listening to the demands of the market itself. Apologies. In addition to, we work in coordination with the joint box companies and also it's also becoming part of the cable manufacturer's remit as well too, to provide joint repair boxes as part of their cable supply scope. And traditionally, it would have been a sort of polyurethane bend restrictor strings on each side of the repair box that traditionally would have been used. But what happens is when there's a cable failure and they go into the sort of warehouse where these polyurethane systems are stored, over time it's naturally degraded. So now there's a big shift onto using metallic cast iron bend restrictors. And as we know, the cable sizes are increasing in the market. And with that, so are the loads too. So we have designed and developed a system that can, for both array and export cables, can go up to 350 kilonewton meter bending moment. One of the key features as well too, we've eliminated the need for a spreader beam and chains. It's just a 2-point lifting system. So the vision there was to accelerate the installation methodology, simplify it, and get the asset back online as soon as possible. And yeah, whether it's a fiber optic or a large power cable, we're an engineering company at heart, and sort of we don't look to prescribe off-the-shelf solutions. We would look to engineer bespoke solutions that can achieve the project requirements. So yeah, in conclusion, I've discussed today about our cable crossing system, our multi-flange hang-off the shelf for the quick turnarounds, and also our joint bend restrictors for high bending moments. I appreciate that, cable repairs and maintenance is very reactive, but in turn, we're also listening to the market and making sure that we're being proactive with the solutions that we're proposing to the market to make sure that the downtime is minimized, you can get the asset up and running, and also you can get these products with a quick turnaround. Yes. And with that, that brings me to the conclusion of my presentation, and I'll open up the floor to the audience, and hopefully not too technical questions, please. Thank you, guys.
Okay, do we have questions from the audience? Can we get a microphone? Let's start. Okay, let's start over there. 1 second.
Oh,
no. Okay, you'll get a second one microphone. Yeah.
Right, this one. Chris Sturgeon, thanks, Anil. Your cable crossing frame that you had, that was sort of a cylindrical frame, has that been deployed? And what you said that you like to design bespoke products.
Mm-hmm.
What specifically was that designed for?
Yeah, so that was it. We're looking to deploy that in 2026. It's still sort of under iterations. There could be a possible design change because of the way it's going to be offboarded off the vessel itself too. So yeah, it's still in discussions in that sense, but it was just more so to make sure that it's stabilized once it's on the seabed and can't sort of move and shift each end of the strings. You'd have the cable crossing system itself in the middle, and then you'd probably have around 10 meter each side of cast iron shells, which would then be trenched inside of it to then stabilize and make sure it minimizes any movement. And also too, the sort of open hollow sections of the system itself would allow for the current to flow through it to sort of minimize any further sort of drag compared to sort of polyurethane wheels, where that sort of surface area it's usually sort of a solid wheel, which can then be sort of dragged in the current itself too. So,
all right, so it's not a crossing device; it's on the way up to termination. Is that right?
No, it is a crossing device because the sort of spaces itself would give a clearance of yeah, I think it's about 30 centimeters or something like that, depending on the buried asset itself too. So we'd be able to design the spaces in accordance with what the project would require.
Okay, it looked like it was designed to roll, so it didn't look. I was bemused by it, but thank you for the explanation.
Slight movement and that, but
thank you.
No problem.
Okay. We have a question here in the front. We have multiple. Okay. Okay.
Thanks for the presentation, Anil.
No problem.
Could you elaborate a little bit on the resin-free and the resin hang-offs, advantages, disadvantages, and are resin-free the future?
Yeah, good question, Renee. Thank you to ask that. So it's a bit of a toss-up between the two because with resin-filled cable hang-off systems, you get the pressure seal and the water tightness that a lot of the projects command. With that too, an additional factor to consider is when you do resin-fill the cable hang-off system as well, it also coats the armor wires with resin as well too. So that also sort of provides additional corrosion protection on the armor wires itself. The environmental seal, it conforms to a norm of, which is our resin-free system, conforms to a norm of IP44. And that's with the different sort of new foundation designs where there isn't a need for that sort of tightness. We can then deploy that, and it has been deployed in a number of projects in the USA, I believe, as well for Ørsted too. So it is live, it is installed, and it is actually being used by the market. It's just I guess what the specifications and the projects actually requires denotes which route we take.
No. Okay. Another one.
Ross Piercy, James Fisher. Given that the hang-off that you alluded to earlier was designed for a reactive part of the market,
yeah,
I'm just keen to understand, what do you do in terms of the recommended spares to the customers when they're buying these? Because as somebody, as a company that installs them and supports the repair, we're always confused that they're very regularly buying short haul of components, and then they're not looking after them. So what are you looking to do in order to make sure that they can have access to these things, and that when you're specifying them to the customer, you're giving them the information that they need in terms of how many should they hold in spare? Are you actively looking after spares for people? Do you look at the resin replacements and things like that? Do you make sure that you look after them after you've sold the product, or do you leave that very much to the customer to control?
No, that's a good question. To answer that, what I personally am seeing in sort of the RFQs as well is that when I first started the company, it was just pretty much base case, bare minimum, what hang-offs were needed for the turbines and things. But now, sort of, I guess with what's going on in the market, the cable manufacturers themselves, they're also adding on additional spares to their RFQs itself as well too. And also sometimes we do sort of have the conversation, if they are just ordering base case, have you considered any sort of spares, etc. We do sometimes keep a few, on the production run to the side, just before internal use mock-ups. So we do maybe have a few project-specific ones, but in the case of, because a lot of the times, unfortunately, the cable hang-off system is left till the last minute, especially on very reactive cases, which I've experienced in the past year myself. That's where we sort of made a decision to make that multi-slot hang-off flange for hang-offs that aren't sort of, bespoke to order. They need to be immediately secured. That's the solution that we brought into the market. So I hope that's answered your question. Thank you.
Hi.
Hello.
My one is more practical. Do you usually, when you provide this type of a metallic cable protection, do you also cover in your design part the corrosion protection that needs to be?
Yeah, usually it's because it's going to be stored in sort of storage and deployed. For example, the joint bend restrictors, that's usually sort of along with the joint repair boxes, it's kept in storage. So we would look to galvanize that to ensure that throughout the design lifetime of the cable itself, it also has equipment too that can accommodate the design lifetime. So typically it would be galvanized, or we could paint it depending on the parameters of the project itself, and the design life dictated would then dictate what sort of fabrication we would apply to the system.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I will have one more question myself.
Sure.
It relates also to the cable crossing system.
Mhm.
But how do you attach it to the cable when you want to overboard it? You mentioned that there might be design changes, but how do you make sure that on the way from the vessel to the seabed, it stays on the cable and doesn't slide down?
Yeah, so it would be sort of the initial assembly would be via the cast iron shells on the cable, which would be assembled on the cable deck, and each end would be a sort of cable clamp to ensure that the string doesn't move. And then on top of the cast iron shell string you would attach the spacers onto it as well. So it'd be sort of predefined lengths of cast iron shells, 10 meters, then you'd have 15 meters of the crossing, then another 10-meter string on the other side.
Okay, so it's friction based between the cable's outer layers and then your clamps.
This one, Jacob, I'm gonna have to look to my colleague, Mr. Shatai, because he'll. Yeah, Chinese lingo.
Okay.
Voila.
Okay. Good. Okay. Okay.
Alright.
It's a cable stocking. That's the politically correct. So yeah. Okay. Good. But thank you very much.
Thank you, guys. Cheers.
Okay. Then we move on to the next presentation, and that's Henrik Bang Andreasen from Portunus Solutions. Henrik is on his way. He'll tell us more probably about cable protection. Thank you. Yeah, the pointer and the microphone. Pointer.
Thank you. Can wait for this. Hello. Thank you. So I'm going to talk a little bit about, if not cable protection, at least stabilization of cable protection systems and cable systems. So where it all started. So I'm going to talk a little bit about, I'm going to take you a little bit away from interconnectors and export cables and a little bit to start where this started, and it started around offshore wind parks, and it started with scour protection, or scouring it actually started with, and where that came from, it came from that we had scouring around the foundations, and this was caused by the horseshoe vortices around the foundations. And the scour protection complicated for the CPS. That's been discussed enough, I think, around the other presentations today. So I'm not going to go a lot into this right now. And I'm not going to talk a lot about the cable protections either. I think others have done this today. Come on. Yep. The scour protection is also used on lattice or jacket constructions here from Submarine. Here we actually, one of the things that basically was found that the scour protection is not just used in shallow water or for the operation space, in, for example, in suction buckets here on Submarine. It's actually also used to secure that the suction is working during the installation of the suction, to ensure that the suction doesn't leak when we actually need the vacuum to get the suction into the seabed. Here you see one of the suction. It has the same size as a XXL monopile, approximately 10 meter in diameter. Suction here goes 8 meters into the seabed on each of the 3 sides of the jackets. Back to, they've been mentioned a few times today, Aurora, offspin of University of Western Australia. And what was the problem, or what became the problem for cables in fixed offshore wind was that what they believed to the left-hand side there of these two nice pictures from Aurora here, what one believed was the big problem was the tidal currents. And if we only have had the tidal currents being the problem, we wouldn't have had the cable problems, because the tidal shift obviously only happens every 6 hours. But the big issue was that it's actually the waves that give us the problem. And the waves, obviously, when we have a relatively large storm, we have a wave period time, maybe with a wave period time of something between 12 and 25 seconds or something. If we have a real big bad storm, we may have up to close to 30 seconds wave period time. And that's, of course, a very different story than 6 hours tidal shift. And that is because, and it's because we have these cyclic shifts that is generating these horseshoe vortices around the foundations, and that is actually circling around the foundation. This is the big thing that has basically given the big problem with the cables in the offshore wind industry, and has basically given us the problem with the CPS systems that have given us the washing machine effect that have killed a lot of CPS systems. And so it was not just the scouring that got worse, it was also the cables that got worse. And cables look quite bad when they've been in such conditions. You can see that here. And that is not transformer stations. This is actually cables and CPS systems here in a rather sorrow state. This is not after 32 or 36 years, unfortunately. This is after anything from 9 to 22, 23 months. And this is not what you would like to see your cable or cable protection system look like, certainly not after such a short time. So the industry solution to this was that what are we going to do about this? They found out this is about mobility on the seabed. So the industry solution was a good, I live in Norway, so we had a good Norwegian solution. Let's put 17 tons of rock on this, and then we solved the solution. Well, the solution is not really good, because pinning things under 17 tons of rock is like the same good solution. I talked to a few of you. You take your iPhone, I believe some of you have iPhones. So if you take your iPhone cable and you put that on the 5 kilo stone next to your bed, and you then let that stay under that 5 kilo rock, and you use your iPhone charger for a year, maybe 2 years, I think that iPhone cable will break. And you can start to think yourself, where do you think your iPhone charger cable will actually break? I think there's a good chance that that will break where the cable actually is pinned under the stone. And that's exactly what's going to happen with your offshore cable. You actually will focus all the fatigue in that point where you pin it under the 17 tons of stone. I don't know how many of you are so lucky that you're married to a wife that works in a quarry in Norway that actually has these 50 to 300 kilo stones that you can walk around and actually play with and find out how difficult it is to move just one layer of these. Not to speak about having a layer of a meter or close to a meter, which is the armor layer of scour protection. So if you do that, you understand that if you put 17 tons of rock over a CPS system or a cable system in order to stabilize it, you actually pin it pretty much. So it's like you take a cable you have back home, you put it in a vise, and you move one part of it. For example, you move the part that goes into a foundation. You move that in the water column, and you have one part of it pinned under the scour protection. You basically should not be very surprised if one day it breaks. where it actually is pinned into the scour protection. This is the industry solution that is being the golden standard by some of the biggest developers in this world. I'm born, and I'm pretty proud of being born in Denmark, but I'm not sure that this Danish smart solution is a very good solution. So I came up with another solution because I worked for Seaway Offshore Cables for 3 years trying to find a smart solution we could actually do. How can we fix this solution from a cable lay vessel? We worked for this for 3 years. We found out how can we actually do things? How can we actually fix the supply chain solution from a cable lay vessels? We found out that we needed what kind of forces. The directors in the company wasn't very happy with me when I did a survey and found out I used some of the resources we had in the company. I did some CFT surveys on 3 different projects we had, came up with the water particle velocities on 3 projects around the world we had, and came up with some pretty troubling numbers. The company found out we have two kinds of problems. We have a problem that these analyses, they give some very troubling numbers, but they found out we have 2 kinds of troubles here. We have trouble with these high velocity numbers, and then we have this trouble called Henrik. They found out that the best way to solve this problem was to get rid of Henrik. That's the reason why I'm here. That's the reason why I then found out, okay, unfortunately, what happens? Oh, there it comes. So sometimes if the mountain can't come to Mohammed have to come to the mountain. So basically I had to then find out, can I find a way of doing this? We tried to speak to, we found out with the forces that we saw, the ULS forces that actually kicks to the CPS, the cable system, they kick on a semi-protected system. Semi-protected systems means, for example, in the North Sea, protected by UK. So we only have, for example, a project that's partly protected by UK. So you only have waves with a height of 10 meters in a very severe storm. Then the ULS kicks in with something like almost 15 tons to the CPS systems at the seabed. Or a project, for example, let's name the project, Holland's the Coast Sud. 15 tons we get on the CPS system. So if we wanted that CPS system to stay put, we needed weight. I asked Norwegian Geotechnical Institute. We need 7 tons of weight in water to keep that relatively stable. 10 tons if we want it fully stabilized. Can we handle that from a cable lay vessel? We found out, no way. We cannot handle that in a lay trajectory from a cable lay vessel. The project was dead. So both that I found out the water particle speeds or velocities, and that we couldn't handle it from a cable lay vessel, my project in Seaway Offshore Cables was dead. So that's a full story about why I'm here today. So the Portuna Solutions, I found a way that I could actually do this. I found out I had freedom to operate. I started up, made a patent, and made a company called Portuna Solutions, that we could actually find a way that we could install, stabilize the cable, and pull in from a cable lay vessel. We could not bring the weight of 7 tons or 10 tons from the surface. So instead, we were going to use the stability of the seabed, not bring it down to the seabed. So we're going to use something called a screw pile. So instead of bringing the weight down to the seabed, we're going to use the seabed. So we're bringing down a screw pile that weighs less than 200 kilos that will give us the stability of 33 tons. So that was a smart thing that we were going to do about it. We're then gonna do alternatively from the cable trenching vehicle. We're gonna do that from an ROV. We were gonna install it from an ROV, and we were gonna do it on top of the scour protection. Microphone. Sorry, I'm losing myself here. Sorry for that. We were gonna do that without putting any rocks on top of the cable, no impact to the cable. And we were going to have no post-installation campaign, of course. So early, it was going to look like this next to a monopile. We were going to stabilize it while we actually put the screw pile into the seabed. We get a verified anchoring strength. This we get from a study that's made from Aalborg University, where they've made 30,000 tests, where they actually screw in the screw piles in the seabed. And while they do that, they actually get the verified anchoring strength. So we can stabilize in seabed without knowing actually exactly how the seabed is, because the seabed is going to change between our clients. They actually do the CPT surveys and something. They actually build the wind park, or they trench the route. They change from virgin seabed to actually come and stabilize. We don't know exactly what the seabed is like, but we don't really care, because we actually verify the stability or the anchoring strength. We actually screw the screw piles into the seabed. We then have a bend stiffener on the thing, so we can control the curvature of the cable when it goes in. So we don't care about what the seabed looks like when we got our screw piles in there. We got a bend stiffener on it. We can control the free span. I can show that a bit better here. I'm a bit behind time here, so I think I'm gonna take that next.
If you can point at the back, I think that would.
Okay, here we see it.
Ah, there.
Yeah. So in terms of controlling the free span, you can see on the right-hand side here, you can see that when we close in the system there, we actually have kind of I call it an artificial floor. So we actually closes in a floor within the PSS. So we can actually, we hold the cable system or the CPS system in there, so we can then allow the seabed to drop. So we can then hold, we can allow the free span. So we can interface with a seabed that drops. We can interface, for example, in the HDD bell mouth. So if there's a changing sill, changing seabed and something, we can allow that. We don't have to do things, but it will work fine. For example, if there's a small distance, we can work with a few sandbags, filter units of our friend here. And in floating with dynamic cables, we can get rid of all the stuff down at the seabed. We can just have this, and we can work with very low, for a floating object, we can work in very low water depths. So we can work with a lazy system without having any lazy part of the cable. Sorry. This way we can actually facilitate floating systems in less than 100 meters of water and ensure that we don't have any collapsing between the dynamic cable and the mooring lines. We just need, the only thing that we need to install on the back deck of the vessel is the cable clamps, and no heavy lifting, no anchoring, no dead weights on the dynamic cable. Same for canyons and depressions. You can load out the cable just with the cable clamps, and we can install the PSS on the touchdown on the seabed on either side of the canyons, and we can install the PSS, and we can install sealed PSSs on both sides of the canyons. We actually have done all the penetrations on where we penetrated the systems through armor, rocks, and scour protection. This is all demonstrated. You can find this on LinkedIn and on our webpage. And we'll do our wet test Friday this week, and we're about to commercialize our system at the end of this year. So this is where we are now. So that's what I wanted to say.
Thank you. Vinny already has a question. Everybody else, he can also think about one. It's because he wants to leave out rocks. It's yeah.
René, she's gonna say something.
Thanks a lot, Henrik. I have a small in cables background, but I have also a very long history in rock installation. We don't call it rock dumping anymore, but it's rock installation.
We don't have time for that.
And one of the things is that during my whole lifetime with installing rocks on crossings, on cables, on pipelines, etc. In general, we didn't need any protection on top of a cable or a pipeline when we dump rocks on it. However, on cables, sometimes you have the protection systems around it. And that's the reason why they're called cable protection systems. They should not only protect against the waves and other things, but they should protect against the rock as well. And you're overcoming this. How can you explain that? A cable protection system should do what it's called, cable protection system, also protecting against rocks. So what's wrong with scour protection afterwards, or fitting the cables by scour?
René, it's a very good question. And if you asked me this up to 2019, I would have answered this question. Now I sold my CPS company in 2019. Now I can no longer answer this question.
Perfect. Okay. So we'll have to read between the lines. We have a question in the back of the room. And then no, there.
Yes. Hi, Wouter Vermeers from Jan de Nul. How do you screw these pins into the ground?
Well, into the seabed. Well, are you talking about the scour protection, or are you talking about the seabed?
No, your pins. How do you pin your?
Yeah, the pins. How the screw piles, as we call them. Yeah. How do we screw them in? Do you want to know how we screw them into the scour protection or into a generic
scour protection, native soils, whatever?
So the screw piles is screwed in with an RV. Is that what you want to know, or do you want to know more specifically how the screw pile is?
I just want to know how much time it will take, because time is cost.
Okay.
And okay,
yes.
you mentioned it can be done from the CLV or the TSV, but how long will it take? Which equipment you need?
Yeah.
And especially to go through armor, I think is pretty challenging.
Yeah, it's very challenging to go through the armor. So the armor takes an armor layer where you have 50 to 300 kilo armor layers, or from one of the new layers, for example, that you have used in your new US projects. That was the same grading that we were using from the same quarry in Norway. So we use the same gradings from the very same. So we use from the same from the same quarry in Norway. That takes 90 seconds to get through the to the actual scour protection. So it's quite fast to get through, but it takes about 5 minutes to screw from the entire piling from one pile. So it takes about 12 to 14 minutes to get the two piles installed.
Okay, can we find movies on your website?
You can find, if you go to LinkedIn at the moment, We will upload the video on our webpage also, but you will see it on LinkedIn. You can see there's and that was uploaded at the start of October on LinkedIn. So if you go for my name or the company name, you will see it on LinkedIn. Yes, thank you.
Perfect. Yep. Michael already has a microphone.
Okay.
Can you hear me, Henrik?
He can. He's just trying to run away.
I can hear you, Michael.
You're not getting away just like that. Just a quick comment and question. As all things on the seabed, when you put a foreign body on it, whether it be the turbine tower or whether it be a cable, you will get a certain amount of movement. Presumably, this system that you are putting forward will be subject to monitoring. So in other words, it can be adjusted after a while when the cable settles down and your system settles down. It's not something you just put down and forget about it. It's something you would need to monitor.
To monitor it?
Monitor. Keep an eye on it.
Yes, but most developers don't want to monitor. So yes, of course you can monitor it. But that I was hoping that the people that have presented before could do it via the fiber, because I'm a great believer in that if you could do it from a control room dry. But of course, there are people that have remote sensing. You could do it from a flyby or something like this, but that requires, of course, different thing. But it really would be in the ideal world, it would be that they could sit in a control room and they could use the fiber and basically see what's going on. So I was hoping that one of the fiber optic people could actually come in and say, yes, this is moving so and so much, and the bending is only so and so much. But I'm not sure if I'm asking and hoping too much.
But the question, I think, is, do you need to monitor, or can you put it in and forget about it?
The idea is, with most of the mechanics in bend stiffening and so, learning from offshore oil and gas in bend stiffness, and so none of those are instrumented.
Okay.
But, yeah.
We have one more question. No? Who? Ah, you. Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much. Nice presentation, Henrik. And this is Buket Yengül from Seaway 7. I have a question. What is the dimension of this pin screws? And what's the difference between when you do it in scour, what will be your penetration depth, and the seabed? And if it's in the seabed, if you have very highly mobile seabeds, how you are going to solve the problem then? Thank you.
So the dimensions of the screw piles can be the same. So in the North Sea, where we have a relatively stable seabed and not very mobile seabed, the typical screw pile is a screw pile of 3.6 meter length, with a diameter of the actual helix. It's a continuous helix that we use there, and it's only 120 millimeters diameter. If we go, for example, to one of the projects that you will know well, which could be either CFXD or Songning. Songning, for those that don't know it, is a project that was predicted with a scour depth of maximum 3 meter, extend 12 meters. The actual result was depth 12 meters, extend 107 meters. So a difficult field with very mobile seabed. In such a project, we would use the same 120 millimeter diameter thread, but most likely the length of the screw, because we have threads in each end of the screw, would end up in either 18 or 24 meters. Yeah. So we would keep extending the screw till we actually get 33 tons of anchoring strength in the screw. So we would keep screwing the screw, and then to the gentleman from DEMA, we would then not be able to do that in 14 minutes if we had to screw down the screw for in 24 meters, then possibly it would take twice as long to get 2 screws down to, for example, 24-meter depth. It will still be 24 meters because the RV will be able to do the exchange of both. It can screw both sides, and it can also revolver change the length, because each screw is not 24-meter long. Each screw has a standardized length. So the length of the screws can be up to 6 meter long individually, but they can only be a certain length, and then they are interchangeable with female, male in each end. Yeah.
Perfect. But then, thank you very much for your
I'm not
presentation.
getting any of the.
Well, that's a question. That's a question. So that okay. But then we move on to the next presentation. That's going to be Jack Wattell from NC. Jack, there you are.
Good afternoon. I'm glad there's a few people that remained in the room. So in a way, you're the lucky ones, because you can get the answer to why is 83% of the cost of a cable claim still caused by cables. So let's talk a little bit about cable repairs this afternoon, and what can we learn from that. So first of all, NC, just a relatively small company, quite old company, and offering total subsea solutions. And we're fast growing, we're flexible, and we're independent. We do a number of activities or capabilities, whatever you call it, starting from survey, UXO, identification, clearance, IRM, subsea maintenance, subsea cables, and we have our own data center that processes all this data. And a lot of this has been discussed over the last 1.5 days, so let's not dwell on that. We work around the full product life cycle, and we have a number of vessels to carry out these specialist tasks. We're also building some new vessels. Well, too quick. It will be delivered in 26. So we're constantly improving and building our fleet of vessels, people, and of course equipment. So talking about repairs, I picked 2 projects just as an example, not because they're unique, but because they're quite recent. They're both in the UK. They're both from summer this year, so can't be much more recent than that. And they will give you an insight in what a cable repair looks like, and then we come to some conclusions. So first project is an export cable in the Irish Sea. Project has been there since quite a few years, and the cable failed, or one of the export cables fails quite close to the shore in extremely shallow water. At low tide, you can actually walk to the location of the fault. So not many vessels available, not many options to repair the cable. So we had to come up with a very specific solution for this. So what does it include or involve? Of course, there's cable in storage in the Netherlands. We transport this cable on a reel to the UK, found a port, not so easy, and offloaded the cable on a jack-up barge. At the same time, the landfill site was prepared, and take into account that this landfill site has been left there for the last 10 years. Nobody looked at it. It was just green land. Nobody knew who owned it or who had the permits, but at least we found it. We found the cable, we exposed it, we found even the HDD duct under the railway line, so yeah, all good. And we had to debury the cable, both onshore and offshore. This was a typical intertidal repair, so you have to deal with the tide. At low tide, there's a lot of land, and high tide, there's nothing. Found some vessels with scraps, and we took the cable out and stripped it and brought it to shore for forensics. As you can see on the picture, there's a few strengths of cable, which looks perfectly all right. There was on the outside, there was no damage to this cable other than one small hole.
When the old cable is out, we pulled in a new cable. We used a double jack-up solution here, not because we wanted to, but because there was nothing else available. We floated the cable ashore and connected it again in the offshore or the onshore transition joint bay to the existing cable. And then, of course, we made an offshore joint, as you can see on the right-hand picture. It looks very similar, of course, to the joint that Vos just showed us. The other project was an infield cable replacement. Similar story. The cable failed. Nobody knew why. We were called to come with a solution. And we turned up on site. It was one of the first projects of our dedicated cable repair, the Curo. So that was nice to use in the UK waters. Mobilize the equipment. In this case, we needed really extensive controlled flow excavation to expose the cable, to find it, to grab it, to cut it, and then brought a new cable from the Netherlands again. Typically, a lot of those spare cables are stored in the Netherlands. So you can ask René if you want more information about who stores them. By the way, these cables were stored by NC René. So. And then, of course, if you have an infield cable, you have to prepare the turbine, and you have to prepare in this case, the offshore substation, where we had to take over the safety of the system, which is quite a good system, I think, to make sure it's all safe, and pull a new cable in. Now, that whole process is not that complicated. It typically takes 5 days. So altogether, job done. A few more pictures. We love pictures, particularly if the paint is still new. Now, on this project, because the soil conditions on that part of the North Sea are quite challenging, we had to use mechanical trenching. We couldn't use the typical controlled flow excavation that we use. So we used in this case a mechanical trencher, as Helix showed before on this conference. So just a few conclusions from those two projects. And I took those two projects, but you can probably take any repair project over the last 10 years. So what happened? 2 cable repairs, 2 clients, no framework contracts in place, nothing prepared, with then literally nothing. No spares, no spare strategy, insufficient spare cable, no recent survey data, no allowance during the construction of the wind farm that those cables might need to be repaired at some stage. And I can continue. Maybe most important, the client didn't have a time to manage those repairs. So not only do you have a client that has a fault and thereby loses revenue, they also don't have anybody to actually fix it on their side. On top of that, and we've heard this a few times, I think, over the last few days, there is a severe strain on the supply chain, which also affected these projects. And then on top of that, the seabed conditions, both on the Irish Sea and the North Sea, are very challenging. They both were hard soils, not nice sandy sand. Okay, there was a few good things. There was insurance, which always helps. There was a permit, which is also not always the case. The client on one of the projects had the foresight to actually have an additional HDD duct under the railway line. Not because he was expecting to repair the cable, but he was expecting to extend the wind farm in the future. And this is quite key. As you may or may not know, most of the horizontal directional drillings are grouted after construction for the thermal properties of the cable. It also means that if you have done that, it's nearly impossible to take the cable out and to reuse the duct. So a spare duct is actually a quite good investment if you're actually building a wind farm. There was some specialist pulling equipment available, which actually helped us a little bit on, particularly on the offshore substation. And as you might remember, we had a very good summer in the UK. Weather-wise, we had virtually no weather downtime. Also, we had to wait for data. We had a very inefficient engineering process. And you feel it coming. we had massive variations on the original contract price because nothing that we knew at day one was the same after 3 months. More pictures. So the 83% comes back at every conference about cables. And sometimes it's 40, sometimes it's 60, sometimes it's 70, and this year it was 83. And we're all asking, why is that the case? Why do we not improve on cables? Well, it's not that complicated. I mean, there's only 2 reasons why that number is so high. Because we have a large number of faults. And how can we reduce it? We can reduce the number of faults, which is not that easy, I have to admit. But it starts with design and installation. We can do, again, it was mentioned yesterday, we can do proactive monitoring. We have all this DTS and DAS systems, so we know what's happening in the cable. We can do inspections and surveys. And we probably can do preventive repairs. But I think what's quite important, prevention is better than cure. And before anybody mentioned it, I just picked a picture. Also, NC doesn't use those explosions anymore. So the next thing that came up yesterday, it takes 3 months to, on average, to replace an air cable and 6 months to repair an export cable. So that's your second point, how to reduce cost. You can do preventive repairs, so at least you can plan them properly. You have all the time in the world to think about what you're going to do and how you're going to do it. And then the next one, also, I honestly picked it up from what was said yesterday. And we can't do fast and cheap and good all 3 at the same time. Well, I think for cable repairs you can. Because if you do it faster, it will be a hell of a lot cheaper. And if you are prepared, it can still be of a high quality standard. At least that's what we're trying to achieve. And what companies in this market try to achieve, not just NC. We can resolve all those conclusions that we had on 2 slides back, because they are not rocket science. It's not that difficult to manage spares, to be prepared, to have everything ready for when your cable eventually fails. Because cables fail, whether we like it or not, and whether we try to reduce that with all the technology in the world, cables do fail. Now, what really happens, or what really helps, if you have a repair philosophy, when you have proper insurance, right insurance, you have a proper contract, you are prepared, engineering-wise, somebody said this morning, engineering is dirt cheap. It is. If you spend 200,000, which is less than the price of a cable repair vessel on one day, or a cable repair spread on one day, you can have your repair preparedness for the next 5 years. So for an average wind farm, export cable, interconnector, that is dirt cheap, considering how much you lose when the cable is out of action and what's happening. A few more pictures. So where are we today? And it's just a statement. And I'm asking you the question now because I know some of the answers, but not all of them. It is a fact that most of the TSOs, most of the OFTOs in the UK, and most of the wind farm owners have no adequate repair preparedness provisions. Some of them think about it, but most of them don't have anything. And the result is that we are on a nice summer afternoon digging out CPSs from a field that's overgrown for the last 10 years, and we find some old CPSs, we can clean them, we can revamp them, we can use them. Is this ideal? Not by a long way. But it is what it is. There is some improvement, I would say. So why is this the case? Why are we not doing more to prevent those repairs? Again, question to the room. Is it because the insurance pays it out anyway? Is it because the government pays? Or at the end of the day, all the UK taxpayers pay? There is no OPEX budget, possible. Or are we complete unaware of what can happen when my cable fails? Because your cable, of course, will never fail. It's always somebody else's cable that fails. Maybe we should look in the mirror and think about it. Now, I think somebody said yesterday, We won't see this happen in my lifetime. I think it was René or Michael or both. I think we will see a solution in my lifetime or even before I retire, because we have been looking at it for 10 years now. And yes, we are making progress. We are having some very good discussions now with asset owners about cable repair preparedness strategy. And I think this was also mentioned yesterday, you don't want, or you really don't want to think about what happens when you lose 1.5 or 2 gigawatt on transmission assets in one go, because probably the light will go out. So I think the reason to do something today is probably higher than 5 years ago when the wind farms were quite a bit smaller. Now, finishing off, I have to give my kudos to TenneT, and I think a few people said it yesterday as well. But the whole progress of that NC has made with the Curo and with the dedicated repair asset, but also with developing plans to offer this to the market, is largely initiated by TenneT's vision on having a proper preparedness plan in place for their 4,000 kilometers of assets. And it took a huge doing. It took us more than 1.5 years, I think, to come to an agreement with TenneT on having this in place. But it is in place now, and I would say it's working. There is, if there's any cable that is prepared to be repaired, and the proof is in the pudding, of course, it probably is TenneT today. This was my presentation in highlight. Now, because we believe in this market, and because I think it will happen before I retire, we are actually now constructing the next generation cable repair vessel. Because, as you know, we moved from 33, 36, 132 kV to 20, to 75, and now to DC. And particularly for those 2 gigawatt connections where you have the bundle of 3 power cables, we need bigger and more capable vessels. So where a Curo is a perfect vessel for the current cables in the market, I think towards the future, the Altera will also take care of the more complex repairs. Larger vessel, bigger carousel or more complex carousel capabilities, and so you'll also be able to repair the bigger cables. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have a couple questions. Let's start here. I'll bring your microphone and so what's next?
Can you say anything of what the sort of most common failure mechanisms is? You said on an earlier fiber or earlier cable, there's just a small hole in it, but what does it look like when you get inside these cables which have failed?
Luckily, I don't know. I think, let's face it, we are, and we sell ourselves as a repair company. We shouldn't really focus on the forensics of the cable. At the end of the day, this is all proprietary information from the cable manufacturers. So 9 out of 10 times we have a feeling what happened with the cable, but we don't know, because the cables we take out that are replaced or repaired go to a laboratory and do get investigated what the root cause is. And sometimes clients learn from that.
Good. We have a question in the back of the room. Oh, there. Oh, that one I didn't see.
Thanks for the presentation, Jack. In your first example, you mentioned, or maybe it was your second actually, that in the HDD ducts, they're grouted in. In instances where you don't have a spare duct, what do you do? What's the solution there? Do you have to completely redig it, or?
I think that is probably the quickest way. We are looking at some explanatory ways to actually clean existing HDD ducts from grout. But I would say it's probably as quick as drilling a new one. Other than, in the UK at least, you need probably half a year before you have a permit to drill in the railway line.
Thank you.
Now we have the question from the back.
Yeah, thanks, Jack. I think it's a statement, not a question. Just to put the record a little bit straight on just because you don't have, or other contractors don't have contracts or call off for repair, doesn't mean that cable owners aren't always prepared. We know that a number of our clients and a number of cable owners who are not our clients have repair preparedness plans in place. They may not be end to end, they may not be robust, but they have a strategy and they have a plan and they have assets and plan maintenance to monitor the systems. So I think it's not quite fair to say that there is a lot of unprepared owners out there. There is a degree of difference between how prepared they are, but there are some who are very prepared. Thanks.
Yeah, point taken, Chris, but I said majority.
Okay. Do we have any more questions? No. Then a question from my side, maybe you showed the example that you worked on. What was the outage duration on that repair? Okay, you skipped through the slide quite fast. When
the interarray cable was.
So the first example was August.
Yeah.
September, or
yeah. So the export cable was probably about 3 months out of service,
okay.
and again mainly to do with the contracting phase. Yeah.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you. Okay. Then the next presenter, maybe Etienne will not agree with me. Now is the climax. It's my boss going to speak. So it's Axel Barnekow-Wittmark from NKT who will be presenting. Axel.
Hello, everyone. Great to see you. So my name is Axel. I'm coming from NKT. It's actually the fourth consecutive year I'm here. So I start to know a few of you. Have had very engaging and interesting discussions over the year. And actually, what we are here to present today as NKT is coming out of inspiration from those sessions to some extent, I must say. So I very much appreciate to be here. This picture we always start with to say something about NKT. I looked at the presentation I had 2 years ago, and to put some numbers to what we spoke about yesterday, our industry is growing quite fast. And I think was it Tenet that mentioned 3 different, not bottlenecks, but challenging areas, where one was a motivated and trained workforce. And looking at one number here, so this number for us was 4,000 2 years ago. So for the past 2 years, we have added 50% people, and we're not alone in this. I know a lot of you out there is going through the same journey. So altogether, we as an ecosystem is creating a lot nowadays. So we should be proud over what we're doing. Let me go into. We also typically talk about the care to prepare and the 3 top key elements: prevention, mitigation, preparation. And today I'm going to present this somewhat from the digital arena. I think Etienne, you mentioned when we came to the cable monitoring that was the climax of those 2 days. I think we have had a lot of climax here, and I want to extend it now, talking about this. So I'm coming back to cable monitoring and sensors, but starting with sensing, just to give some background. I'm the father of 3 young ones. They're 8, 6, and 4. And when you're a young one, then you can really see how they work with the different senses. To mention 2 examples, we were out here. Christmas is coming up, and Christmas shopping has started a little. And I went to some stores with them. And as a parent, you often then say, "Look, don't touch," when you go into the porcelain store or so. But from the kids' perspective, since everything is new to them, to understand the texture of a material or something, you do combine the different senses. So for them looking at something, they don't really know what that touch and feel like. So they need to combine those two senses. Another thing is at the dinner table, eating something. At least in my school, when I was little, if there was something you maybe didn't really enjoy or like, people often said like, close your eyes and hold for your nose, and then you won't really get the taste, because you don't only eat or feel the taste with the tongue. It is combining those different senses. And in a human being, we then have the single processing unit, our brain, where everything connects, and we don't increase the granularity of each sense itself, but combining them, adding granularity to the data and understanding of the data we collect. And now we looked at cable monitoring and the different sensors we put out in the system. And at least what we see and how we have handled it so far from an NKT perspective and working with our clients is that we do readings from each sensor itself. But then starting to combine it, we have seen that, okay, this actually takes us 1 or 2 steps further. And this is what I'm going to spend my presentation about today. So we have created something that we call Make Sense, and that is our way of introducing a single processing unit to drive extra value and understanding of the data we or our clients collect through different power cable sensors. Good. So let me then take you through this system that we are very happy to now to launching, and give you some pictures and say what it potentially can do. So the Make Sense platform redefines a proactive risk mitigation, allowing more efficient asset availability. The core thing here, it's a single then sensor where we connect everything. So it's agnostic to the sensors themselves. Already existing sensors or any sensors can be integrated to the system. So there's an interoperability with already installed cable monitoring systems. By having this continuous power cable condition monitoring, it helps reveal uncertainties and can support the proactive decisions we talked about over the past 2 days and also previous years, when to do a preventive operation, even maybe a repair. And then by having this, we can optimize the grid performance over the lifetime of the asset. I'm going to go through those, 6 different areas. Going to put extra focus on the 2 first ones and the last one. So this is what it looks like when you log in. But what is it then in reality? Here. It is a live system, so that can visualize all the sensors, external and internal sensors that is connected to it. In this picture, you can see the sensors we talked about earlier today, and I'm very happy that the technology is explained, because I would not be able to go into depth how the technology itself works. We are working with the data output and what to do with that one in a combined setup. So we have the temperature, different colors, and here you can see that's the outskirt of the cable. We have the acoustic sensing, which are those small blue dots going out. You have vessel traffic, typically from an AIS system, which are the triangles going around. You have depth of burial, which is the blue colored part of the cable itself. By presenting this layer on layer on layer, we, as one thing, can reduce the false alarms or false positive. We heard earlier today that the same type of signal can mean different things. I think one example that was mentioned was the hotspot? Is that in reality that it has more, or the cable is buried deeper by some reason? Or is it because there are some kind of damage to the cable? And by just combining that data point directly, so hotspot would be something red, and then by combining it directly with the depth of burial, and you can look at the historical change, immediately the system can tell which one of those it is. Today, to mention another example, today's system, what I mean with false alarms, since the data point is difficult to interpret by itself, and you rather be on the cautious side, when you have this kind of system, it pops up all the time, what we would call in this, for the simplified, something yellow, saying that, okay, here's something. We don't know if it's bad or not, but it's a warning. And if you have too many warnings continuously coming in, at the end you just turn off the alarm system. At least we have an alarm system in our house, and every time a cat runs by, it says something in my phone, and in the end, I don't care that there is an alarm, and at some point maybe it is a thief in reality. So to reduce the false alarms is one key area. So in this example, okay, now it's very, very small, I realize. But here's a combination that's saying an AIS system gives a signal. Something is approaching. It could be a fishing vessel. We don't know if it's fishing, but it could be a warning. And then you combine it to the acoustic sensing that says, yes, the vibration tells us that it's not only surface, it is something extra. Maybe they have something they take along the seabed. And then combine that to the depth of burial of the cable in this area is less than it typically would have been. So then it is 3 yellows that all together say maybe something is not good, but combining those, you get a more serious warning telling the combination of those is definitely red. So that is in the live picture. But in reality, what we see at least as we are not, we don't operate the assets. So we as NKT and we as the service and installation, we take care of what kind of rectification can we do more long term. So from that perspective, we then have an alarm log where all the alarms over the year is adding up. And from all of those, when you add those together and do the yearly, if you have a service level agreement, which I definitely agree with the previous speaker, Jack, that there is definitely an upside. And we can also, from our perspective, just see that it's less common in the UK than in some other countries. But anyway, so if you have this, then on a yearly basis, you meet up and discuss what shall we do with the system. And then to have all this data collected makes the analysis much quicker and easier. And then you can do it more often, of course, when it's really unwanted situations. So let me just go to my, by looking at this, we can quickly identify which are the vulnerable areas. We can identify the likelihood of non-wanted events coming here. And then it's easier to do suggestions for preventive actions and work more proactively with the cable system as such. Electrical performance, it's there today just to have all the data collected in one system, and for future-proofing the system. There can be analysis maybe coming in further along the way. Today, that is not directly linked to the layer on layer, but the data is there. DAS, temperature, and also burial data is there. Here you have the full historical view, and in contrast to the data visualization dashboard, here you can run the long-term analysis to see how it has changed and what have happened over time. Marine survey data, the same. Every survey you do can be easily read in through the file generated in depth of burial. If you have a monitoring system that do the digital depth of burial, it's added also on top of this. And then you, through time analysis, can see potential seabed movings and see when it goes, what area of the cable not only is exposed now, but you can do predictions based upon how has the seabed changed over time, and do some kind of derivate out of that data. Finally, we touched upon it in some sessions, and we can just fully agree, or I can just fully agree from my perspective, when it comes to spare parts and documentation and data. Because if a repair is necessary or any other rectification work, it is not uncommon that in the first discussions with the customer, you have to start the discussion from what spares is actually in the warehouse. Are those up to date? Has parts of it expired or not? Sometimes it's even a discussion, where are the spares? And then it's documentation. It's definitely occasions where either the customer doesn't have the documentation, and we look from our side in our old green as-built documentation. Sometimes we don't have the same kind of data set. So to store all the data in one area and have a common view in between the asset owner and the one who should come there and do the rectification saves a lot of time in the beginning. And this also supports what we see already today. Some clients want support with is coming to spares, that those spares that is for the cable system themselves is mixed and sometimes, to be honest, lost in bigger warehouse. So sometimes we or other companies working as us are asked to handle all the spare parts in our own warehouses. But with this setup, we could also manage or at least control the spares in the customer's own warehouse and come with suggestions when and what that needs to be updated. So just to have a common view on documents and spares would, from our perspective, really facilitate quicker responses once something happens. And this system is meant to be the first step and really consolidate all this. I see time's running up, so I will not go more into depth. I hope I'm very excited over this because I've been thinking over it for the past 3 years. After we left the last conference 1 year ago, we said within NKT that, okay, now we really need to get this tool up and running. We have worked on it for some time, but we said now it really needed. So here we are. And then to conclude, maximize power throughput, early warnings, better preparedness. We can mitigate, we can take proactive decisions for rectification. If there's a repair, we can be much faster, I should not say, but faster at least in conducting the full repair. All by consolidating all possible sensors internally in the cable, but this is not only a cable monitoring consolidation. This is really a cable system consolidating of data. So external sensors as well, putting them layer on layer, consolidated analysis, and therefore we can increase the granularity in the data by combining them, not increasing the granularity per data point. So with this, that way, that is NKT Make Sense tool, which being launched here by the very end of the year. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Axel. So now I'm really counting on the audience. Otherwise, we'll be discussing my salary. So that's not interesting for everybody. Okay, I see some questions up front.
It's already on. Okay. Hi, really enjoyed that one. David Williams from National Grid. Because I'm at the front, I can see really clearly. I was just wondering, is this all simulation data at this point?
So what we're showing here is simulation data. Okay. Yes, we have a live system as well, but it's still fed by simulation data. That is real data that we have extracted, but fed in.
Okay.
Yes, really interesting, really exciting, and we should have a conversation. I'm interested in the vessel tracking. Are you able to track vessels that do sort of dark trawling and switch off the AIS?
So yes, to some extent, we're working with a partner of ours that is feeding in and handling part of the data. And there are warning So it's how you configure the system. But yes, there are warnings if a vessel is something and suddenly the AIS signal disappears. Then that's a warning itself. And then we can predict where the vessel will be in a certain amount of time, and then connect it to if the acoustic sensing suddenly picking something up, then that's probably that vessel that have arrived.
Thank you.
And together with that, sorry.
Yeah, those would be the two yellows. One is, okay, there is a vessel going dark in the general vicinity of the cable, and you have an AIS signal that would indicate something's happening. Yeah. Please.
I was just to add, with that partner also, we have an online monitoring where we call up the vessel. But this system is not adding to that, but that service is already existing.
Okay, do we have any more? Okay. Oh, you already have a microphone. Then let's start with you.
Cameron Primrose from LS Cable. My understanding of DAS and DTS and all the other suites of sensors you can add on, it requires a lot of big data processing. And you mentioned you just take the output of the data, but my understanding was that this data needed to be trained on real world examples. So has this had any sort of stress testing in terms of testing with real like examples? And
for bits and pieces, I could say yes, but as a full no. And therefore, we're very much looking forward to, I mean, over time, this is the launch. Over time, the analytical tools and data processing tools will enhance. And then in close collaboration with the actual customers that will use it and with their feedback, that will be developed further.
Maybe if I could add to this, because I'm also involved, as you might be able to tell, but the real value add is not only like Axel said, improving the individual senses, but it's the fact that you combine the multiple inputs to come to a conclusion, just like you would say, children, they need to look and touch to then come to a conclusion and not just one of the two. Yeah. Okay, we had a question here.
Yes. Ander Madariaga, Aeon Risk Engineering. Thank you. Very interesting presentation. Apologies in advance if the question is too technical, but you have brought something new. I mean, today we have been hearing about DTS, DAS, DSS, but you have brought electrical signals for sensing. I think it was very, very nice slide. Are we talking about current and voltage and I mean active power, or PD or?
So the electrical sensing, to be clear, we don't add sensors here. We're working with existing sensors, and that is done best by the sensor companies to develop this. So it is what is present on the market, just showing that we can import all this data as well to have there as one common view. And then when we enhance the data, or not, I shouldn't say machine learning, but the analysis, then they might play a part. But today, they don't have a part in the.
Not yet. Yeah,
not yet, but that could be. So it's to future-proof.
Thank you.
Okay.
Ross Piercy.
Oh, there is.
Sorry, James.
Yes,
One more. I won't take up any more time. So we've spoke to customers about this with our relationships with OFTOs and also wind farms themselves. And one of the feedbacks that we have from the technology partners whose sensors you would be plugging into is picking up on the gentleman's point over there, was that a lot of the sensing is in their IP, and the challenge is taking the information and actually then getting something out of it meaningful. You're getting top level data, but in order to really deep dive into the trend analysis, you need them to do their stuff, which is their IP, and is therefore very difficult to bring that technology into your zone so that you can process it to show. I'm just interested to know, have you had to think about that and how you would apply that and how you would allow that? Because being agnostic obviously is great, but if by definition people put into your system that we're looking at it ourselves, and we know that people are very hesitant about that because of the fact that they've got so much IP in the data.
So I can start answering, and then you can give the deeper answer if needed. But the important part here is that we're not looking at enhancing the individual data points, but it is the output, what is visible and what is data owned by the asset owner themselves. We're not trying to go behind the curtains and find out. It is that visible data we collect here, and it's by adding those layer on layer, we can drive the granularity forward.
Yep. I'd add to that there is also some IP in terms of combining those different data sources together, and some of that IP is also within our company. Right. The reason we are not involved in the sensors is because the sensors themselves are not always cable specific. We saw the example of Etienne. It's the same sensors you use in pipelines. It's the same sensors you use in tunnels. Cables are one of the applications. We take that data and then add on the perspective of a cable manufacturer. For us, it's not just the data, it's drawing the conclusions, it's then implementing corrective action, but also allows us to do repairs faster. If we can get access to the DAS sooner, we can take the restorative action much faster. If we have indications where a fault might be, even if there is no DAS, we might be able to find a fault faster. If we have shared common documentation that allows us to at least get started, that shaves days of the repair time. That's worth millions. And today this is send an email to a guy and you get an out of office email back, right? And
yeah, I don't.
But we'd be happy to. I think it's break time now, so I'm happy to take more questions.
Yeah.
But please then come during the break, or here's an email address if someone wants a demo and want to go further deep into the technical details.
Yes. Thank you. Yes. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, but Axel was exactly right. We have a break now. I think Hendrik was also exactly right. So let's take a break until 4:15. Thank you. Yes, you are. No, no, I get for asking the question. Okay, but I don't know if there's many people left outside. No, it's thinning out a little bit. So you're the survivors then so far. We still have a couple presentations to go and a panel discussion, and I hope that we will make it this far. René, you're good? Yes, we need you later. Yeah, good. Yes, now you can nap. Yeah, no. Let's do the next presentation after the break. So our next presenter is James Mbudo, National Grid. James, stage is yours. It's an opportunity for the others to ask questions.
Thank you, Jakob. It's a great honor to be here. I notice half the room is emptied, actually. Is it something I said? But seriously, it's a great honor to be here. And I said this last year when I presented. Really awesome thought leaders in this room, and it's a true honor to be amongst you. And long may this continue. And credit to the organizers, credit to you, Jakob. Fantastic job. So that's me, James Mbudo from National Grid. Before I dive into that, wanted to say something my wife also tells me. Look but don't touch, because I'm super clumsy. When we go to stores, it's not what you think, it's when we go shopping as well. I can see what you're thinking. Anyway, let's move on before I digress too much. So today, wanted to talk about our interconnectors as a national grid, just a brief overview, and then touch on our approach to resilience, something you've heard many people speak into. And then, given this is cable-centric, we'll talk about cables asset resilience. And then I'll pull out a few lessons from previous experience. I should say that I'm the head of engineering, and that covers both converters and cables, covering asset management, covering design assurance as well for new interconnectors. So it's quite broad. So if you have any detailed questions, please ask this gentleman here. David is a cables man, but seriously, you can ask questions. But he's not cheap. Someone said engineers are cheap. He's not cheap, but anyway. Let's move on. So National Grid interconnectors, you've seen this from other presenters. I think Rebecca and Rob spoke into this. 8 gigawatts, or just under 8 gigawatts of capacity, which is huge. I think that makes our interconnectors, actually, if you think about it, the single biggest generator in the UK. So that's critically important. So resilience is key to us. Can power 8 million homes, which is great. I'm glad X-Links are not in the room, at least I think they're not. So, I mean, all of our subsea cables at just over 4,000 kilometers, I think match up to what X-Links want to do. So it's a lot of cable. We also have land cable, about 880 kilometers, and just over 200 joints across the portfolios. So it's a big portfolio. If I go on to the next slide, you'll see a bit more detail, and it's not deliberately small so that you can't read, but it's just trying to fit a lot of detail on the slide. What you'll notice is, we've got a range of commissioning years, so starting 1986 all the way to last year. So different asset ages. You've got I for Britain and Nemo Link, I for 2 NSL and Viking Link. Different capacities, as you can see, different partners. Some are bipoles, some are monopoles in configuration, which brings its challenges. Different cable sizes, different lengths, some MI cable, some XLP cable. You've got different manufacturers. We even have some AC, submarine cable. Why am I showing you this? Just to make the point that it's quite a varied portfolio. When you come to asset management of this as a portfolio, it's a real challenge. How do we try and get mobility of people, for example, across the interconnectors? A real challenge, because they're used to one thing that's set up one way. How do we get suppliers to collaborate? It's a real challenge. So taking that portfolio approach is a big headache at the moment. If anyone's got any clever ideas, I'm listening. But that's our portfolio. The bits highlighted in green are the cables. So you've got 46 kilometers there from, with IFA all the way to what is still the world record at this moment in time, which is great, but lots of cable. Right, moving on to our approach to resilience. And why is resilience important? Because it's critical infrastructure. 8 gigawatts, you can imagine if something was to happen to that, it's a big loss on demand. On some days, there's an app, you can actually look this up, but on some days we provide nearly a fifth, when demand is really low in the UK. So that's a big part of demand. So resilience is a key part of the puzzle for us. So for resilience, we use this thing called a resilience competency framework, RCF. What it does is it has 3 dimensions. That's on the inner ring. The 3 dimensions are systems, organization, and assets. Just outside of those dimensions, you've got 12 goals. So the goals to achieve resilience, there you've got things like workforce strategy, you've got things like the environment, asset management, finance, etc. But what we really do then is measure 43 indicators that sit in the outer ring. We score them and then put all that neatly into a Power BI tool. It gives you MI, so management information, and really it then tells you how mature you are in terms of your resilience. It's a really good holistic approach because, if you were to ask me as heading up asset management, how can I be more resilient? I'll immediately go to the orange sector and pick asset management stuff. But as you can see, there's 2/3 to this that isn't actually asset management, one of which I think is super important, workforce strategy, but we'll touch on that later. But that's how we go about approaching our resilience, the RCF, and happy to talk into this in more detail later. So how do we actually apply that RCF? Once we've done the scores, so what? What does that mean? What we do then is use this continuous cycle that you see. We call it the resilience cycle, imaginatively named, going through a prepare phase, a respond, recover, and adapt. It's as simple as that, as it says on the tin, so to speak. So preparation is about thinking ahead, understanding what sort of disruptive events can occur. And we've seen a lot shared here, and I will share some. And it's in preparation then that you can recover as best as you can. Yeah, so we do that a lot. We do that proactive horizon scanning, thinking about the threats that can come up, any hazards, etc. So preparation is key. The reality is, though, that you can't prepare for everything. Another thing my wife tells me a lot, but let's not go there. You can't prepare for everything. At some point, you'll have to respond. Yeah, things happen. Interconnectors are complex assets, and things happen. They're made up of so many different complex assets. So things absolutely do happen, and we've seen examples of that. What we found is that when you do respond, even with the best preparation, yeah, there's always an element of improvisation because you can't prepare for everything. So that response, it's good that you acknowledge really early on that yes, it will be rehearsed, great, you have your plans, etc., but there will be a bit of improvisation there, and we're alive to that. But then as you respond then, of course, you want to recover, and recovery is all about what do my stakeholders want, what do my customers want, basically they want the circuit back in service, so you take that into account. But it's good because it gives you a focus on why you're doing what you're doing. And for me, the most important one then is the adapt phase. And I was speaking to someone about this actually a few minutes ago. After you've gone through your preparation, your response, and your recovery, you absolutely have to take those lessons. There's some good lessons, there's some not so good lessons, where, to use someone's phrase, when you look at yourself in the mirror and see, maybe we didn't do that too well. You need to take those lessons and embed them in what you're doing. So for me, adapt is super, super critical. that's what we do. So switching over to cables now, more specifically, loads of photos, and I'll canter through these as quickly as possible. I've grouped them per those four. So this one's around the prepare in the cycle. So to the left, you can see stuff that I would class as, is inherent in the design of the cable and the cable systems. For example, we provide a depth of cover. Yeah, you don't just throw them there. Cables have got armoring to protect the core. So there's things inherent in the design and in the installation that provide a level of resilience. That's part of the preparation. We also do monitoring. We've heard of acoustic sensing, temperature sensing, TDRs as well. We do that. We do drone surveys as well. We've recently finished one up in Blyth on North Sea Link, which provided a little drawing there. Don't get the laser. Anyway, the drawing beneath the drone there, you can see how sand depositions and erosions change over time. Important for us because, I don't know if you can make it out, but there's a river there, and that river is known to change course with time, which at times has actually exposed our cable up there. So super important for us. We do walking surveys of land cable routes. We do the seabed surveys as well, including depth of burials. But we also do desktop-based exercises. We've had some really good ones with various TSO counterparts where we sit like this, talk through scenarios, challenge ourselves, and come up with procedures that can actually help us prepare better. So we do all that in the prepare phase. Moving on to response, like I said, things happen. Sometimes the response is not to a fault. So what you can see here on the extreme left is a screenshot from Ocean Brain, which I think I spoke into last year in Berlin. Many of you might remember the very bad poem that I shared. Apologies for that. Still get emails about it. Anyway, so Ocean Brain is now live. It's something we use. It can track vessel movements. It can track dark trawling. We've loaded cable burial depths in there. We've got known areas of cable exposures. That gives us an area to focus on in terms of risk. So if people are crisscrossing that a lot, we can get messages sent out to them. We can get in touch with the fisheries liaison officers. We can work with Ultramap. Sometimes we can deploy guard vessels, but that's a form of response, and that's come about from having this tool. We've also got cable preparedness plan. Jack, where's Jack? Is Jack still in the room? So we do have a cable preparedness plan. Don't ask me to rate it out of 10 because I'll embarrass myself. But we do have a plan, but we can absolutely improve that. If I'm speaking honestly, we had some challenges on some cables recently. That plan learned from those challenges. So you're absolutely right, but we do have a plan. We also have contracts in place to help us with fault finding, repair provisions, jointing, specialist resource, etc. Vessels. We are members of the PRSI, which is not perfect, but look, it's another tool we can use. So all in the respond category. Spares have been mentioned. So to recover, you need spares, and you just don't need spares, but you need them to be in a deployable state. So a couple of photos of some of the good spares we have, offloading cable from the ship. Some of you might recognize that vessel into this brand new storage facility for Viking Link. But spares is something you need to manage to be able to recover. Adaptation then. Adapt. Some photos there of previous incidents we've had. Clearly, this is physical damage. We absolutely have to learn from this. Some of this is what spurred us to develop Ocean Brain, because these are real issues caused by vessels on our cables. We're also collaborating with suppliers, asking questions like, is there any sort of universal joint that we can develop that can fit across different suppliers' cables? Big question mark, I know, asking a lot, but it's something we're trying to push. Safety is another area which we absolutely learn from. Our task, beyond what people commonly say, safety first, absolutely, but we have to be safer on the next job than we on the previous one that we did. So that's something we're big on. Another area which someone mentioned is in consents and permitting. So if we don't have constant dialogue with permitting and consenting bodies such as the MMO, it will always be a big headache trying to get the permitting. And when faults do happen and you need to respond quickly, that's not the time you want extra headaches coming in. So as much as we can have dialogues before, as much as we can collaborate before in that adaptation phase, it absolutely helps. Photo there of an exercise we had with a couple of Nordic interconnectors last year, challenging ourselves, like I said, going through desktop-based scenarios, looking at kits at one of their contractors as well, which was really good. So just pulling out a few lessons learned. I've gone for what I'd say is perhaps not the obvious lessons, but let's see, you be the judge of it. First one is around permitting. Permitting, at least in the UK anyway, can be super complicated. I think this is the case across Europe as well. Just taking an example fault location there, just as an example, you'll see the number of people or bodies, I should say, that hold jurisdiction over that area. You've got the MMO, their permission is required for work between that mean high water springs all the way to the EEZ. So that green line that goes all the way across. You've got Natural England, you've got the Crown Estate as well, you've got the JNCC, you've got local planning authority as well to contend with. It's a lot of authorizations that are needed. And to my point, if you're not having the conversations before something happens, if you're not talking around, if we needed to do something, how can we make this work better? That can be super tough because this is the process flow that we have. Yeah, this is literally the process flow that we have. So in theory, this is supposed to take 13 weeks from the point of submission of the documentation in the case management system. But it can go through a loop of further requests of information. Rightly so, because, further information is needed. But again, in an emergency scenario where you want to recover, respond quickly, not ideal. So going back to my point, in the adapt phase, that constant dialogue is super important. Other lessons that are not permitting. And this is my last slide, you'll be happy to note. One is around fault location. So cable incidents are big deals. Yeah, they can be quite expensive, let's be honest, on interconnectors that are carrying a lot of energy. They can be quite expensive. They focus their attention, but sometimes they focus their attention too much. So in fault location, we've seen instances where the location and the TDR is done only from one end and not from the other end. Seems obvious now, as you're saying it in the room, isn't it? But in that hotbed situation, that can be done, and that leads to inefficiency. It sort of knocks everything else because finding the fault is step number one. Yeah, that can knock everything else and become really inefficient in your approach. So that's something we've stipulated in the repair preparedness plan, that, hang on a second, do it from both ends. That then requires the TSO on the other side to collaborate with yourselves. I'm going to my adapt point earlier. Moving on to safety from the system then. Obviously, it's HV, and people focus on that in terms of safety from the system. What about the fibers? If you do have a fiber, you need safety in that respect as well. So we've seen examples where the fiber optic system has actually been overlooked. Yeah, safety from the system and permitting, so documentation has been issued, but only for the HV system. And that LV system is sort of forgotten. What we've done now is improve that. We have a whole system safety, one set of RAMs. And just a point to note as well, in terms of issuing documents, we issue safety documentation to competent person who is offered contractor. Interestingly, for offshore work, they'll then have to find over communicating that and transferring that to the people offshore and ensuring that risks around, for example, induced voltages are taken care of. A real challenge there of collaboration and coordination. And lastly, something which is, again, often overlooked, documents and drawings. You've got all these stakeholders, rarely are they co-located, you're talking big distances. Can everyone access the documents, the drawings that they need? Is everyone trained up in your document management system? Do you actually have one? Or is it just something on some SharePoint somewhere or sitting in someone's OneDrive? Recent examples for us, have shown that this can be a real issue and add days, weeks to recovery. But it's something so small, documents and drawings. I think that was it. So open for any questions with 4 seconds to go.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Now, do we have questions in the room? No? Jack, you don't want to know on a scale from 0 to 10? What it is?
I already warned Jack.
Okay. Okay, but then a question from my side maybe, because and we'll get to this in the panel discussion later, I think, as well. But you have some assets that are getting a little bit older. You mentioned the IFA from 1986. What was that cable's design lifetime, and what happens when that is reached in terms of resilience?
Yes, so it's an interesting question, a really good question as well, because if I can be honest, I think the methodologies and asset management approach applied at the time of IFA's build and commissioning are somewhat different to what we're doing now. So we're working on that with counterparts from RTE, because what we found, and this is embarrassing, look, I'll be vulnerable in the room, we actually have different asset lifetimes between us and RTE. So we're working on that. It's close, but it should be one. And that comes from the way the cable ownership is. So they own some poles, we own some poles end to end, as opposed to the model which you tend to see now, which is split down the middle, which has driven that sort of misalignment. So I can't answer that fully because it's something we're working on, but acknowledge it's a good question.
Okay.
Yes.
Good. Do we have any other questions in the audience? Otherwise, we'll move on. Okay, but then
thank you.
We'll get you back for the panel anyway. So thank you. Okay, now we unfortunately have a small change to the agenda because Mike McLaughlin couldn't make it for medical reasons, so he'll not be participating. But then I hope that Frank de Wilde is available to do the presentation now. Yes, perfect. But then Frank de Wilde from DNV Netherlands.
That was a bit unexpected. But thank you very much. And good afternoon, everybody. My name is Frank de Wild. I work with DNV and I have actually a lot to tell you. First of all, who is DNV? We are a global company focusing on assurance and risk management. We have a lot of people working around the globe. We work in different sectors. One of them is energy. And within that, there is an advisory and verification department where I am coming from. I'm a cable expert and currently working as business director in power cables in DNV. What do? We certify, we verify, we test, we qualify, assure, we provide advice, and we provide, let's say, co-created rules, standards, and recommended practices. So today, I wanted to talk about power cable failures and not so much the failures themselves and let's say show lots of pictures about failures, but more discuss about what can we do to prevent them. The point is, right, if we if we look to what we are currently experiencing and doing, I believe there is way too many failures. And if we look, let's say, to the projects and what happens to our projects, right? Power cables become longer and longer. They carry lots and lots of, let's say, capacity at the moment, right? 2 gigawatts, 2.2, 2.7 gigawatt. It's all there. If we have a failure, there is a significant consequence, not only to the cable system, but very much also to the network. And more we expose ourselves to those kind of risks. On the other side, we also have changing, let's say, project teams, right? The players are not the same as they used to be. We have new manufacturing lines. We have new players. We may even say that their amount of experts per projects are reducing. So how are we in control of all of this? And are we actually in control? One of the few things we can do is to look into statistics to understand if we are in the control. And let's say if we look to those statistics, well, I'm not very pleased. Here on the slide, you see, right, one of the things we do as DNV is finding root causes of failures. We do that, let's say, every day of the week. And unfortunately, our database of failures is pretty large. We also do that more publicly. We did a joint industry project recently with all the partners currently on the screen. We found 135 cable failures, submarine cable failures, in and around the North Sea area. Huge amount. And you can go into the statistics. So, and with statistics, what you look back in history, right? Not in the future. Future may be different. We only look back in history. And then, well, what are those 135 failures? Well, that is on the top pie chart. Lots of installation failures, production failures, then design failures and the rest. The bottom pie chart is the failures as we see them as DNV. We see a little bit of a different subset because, right, if an X is standing in a power cable, you don't have to do a root cause analysis to figure out why it failed. But there where you just have a small hole in the cable, you need to figure out what's going on there. So when we do that, right, we find a slightly different graphic. The major difference is between installation failures and production failures. The rest is quite similar. Apart from those failures, there is also a lot of non-conformities, meaning what failures that happen before the project is commissioned. When we look to the root cause of failures, actually, what we also see is that many of those failures can be prevented. Right, so those failures, many of those failures are unnecessary. And I try to visualize that by, let's say, graying out some of those pie chart parts. Right, everything that is a little bit whitish, I think we can get rid of if we pay attention to early phases in a project and if we are sharp in our projects. So, and that has a big effect, right, on the overall failure rate of our projects. So we can be in control. We know what to do. We know what to look for. But the point is, let's say, how are we going to do that? Right, we can prevent them. So, and that was actually the topic of my talk. How do we prevent failures from happening? And we can evaluate failures. What can we do in the manufacturing and installation stage? What can we do in the design stage? What can we do, let's say, to increase our learning speed? In manufacturing and installation stage, I wanted to touch upon project verification and qualification of technologies, which you can do upfront. Also, I brought to you an innovation, which we have been working on. In the design stage, which is just 9% of the failures, let's say, in history, but I believe that that amount of failures is going to increase in future. I wanted to share with you some findings on probabilistic engineering of cable systems. And then regarding the increase on the speed of learning, I wanted to present to you a new initiative we have, which is a global failure database. First of all, verification, right? This can be done in manufacturing, and the next slide is on installation. You can go and check what happens in the field. We do that, we check, we clarify functional requirements. You can endorse all your manufacturing plans, installation plans, ITPs, etc. You can be there when the cable is manufactured, witness all the tests, witness all the jointing, etc. Witness the DTS verification. You can witness everything which you want. And that for sure increases the quality and gets rid of a number of failures. What is interesting here is why do you do that, right? You do that to make sure that manufacturing is manufacturing what was designed, right? To feedback on the design. And let's say in the design, you make assumptions on what are you going to manufacture and what are the properties of your product, which you can test in the manufacturing stage. So it is very much also checking if the manufacturing, let's say, makes it possible that your project is going to meet the requirements. That is what you do. And you also, let's say, check, let's say, that you can actually joint a cable, that you can actually install a cable, and that the installation is such that you can actually, let's say, manufacture the right product for such that you can install it. So it is also about the interfaces that lead you to limitations and requirements on your manufacturing, and you check that. It's not just standing next to a machine and be happy about that. You can do it slightly more clever than, let's say, being there 24/7 by doing it risk-based, where you have experts figuring out, let's say, what happens in key manufacturing steps, where you go unannounced to factories to figure out what is going on, and then scale up or scale down your activities on the basis of your learnings. That balances efforts and results. In installation verification, you can continue with this by making sure that your installation design, right, the way you are going to install belongs to the power cable manufacturing and to the design stage. You can make sure that the quality of your measurements is correct and the accuracy of your measurements is correct. I'm going to talk about that later. And you can use, let's say, experts to witness your jointing processes. On new manufacturing lines, there is also quite something happening, right? I think almost every cable manufacturer is expanding their capacity, meaning new manufacturing lines, meaning new locations where cables can come from. And you may know that if you look to the pre-qualification and qualification status of power cables, they are dependent on the location where they are produced. A different machine means that you need to figure out a different qualification stage. It must be qualified again, unless you prove similarity. So what we do here is to figure out how similar a new line is compared to an existing line. And to learn about, let's say, similarity, if it is fully similar, well, a new line and an existing line are the same, right? And then you can use the qualifications of the old line to figure out what is the property of the new line. But if there is a difference, it doesn't work that way. Then you need to re-qualify things or there are remaining risks. So we evaluate that by looking to the process, right? The manufacturing process, by looking to the work procedures of new lines, by looking to the people, the experience of the people, the expertise of the people, and to the products, let's say, which are used or are developed on the new line to understand the similarity of new lines compared to existing lines. And that leads to understanding what needs to be tested, what needs to be qualified, what are the remaining risks of using a new line of which no experience exists for your new project. A similar thing goes for new products, right? There is a lot of new products. This sector is very much in development. It means, therefore, right, that if you look to standards, they will never be complete because there is also always something new. And what do you do with the new product? How can you be sure of the functionality of a new product? Well, there is something you can do looking to, let's say, qualify such new products. There is procedures for that, how to do that. Basically, it's a failure mode effect analysis on everything that is new. You could make a qualification plan to make sure that those failure modes are under control and remain under control. You execute your qualification plan, and if possible, if that is successful, you can, let's say, have a qualified product. We make such statements, and we do that from time to time, let's say, for all kind of different new products, like sealing caps, right, for cable systems, right? If you want to cut a cable, you want to seal it, and maybe you want to have it watertight. We do that for other kinds of systems, all kind of smaller arrangement or full cable systems. In the end, right, it is important to understand that there is evidence that the new technology works and that the new technology lives up to its requirements. Apart from these things, let's talk a little bit about innovation. What kind of new things could we do, let's say, which are helpful in manufacturing and in installation and which prevents failures in those phases of a project? In this joint industry project, which I mentioned before, we developed actually a sensor which can detect bending, twisting, and forces in power cables. And we believe that is very useful, let's say, to get rid of a lot of, let's say, failures during the handling stage of cables or during the transport stage of cables. It's really powerful because we can distinguish between bending, twisting, and forces. We can measure them individually. It's a distributed measurement. It works over tens and tens of kilometers. The results of this project are public, and you can follow the link over there, and you'll find yourself the report, let's say, that discloses all the details. I brought a few pictures. Right, this is a sensor, right, a prototype of the sensor. And then if you bend it, you see, let's say, a response on the slide. This is not a fiber brag rating or something like that. It is a BRIOWAN OTDR, meaning distributed sensing. We integrated those things also in power cables. Here you see in the middle of the cable system, and over there, let's say, a triangular arrangement in another type of cable. And in both cases, you can, let's say, come to very interesting measurements results also. So it is also bending, it's tension, it's torsion, which you can monitor. Crushing forces, impacts, etc. Everything was tested, and we developed a proof of principle for those kind of sensors. The application of such things is, let's say, in, for example, installation, right, where you could follow, let's say, the movement of power cables, the bending of power cables, and you can distinguish, let's say, between tension in cables, bending in cables, and remaining forces in cables. So if you could monitor that whole process, and you can, let's say, limit, let's say, your exposure to bending, your exposure to twisting, you can keep better track of, let's say, how cables are handled and what kind of forces are acting on those cables. It's not only installation though. We see actually quite a lot of failures in transpooling. This works also in transpooling, in transport. It also works, let's say, in the last stages of manufacturing after cable layup. So this sensor can be used much wider than just the installation phase, and also in the operation phase. When you have a free span, which you did not expect, you will see bending, you will see maybe some movement in the power cable. You can detect all of that with a single sensor. So now failures from the design stage. And there I wanted to talk a little bit about probabilistic design of engineering. And focused on current ratings. You can also focus on other aspects, but I picked the topic of current ratings. And you may know that, well, the current rating of a cable is very strongly dependent on the thermal resistivity of the cable surrounding, the ambient temperature, and the burial depth. So everything outside of the cable, not inside the cable. So the outside of the cable determines the current rating, not the inside. Given that, what we see, let's say, when we have a cable project is that you are always looking for thermal bottlenecks. Here we have plotted in a cable project 155 thermal bottlenecks, or sorry, 133. And we have plotted also the error margins in that. And those are just errors on the thermal resistivity, the ambient temperature, and the burial depth. So you can check that, right? You can analyze your measurement equipment. You can analyze, let's say, how accurate you are actually doing this. And you can use that to figure out what effect does that have on my thermal bottleneck behavior. You come to a thermal bottleneck indicator value, which is directly related to the current rating. So the higher this value is going to be, the lower your current rating is going to be. So the better you know your environment, the sharper you can design. But just before we are arriving at that point, right, this kind of distribution you can change into a probability distribution. The probability distribution can be transferred into a cumulative probability distribution, and then you can make interesting choices. How sure do you want to be about, let's say, your engineering? Do you want to be 97% sure, 99.99% sure? That means that you need to have a different a different input to your current rating calculations. And if you don't want to do that, right, then it means that you need to do more of work to understand your cable environment. But here you see that depending on how well you know your cable environment, you can deduce a certain current rating for a project, and you can guarantee a certain project current rating. So in probabilistic engineering, you include your understanding of your situation, and the better you understand your situation, the sharper you can design. That means that you avoid design-related failures. Last point, increasing the speed of learning. There we have this the following. You can learn a lot from failures by doing, for example, root cause analysis on failures. And those root cause analyses are, let's say, going into the details of failures. Well, what happened? What really precisely happened? And what went wrong in the process of coming to a certain solution? That is very valuable information, and not only valuable for the individual project, but actually valuable for everyone in the industry. So we were looking for what if you could learn from others and from other incidents around the globe, right? Today there is also a cable failure. Tomorrow there is another cable failure. So what can we learn, let's say, from them, and how can we, let's say, make sure that we can learn quicker? We don't have to wait until our own power cable fails. We can already learn from the failures of others. So the idea here is that we are making a database of failures and non-conformities. We store all of kind of failure databases and detailed information. So coming from root cause analysis, we guarantee the confidentiality, right? We are not, let's say, doing anything with that data. We are just analyzing that and deducing the learning points. What can we learn and what should we do better? And then that information can be shared again, let's say, to the participants of this initiative. At the moment, right, we find ourselves in a situation where we do not really share this data. There is just a few companies who are willing to share, very much because of confidentiality reasons. Here we try to respect confidentiality, but still allow us to learn as a sector. Benefits, of course, are clear. You can start learning, let's say, from non-conformities and failures happening all over the world. And you can start, let's say, implementing improvements in specifications, in requirements, in design procedures, or in manufacturing procedures, etc., already now. So I hope we can slowly but surely shift our focus from experiencing failures to preventing failures. And with that, I conclude my talk. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Do we have some questions from the audience? No? There is one. We could get a microphone. It's on its way.
Hi, Frank. Thank you for the presentation. I was just wondering in relation to this database, is it a voluntary information or is it DNV's root cause? Whenever DNV is involved in a root cause analysis, you put some of it anonymized, or how exactly do you expect it to work?
It is voluntary. The idea is to subscribe, let's say, as a participant to that and then share your failure data. We would be requiring a lot of details on that failure data. And then we would be analyzing that failure data such that we deduce the learning points. So the idea is that we are in the middle. We keep things confidential, but we use failure data from outside partners.
And you just provide on the database for others to see the output of your analysis.
Exactly, on the database and on the analysis of the data. Because, right, it is very important to have qualitative good data. So we need to make sure that the quality is good enough and that we draw the right conclusions.
Okay. Which cable manufacturers in the room do you reckon will participate in this?
It can be for everyone, right? It can be, let's say, cable manufacturers who are joining, TSOs, project developers, insurance companies. Everybody could use this.
Absolutely.
And the point is, right, we can increase the learning cycle, all of them, and that has great value. But do you remember how much money we are going to spend on cable failures if we continue like we do today? That's a big saving. And we cannot really have the failures of tomorrow, right? We are already in 2 gigawatts. And I think that if you now have a failure of 1 gigawatt, right, already the network is going to, well, not like it. So we need to learn and we need to do a better job, right? And I think that starts with, let's say, kind of sharing this kind of data and trying kind of to learn as an industry. So that is what we could bring.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay. Do we have other questions?
We don't know yet. We are in developing this initiative. But if you're interested, let me know, right? And we can, let's say, help and discuss, let's say, this on how to set this up. The cost should not be too high.
Not too high in DNV context.
What's the cost of the next cable failure?
Well, typical DNV day rate.
Well,
Maybe if I can add a reflection, I think there is one element of risk is indeed preventing the failures, but taking the perspective maybe of the contractors and the installers and manufacturers, DNV finding things is also a risk, or another another surveyor or expert, because we've had instances, I'd say, where we don't fulfill spec and we have to scrap cable, even though everybody knows it's probably okay-ish. Okay-ish. No, I mean, to give you an example, we did have in an onshore cable situation where the specification was 300 square millimeter copper, and the resistance test was showing 297. You need to scrap 15 kilometers. It's yeah. Yeah, but it's true. 300 is 300, and 297 isn't. James.
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation, Frank. I was just wondering for the database, and you mentioned people and process. I'm conscious that sometimes issues arise in the interface. So it's not pure cables, but it's in the interface, whether you're talking platforms or converter stations or pure civils works, whether you will extend that far, which might take you away from this scope. Just wondering how you'll approach that.
Yeah, that's very much the intention, right? We should cover the entire system. But we also should start somewhere. So we decided to start off with power cables, which simply have the highest failure rate and the highest impact. So that's why we start there. But we should not stop there. It should, let's say, cover the entire, let's say, system. Yeah. Yeah. And the point is, it is about learning, right? And there should be somebody who keeps the project sharp, right? Because we cannot really have those failures of tomorrow. So that is why we do this. Not to become extremely wealthy, etc.
The other element of the business model could be who pays more for you, to show up or not to show up. Then then you can balance the risk.
You know, our company, right, is owned by a foundation, right? And our foundation, right, it is not a commercial company in the end. Our foundation has the aim to safeguard life, property, and the environment. So for that reason, right, we really want to have, let's say, this energy transition be a success. But for that, right, these kind of power cable failures have to go. That's why we do this.
And maybe one question on the database. So my understanding is you will be very much looking at the root cause of the failure and providing the learnings from that, not providing statistics on failure frequency and whose cable is better and et cetera, right?
It is very much about the root cause of things.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, because that is currently not there, right? There is, let's say, statistics all around. Everybody has statistics. We also, let's say, shared some statistics today. But that is not really what makes you learn. What makes you learn is to really go back and look to that individual wire welt and say, well, this is incorrect, right? You are using a wrong procedure here. And therefore, we have a category of failures we can prevent. That is where the learning takes place. Yeah.
Good. Do we have any final questions? No? Okay, but then we will move on to the final point on the agenda, and that will be our panel discussion. So you can stay already. So on the panel, we will have you again. So you can stay. We have James and Ludo from National Grid presented before. We will have William Stevenson from Anshore Subsea. Okay, then we will have you. Jack Waddle from NC and René van Kessel from Cable Ability. Wow.
Ability to wind cable service, to subsea cable service.
Sorry, René from Wind Subsea Cable Services. Okay, gentlemen. So what we're talking about now? Let's see. It says replace or repair, and it sounds a lot like a topic that we discussed a little bit already yesterday, which relates to operation and maintenance. But the question for me becomes a little bit further fledged than just maintaining and operating a cable, but actually how to approach its end of life and at what point is replacement unavoidable. So, I alluded to this a little bit, James, during your presentation. I mentioned IFA 2000 is from 1986. It's approaching 40 years old. And at some point, it's finished, I would assume. So, I would like to understand your perspective on as those assets that today are relatively new, some of them are just approaching end of life. What do you foresee in the future will happen to those assets, and how should we manage that? And maybe if Jack could start at the far end, and we'll make our way back. So René is last, because then we run out of time.
I have no idea, to be quite honest, Diego. I mean, at the end of the day, currently we repair cables or we install cables. We can also remove them. That's relatively easy, but it's a very low part of the value chain, to be quite honest. So yeah, assets will age. Can we have a lifetime extension of these assets? I doubt it at some stage. But really, I don't know how to answer this question. So I'll give it to the next speaker.
Thank you. So I think from my perspective, we have to step back from it and take a broad view. It's not a simple question as it is. So what we are doing within National Grid is going through robust optioneering, because it's not just replace or repair. It can be a mix. You can have refurbishment of some components. But what does the cost benefit tell you out of all those? How does that fit in with a wider strategic asset management plan? Because we're talking about the cable, but we view it as an interconnector. So there's other bits to it. How does that fit into that? So for us, it's about the strategic asset management plan, which is not just near term or middle term. It looks long term as well. And that's why I couldn't give you a direct answer before. And we're going through that. We have to do robust optioneering and come out with the answer that actually matches the interconnector. And I think that's the correct answer. And to Frank's point, I think that's the correct answer for going to net zero as well. Because if we make hasty decisions around replace or repair, very localized, might be the right decision for that. But for the bigger picture, sometimes that cannot be the right decision.
Yeah, maybe I'm the only one not introduced, I think, in these 2 days. My name is Peter Wijnmaal. I'm working for Ensure Subsea. We are a trenching company, but recently forward integrated into Tier 1 with the cable lay vessels, Siemens installer, former team Topaz. Actually, so we're also on the lower end of the food chain. But what we triggered in the presentation of Frank is, I think that's about design management. So if you're an asset owner, the top functional requirements most of the times are maintainability, sustainability, reliability, safety. And if you would do a replacement or thinking of a replacement, I think the asset owner should make the assessment. What's the cost benefit analysis, and to what extent can I still verify or qualify to the top functional requirements? And only the lower end of the food chain, the contractor, is then basically doing what the asset owner is designing. So that would be my thinking.
Yeah, very good. I think there is 3 categories of reasons, right? Technical, economical, and strategic reasons, which could lead to the end of life of an asset and determine whether you replace or repair. So to talk about a few, let's say, less obvious ones maybe, but maybe playing a big role, is, for example, can you still joint cable of 30 or 40 years old? Do you still have the people who can do that? Do you still have the materials who can do that? To do that? And if the answer on that is no, well, maybe you are closer to replacing rather than repairing. Another thing I was thinking about is, well, what happens now with the MI cables? What we've seen that there is quite some still in service. But well, what happens to polarity reversals, right? We see that, let's say, increasingly, right, we are wanting to change energy flows. The speed of them, let's say, is increasing. The amount of times that we are switching from, let's say, transferring from A to B and from B to A is increasing. But those power cables cannot handle too many of them, and also the speed is limited. So, is the original design requirement, are they still could they still be fulfilled with the current way of operating an asset? I think actually, right, that we are, let's say, slowly but surely, let's say, utilizing our assets in a different way than what they were intended to do 30 or 40 years ago. But that also leads to replacing rather than repairing. So those kind of things play, I think, a very big role in this.
I've got nothing to add. To be quite honest, I think there's a lot of said already about why you should replace a cable or not replace a cable. The old cables are most of the time are completely different design and to other standards than they are nowadays. So I can only say what I can see is that, for instance, in the north of Scotland, all the cables are being replaced between the various islands. They have a design life of 30, 40, or something between 30 and 40 years in the water. They're being replaced. Not by exactly the same cables, but the newer type of cables with higher capacities, etc. So there's a reason for replacing them at that time. And another thing is that what's mentioned as well is having the spares. Do you still have the spares available, and are they being able to be used after 30 years of having them in stock? And most likely you don't get them again from the market.
Yes, but then I would like to draw a parallel why I think this is important, and it's going to be in general about infrastructure. But quite recently in the news, I don't know if all of you have seen it, but we had a highway bridge collapse in Germany. And yes, in Dresden, a bridge just collapsed. And that's where I'm concerned, because we're speaking about relatively similar infrastructure in the sense that this is critical. It's not allowed to fail. It should be maintained. It should be potentially replaced. And then we don't do it until disaster strikes, and we turn around and figure out that Germany has whatever they said, 20,000 bridges that should have been replaced. I see the exact same in power infrastructure onshore. I mentioned to a few during the breaks. We in NKT in service in Germany routinely repair cables that are 60, 70 years old. 110,000 volt paper insulated gas pressure pipe type cables. And so I'm wondering, what is that an aspiration that we have for those modern systems as well? What can we do to get them lasting that long? Are there developments that we need? Are there areas we need to pay attention to make sure that either they serve us well much longer than we anticipated, or that we deal with them before they become an issue?
I can give one comment on that one. What you see is that the innovations in the cable design is very fast at the moment. We started 33 kV for inter-array, within a couple of years 66. Now we're talking about 132. On the high voltage, it went from 150 to 225 to DC cables, now 525. We don't have the experience with those cables. And what I saw from the telecom is that the same kind of developments in the capacity in the various cables, that some of the cables which were installed at a certain moment were obsolete after 10 years instead of the design life of 25. We might see this happen as well for the power cables as well.
Yes, we are already seeing that actually, right? There are cable designs that fail much earlier than the expected lifetime. On land, right, there are various examples of, for example, joint, let's say, designs which fail quite early in the lifetime. We also see examples of failures that fail because, right, we are using the infrastructure differently by the infeed of renewable energy, for example, which comes with a much more dynamic load pattern, and typically also much higher loading. It causes a lot of thermomechanical stress, and let's say designs that were not so good or were not so well tested in past start to fail. So there are things that are starting to fail quite early in their lifetime. On the other hand, right, an old cable is not necessarily bad. Right, so there can be 60-year-old cables which are perfectly fine and can still, let's say, operate for another 10 or 15 years. I think the trick here is to, let's say, keep a grip on the condition of your asset and to really understand your asset well. And that means that you need to understand, let's say, why would those things fail, right? Is there an inherent design issue or structural issue? Then you have to know about it. And as long as there is no structural issue, well, then there's only incident management, and incidents can occur always, right?
Yeah.
You cannot prevent that. But you can, let's say, be active in recognizing structural issues and structural shortcomings in any design which you have in your network.
Maybe to follow up on this element, you mentioned that there is assets that have been failing very frequently in the beginning. Would those be, in your mind, technology infancy challenges? Are those things we've learned from and moved on? And will we see them again in a different form that we don't expect? Or do you believe we learned enough from mistakes?
Well, there's also technology infancy things, right? That they start failing in the first few years and thereafter not. The ones I was talking about are more, let's say, designs that were never, let's say, fully utilized in their, let's say, in their design envelope, and therefore had some corner in their design which are known only now, let's say, starting to play up and cause failures. While now a majority of, let's say, the network has those kind of assets inside. So you simply have a fleet of assets which are starting to fail because we are utilizing the network differently. And that was not foreseen because we never tested those things up to their design limit.
Right? That is why I also stress so much the qualification things and verification things. It's really important to understand what is the limit of your asset. Because what it's not only for today, not only for one project, right? We are building entire networks with that stuff. And we depend on it.
Just a quick question, because I suddenly realized with your example of the bridges, where we see the traffic is more heavier, more frequent. Yeah, we're talking about cable failures as in design, installation, but can it be that a percentage of the faults are also by, well, abusing or new usage of cables which deteriorates the cables, which has nothing to do with installation or design whatsoever?
Yes. One thing, right, which is interesting is thermomechanical stresses, right? If we test the power cable, right, you do a type test and a pre-qualification test and all of that stuff. But the thermomechanical forces are not really playing a role there, right? The cable is on a floor, it can move all around. So we don't really test for thermomechanical forces. But what happens in reality, short circuit currents are rising, we lock up, let's say, and we have joints and bends and all kind of stuff. And those thermomechanical forces simply, let's say, increase and increase. And with dynamic load patterns, they further increase. So that is a good example of something that is going to happen to the network and is, let's say, our assets are subjected to that and is not well tested.
If I can add to it as well, I think subcomponents come into play as well. So supply chains now are so heavily integrated. You know, gone are the days when one entity provided everything. You're reliant on so many suppliers. Even the suppliers in the room probably have a long list of suppliers themselves. And the aspect of QA, QC is super important then. How are you doing your quality checks on your suppliers and their suppliers and their suppliers? It's a real challenge. We have an example within National Grid where we're facing some big challenges, but it comes from a supplier of a supplier. Not traditionally where you would do your traditional quality checks and do checks on the manufacturing process. You're seeing the process, perfect, but it's actually a subcomponent that's feeding into that process that's causing a big issue. And that's a real challenge for the industry. You have, companies, rightly so, pushing the envelope on, insulation mixes, etc. Where is that being sourced? So, you have metals that, theoretically are degrading with time. The purity of metals is that being factored in? I'm not so sure. But there are a lot of knock-on effects that lend the whole system to potentially then crash at some point.
Jack, maybe for you, because we touched a few, and if you want, you can, of course, provide a remark. But for you, I have a separate question because we touched on the point of economical feasibility. Is it still worth repairing as opposed to replacing or decommissioning an asset? And there you come into play, and you weren't part of the discussion yesterday. What do you see in future of maintaining and especially repairability and performing repairs on cables that will ultimately, if a repair is cheap and easy, it will extend the economic lifetime of the asset? What's your perspective there?
Again, going back at the end, I think just going back to the previous subject, we're all looking at predictability, we're all looking at reliability, and at some stage, I think we have to get to some what is quite common now, I think, in maintenance of all our infrastructure is predictive maintenance. So now, I think for cables, that is still in its infancy. We are doing more and more monitoring, more and more testing, but at the end of the day, a lot of the newer cable systems haven't been in place that long, and XLPE at the end of the day is still a relatively young material. So I think our repair capabilities are becoming better and better and more extensive, and there's more and more knowledge. what we're missing at the moment, for instance, is a lot of the repairs are doing like for like. There is no improvement there. There is no. What you take out is fit for purpose or should be fit for purpose, and we replace it by something exactly the same. What still should be fit for purpose, but maybe isn't fit for purpose anymore because we are 10 years down the line and the world has changed, and we are using the cable in a different way. Now, for inter-array cables, short export cables, I don't think that's such a big issue. They have a wind farm has a relatively short lifetime, 25, 35 years, maybe. So that's probably okay. But yeah, for interconnectors and the really big transmission assets now, we're coming in a completely different realm, and it can be repaired. I have no idea whether it's still cost effective to repair that in 60 years from now. It can be done, but like, I don't know who said it, I think it was Peter. At some stage you come to, is it economically maybe interesting, but what is the reliability from the system after repair? Because we still don't want the light to go out because we have done a repair, but 2 months later we need another one. So it's more the predictability, I think, from towards the future that's important, and whether you can repair it or not, and whether it's cost effective.
Okay, and we had a few also presentations on monitoring and sensing in cables. Are there hopes? We discussed temperature and acoustic sensing, so let's not dive into that again. We agreed that you should be looking at that. But do you have hopes for those technologies and developments in the future that you would like to see?
Well, I for sure have hopes, right? I presented one of those sensing technologies, let's say, to help with detecting the bending radius, twisting, torsion, and forces on power cables. And what we currently see, right, in statistics is that things like torsion, right, they happen and they cause cable failures. We can get them out if we have an early warning of, hey guys, there is torsion happening, let's stop and get that torsion out before we continue. So, and the same goes for bending, etc. So the whole idea of these measurements were, let's say, to immediately understand when you are overbending something or when you are twisting or torsion something. Because, right, then you can also change something before it leads to a failure. And now what we do is to simply continue and create an issue. So if we can get all of that out, then we start to let's say, to worry about the real issues, right? Are we, let's say, really, let's say, designing correctly? And are we within our design envelope? And are we operating in our design envelope? And that is what we should be talking about if we are talking about 2 gigawatt interconnectors.
Yeah, we were talking about DTS, DAS, and that's mostly on the systems that are already installed in the seabed. And you should monitor them for to see if they operate in a proper way. But a lot of the failures are coming during the handling of the cable, and that's going from the factory, loading on the vessel during the transport, and multiple handling of cables. And you see it sometimes because of delays of projects, that a cable is designed for maybe 5 times handling, and then there is a delay on the project, and it has to get from the transport vessel to the shore to the installation vessel. Then there's another delay, it comes back to shore, and that's not monitored or hardly monitored. There's an OTDR most of the time being done, but not really how much time. And you know as much as I do, the most of the cables, and the more critical the cables are, like interconnectors, etc., the less times they have to be handled, but they are still having to be handled. And that's what, when you come into play, that you need to do some measurement during that period as well.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe what's also interesting to remember is that if you build an interconnector, what is it, 700 kilometer, you need 1400 kilometer of cable, right? And those, let's say, cable production machines, where they can do about 300, 400 kilometers per year. Right? So there is manufacturing lines that work years to produce a single asset. But one bad Monday morning, you have a failure.
And they will have
And they will, and well, that is very difficult, right? So can you prevent any bad Monday morning in the coming 5 years?
No, but I believe that's if it's one Monday morning, then it's a definite repair, and then the rest of the asset is fine, right? The incidents we can deal with.
Exactly.
In
But if it
5
is
years, there are a lot of Mondays. I can tell you that.
exactly, but if there is a structural issue where it's happened only once every 100 kilometers, then you are, let's say, well, you have a bad situation.
Yeah, I mean, I liked the way you compared it with the other critical infrastructure, and I think there's one difference on a bridge or on a viaduct or on a lock. You can put all kind of stress sensors in, and you can measure exactly what happens over 35, 40 years, and you can actually do predictive maintenance. In all fairness, you could do the same on a cable. I don't think it was mentioned last 2 days, but there's plenty specialized fibers or sensor fibers, I don't know what you call them, where you can actually measure every millimeter of the cable, what's happening in that cable on strain and on stress and for the next 60 years. The only difference is we are in a very, very difficult environment. The sea and the seabed is by nature very aggressive. And going back to what you said before, Jacob, on following the DOV standard and having to destroy hundreds of kilometers of cable because the strains in the cable during installation are too high, according to the sensor. It's a very thin line what you're walking. We can probably see more than we want to see. That's the honest answer. And if you start to see everything, you also have to probably accept that we will get rid of a lot more cable before it's accepted by the client. And that's a thin line that we're walking, I think, at the moment. And will only become more difficult in the coming years.
The more we measure, the more you will see.
I think I'm trying to talk a little bit carefully. I entered into this industry, I think 10, 14 years ago. I learned about fiber optics and cable. You can measure everything. I think back in the days that it was already an idea to measure everything in the cable. But I had talks and somebody said, well, maybe you don't want to know everything. Because if you install a cable and it goes bust, it always is where the contractor is doing things, he picks up the bill. So if you are saying, well, we have this magnificent database, installation is in most of the cases the issue, then that's where the problem lies. But where's the standard to see, well, actually, is it installation or is it something else? Is it the installation ability? It's not the right word, but can we install it in this hard environment? And so this is, I think, kind of an elephant in the room. I think the contractor is not always doing the right things. That's okay, but this is really, I think, a problem.
Making failures is not a bad thing, but we should learn from them, right? And try to correct when there is a failure. Measuring allows you to detect at least that there is something going wrong or detect something is not as you expected it to be, and it provides a learning opportunity to do better, either, let's say, immediately correcting the situation or to do better in the next project. So I think we should really do that. Because, right, let's not forget, right, why are we building all this infrastructure? That is one, because we want to have electric energy. That's why we want to have renewable energy. Right, so if it is going to be a continuous failure, well, then please explain to me, how can the energy transition be a success? We have to learn. And that starts with monitoring and understanding what's going on. Right, and it's not so much I think, a blame game. It's much more about learning how to improve together.
Yeah,
But we can do it today, yeah? It's available, it's there. But nobody wants to pay for it.
You're talking to contractors, Frank, so that's a little bit of a problem. Now, it's one of the things which I liked in your presentation is that at least you're showing where the failures are coming from. And I was pretty amazed that for the first time I saw a figure 50% is coming from the manufacturing and only 22% coming out of installation. Well, if I listen to all the to the nice insurers who have been here talking to us yesterday and today, it's always a blame on the cable. And the only way they see a solution to that is to raise the deductibles for the installation contractors. So more or less showing it's always the installation contractors which are at fault. And now, so I'm very glad with your figures that it's not only the installation contractors, because I have other experiences as well. But I fully agree with Jack. If you're starting to measure and you measure again, it's all the time pinpointing. This is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong. And I can tell you during installation, we are working in an offshore environment. An offshore environment with moving waves, wind, etc., etc., etc. We're almost installing dynamically the cables, and we're installing static cables.
But the Chas said you can install in 5 meters significant wave height. So
I never said that.
Chas did. So
Well, it's about the learning. That is very much important, right? The failure database does not, let's say, revolve around failures. It revolves around what can you learn to do better. And everybody is doing that now on their own, right? So you learn from every project experience and you improve your specifications with it, but you don't learn from your neighbor. So why not do that, right? Let's say an MI cable failure on the other side of the world is also relevant to us. An XOPE cable installation procedure which goes wrong somewhere else is relevant to the next project. So why not reap the benefits of that learning?
Maybe I need to correct. I didn't want to disagree with learning. That was not the point I wanted to make. But I think years ago, you René, you had this presentation where a lot of companies went bust. So I think disappeared. So I think that if there's a failure, there's a lot of money involved. I think we are slowly getting out of a period where cable failures are not insurable. So that's a sign, right? So we need to be to a certain extent, a little bit be careful with remain a healthy supply chain. We need that, and that's where the learning should be embedded in the kind of thinking how we support the learning curve. That's what I try to say.
I would like to add something to that. I think we have to learn from whatever happens and from failures and from successes as well sometimes. But what the thing is that every failure, then you're talking about risks, and if you have risks, there are coming additional costs. So everything will be more costly, etc. And then you find your developers or the lenders or whoever you find against you. They want to have the projects cheaper, 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 and cheaper. If you want to have good quality in all aspects, somebody has to pay for it.
But I think this is where having the monitoring actually helps, because learning from it and feeding into future projects in my world can actually make those projects cheaper. Inflation is real, I get that. But on a like-for-like basis, with efficiency and learning, you can absolutely be cheaper and have an affordable energy transition, which is what we all want.
I fully agree on that one, but then we should then what we see, and Peter says it already about the companies disappearing. What you see now is companies, installation companies, and I'm a little bit more in the installation side of things, is that you see unproven installation companies coming back into the market, getting large chunks of projects. And I'm pretty much scared about that. That's going to happen again. And what's then the learning curve? We were glad to get rid of those small companies who were making a hell of a lot of mistakes and going bankrupt for a certain reason. And now what we're seeing is that new companies are being brought back in. And it's very nice. And that's something which I think we all should realize in the room. And it's nothing to do with failures, but this is an industry in which you need experienced people. And there is not enough experienced people around. And it's very nice that Axel showed, and I didn't want to comment on that one at that moment, but if you have 2 years ago 4,000 people, and now you have 6,000, but if those 6,000 is you lose 1,000 experienced people, but get in 3,000 unexperienced people, the only thing is that you have to pay more money. That's it. But it's not gaining in experience.
Yes. And that's also a challenge that Axel mentioned, right? And so did Tenet, and so I think does everybody. Is finding the right people is one thing. You cannot find 1,000 experienced cable engineers. They do not exist. And but going back to repairability and infrastructure, I asked a question originally about extending the lifetime of assets, and of course the economic feasibility is a big factor. I'll again bring experience maybe from onshore, which we see with those 60, 70-year-old cables. 20 years ago, everyone said all those paper insulated cables will disappear in the next 10 years. Now it's 20 years later, and they're still all there. Minus those that were in way of large construction projects or something like this. And every time we do a repair, the customer says, "Can you please fix it cheap? We'll replace it anyway in the next 1-2 years." Right? We literally have in oil field cable projects, you have pressure tanks, expansion vessels. And we have one line where we offer the customer, you need an additional tank to be able to deal with the volatility of winter and summer. And the customer said no. In the winter, we will add more oil, and in the summer, we will let go of that oil. And we said, okay, we'll come twice a year and do this for you. And we've been doing that for the last 15 years. And so the point I'm trying to get to is I believe that as long as Jack and NKT do a good job repairing, no one will ever say, I'm not willing to pay the 5, 10, 15, whatever many million it is for a repair. Because if the asset runs another 1 or 2 months, it will already have earned back that money. If the assets are written off and completely depreciated, the cost will be zero. Every extra day you can get is pure profit for that asset. Do you see that differently, James, or does anybody disagree?
So there is some difference that I see, and part of it is driven by regulatory models, because there's some regulatory models that would favor that arrangement, but there's some that wouldn't. It's a real mix, and let's not forget we have a responsibility to the public, to ourselves, to keep that energy transition affordable. So sometimes a repair, replace might not be the answer. And that's the reality, and that analysis needs to be done. There's an interesting point that René makes, and I think it comes into this as well, around the people. Sometimes you need the experience to actually make that judgment call as well. And that's perhaps something we haven't got right, where the entry into client organizations such as ours and others is not at the right level to be able to make, the correct response that actually fits the solution that's needed. But it's complex. There's so many things that you sort of have to put into the mix and come out with the right answer, which is why I always go back to it needs a thorough optioneering exercise. I think we cannot do it in isolation, because then we will, when we are old, because we're all young on this panel, when you're old, we'll still be having the same comments.
Yeah. Well, that makes me, let's say, I agree, but it is a bit frightening, right? Yesterday we talked about 132 kV array cables. Are we really ready for that? Right? Can we control that? Right? Were we happy with the 66 kV change? And are we now in control of the 132 kV change if there is not so much experience and if we may not, let's say, understand everything, right? Our world is changing very fast. Technology is changing very fast.
Are we also in control of the 525 DC? And that's where we are heading, and that's the new standard for DC cables at the moment.
Agreed, and actually, if you think about recruitment, for sure, we don't know what we're even recruiting for today. And that makes me even more scary. I don't know how things like artificial intelligence will come into play. And with sensors and all this, what will that drive? I don't know. But we have to recruit for it today to make the future. So it's a really scary prospect. But we have to, this is why collaboration is great. We have to do it.
That means that we have to prepare as good as we can, right? That is the only thing we can do, to be prepared as good as we can.
But then on that thought, I will see if there is anybody from the audience that would like to offer a question, reflection. In the back, we have.
Next time you're going to present, Chris.
Good idea.
Can we get a microphone there? Ah, we don't have enough. Okay. Thank you. Yes.
Thanks all of you. The question really arises from, well, the whole topic you've been discussing. It's are the standards that we are referring to, which were written for experienced people to refer to or to use as a basis. Are they fit for purpose for people for a diluted experience base? Or should there be more safety margin built into those standards and recommendations for the future?
Oh, nice question. I think it takes a lot of time to come to a good standard. Right? Meaning that if you start today, right, you are finished with your standard 10 years from now. So in that time, right, there is a lot of innovation and a lot of change in the sector. So using standards and only standards de facto means that you're behind, let's say, with managing quality. Right? If it would be only the standards, there is a gap to play between the moment the standard was developed and the moment of now. So standards will never be the full answer on managing quality. And in some areas, I think standards can be protective. In other areas, they are not. And maybe indeed safety margins are a good thing. Remember about earlier we talked about DTS measurements or temperature measurements, and HN shared with us, wow, if you want to be sure that you are below 90 degrees, maybe you should cut off at 85. Why is that? Why? Because we don't know where we are. So that is a kind of safety margin. But think about the dynamic cables. Right? There is huge safeties over there because we don't know. Right? So we must measure in order to know better. And there where we don't measure, right, the situation is not going to change. So I think right, talking about safety factors is really useful. Thinking that you are safe by following a standard is nonsense.
I'd maybe also like to add that just multiplying everything times 2 at the end is also not always helpful, because there are effects that you don't cover by doing that, right? Something that is very difficult to cover also in standards is aging effects, right? Accelerating aging, and when you read a standard, it says, oh, just apply 1.7 times the voltage because it works like a power factor, and the power is 10. That why 10 fits, right? And then you assume that this represents 30 or 40 years of aging. That's an assumption already. We don't know. There have been materials that have proven very sensitive to aging, and for example, water, like PE. So not XLPE, but just PE. It was an insulation material that basically lasted 5 or 10 years, and then you realized, okay, this is not working, and you had to switch. If we want to use experience, and we'll start up again the gas pressure cable production, if you wish. Those have been working well for 70 years, like I said, and they still do. So
You still have the experience.
we build up new ones, actually. But in all honesty, I recently hired someone that is under 30 years old to become an oil pressure cable expert, because we realized that not only is it hard to get experienced people, but we realized, especially after the COVID pandemic, that very many people retire and customers come back and say, why do I have a pressure gauge on my cable? What's going on?
Yeah. Otherwise, you reach end of life, right? Because there is nobody anymore there who can.
Yes, but if you realize that for example, in Cologne, where I live, it's a 700,000 people city. 300 kilometers of high pressure gas pressure cables are in the infrastructure. There is much more cable and gas pressure than XLPE. If we cannot fix those anymore, I'll be sitting in the dark. and our factory will have a problem. So we have to take care of that. Final comment.
Yeah, no, final comment. The thing that just crossed my mind, and I really think we should take care of that. People is a problem. We all know that. And if you look, for instance, at I think the number of vacancies across the major cable manufacturers on only jointers, I think you come pretty close to 1,000 jointers probably missing. And we were talking about 132 kV inter-array cables. You can already see that's going to be a problem. We are not even resolved the 66 kV issues yet, and now we're moving to the next voltage level. I think as an industry, and predominantly I think from a cable manufacturing point, we also have a task, I think, to make these kind of accessories and these kind of cables more robust. So we need less people and we can more automate those processes, and it will at the end reduce cost, but it also will improve the reliability and the quality of those. We cannot rely that we'll find enough people in Europe at the moment to fill all those jobs in the energy transition, and part of it could be new products.
The increased turbines size, for instance.
Maybe. Okay, but let's take those remarks. Let's take those remarks and we'll discuss them over a beer, because it's been flashing red. Time's up. So, gentlemen, thank you very much. It stopped flashing, so the lights will go off. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good. But we have arrived at the end. Yes, we'll discuss with René further. I was asked to. Hi, René. Sorry. 3 minutes we need, and then we can discuss. Good. But we have arrived at the end, so I'm glad that at least some of us survived through the entire conference. I hope that that all of you took something away, and that you'll also come again next time. And on that note, the next event is scheduled on the 18th and 19th of November next year. So already mark that, please, in your calendar, and we'll expect you here. Is it also in London, or we don't know yet? We don't know yet. Okay. Not this place. No. Okay. You can write it down in the feedback form. Okay, but I'll not drag on. Thank you very much for coming. I hope you enjoyed it, and I'll see you next time. I'll also be having a beer later, so. Okay.
Just really last word from me, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Leaf Group, I would like to thank you all the speakers for their commitment and interesting presentation. I would like to also thank all the participants coming here and joining the discuss, as well as our sponsors, Luna, Voss Product, SolarJig, Gardini and Theobald, Gallagher, WTU, Kraken, Robotics, NC, Ensure, Riskpoint, and Ultramap Global. Last but not least, I would like to really thank our chairman, Jakub, for his guidance through our event. We look forward to receiving your feedback. Please fill out our evaluation form or send us an email or give us a call. If you filled your evaluation form, please hand them to me or our hostesses at the registration desk. Next year date, we already know it will be 18 and 19 of November 2025, sorry. And it was great and pleasure to be here with all of you. My first time without my colleagues, so sending hi to the camera. And I wish you safe journey and hope to see you all next year. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.